The eyes suddenly opened, and the strange feeling covered the whole body. So light, small, defenseless. There was a mourning, funny squeak around. That's how only babies can sound. An unexpected thought flashed in her head. Did this reincarnation happen again? At first the young man asked to wait a little, and later realized that in this world he was destined to become a Lex, a guy from a simple rural family. Probably people wondered where the child had such a bold manner of talking. The thing is that his soul is the experience of another life. He once lived and now got another chance. In his past life, Lex became famous for the hero. He led the most powerful enemies and demons the most powerful sword. Immortality has become a habitual gift for him. It is not the first time that Lex returns to life. The second birth made him repeat the same words again. In his past life, this hero possessed powerful wisdom and was able to use any magic. The reason that people began to call him the Sage remained a mystery to him. External recognition merged into the stream of praise when it was called both the Sage and the hero, and a number of difficulties were hiding behind this facade. From now on, he is waiting for a peaceful life among other people in this world. The former honorary titles, a sage and hero, remained only a memory. 15 years have passed, and the protagonist grew up a real young man with a charming smile and a radiant look. Behind his back always won the sword in silence, his unchanged companion. In this world, 15 years old are already perceived by adults. Children go to a new life independently, looking for work and their own way. Having told his parents about their intentions to become an adventure seeker, the protagonist received their silent support. No one began to interfere with his desire. Dad addressed him by his name and emphasized, "This is your life, so decide for yourself how to act." Mom just asked to protect herself because whatever happens, the house is always open to him, and they will rejoice in his return. The words heard were caused by the main character of embarrassment, but a happy smile appeared on the face. In a moment, the face became determined. The hero clenched his fists and confidently declared his departure. Loud exclamations like, "You are the best, Paco, take care of yourself." They were heard from their relatives on all sides. Sincere, warm smiles illuminated their faces. Turning, the Lex waved them with his hand, thanked them, and said goodbye, saying that he was going on the road. Finally, feeling free, the protagonist clenched his right hand into his fist, lifted it up, and strongly proclaimed, it was time to become a real adventure seeker. Laying the path through a thick forest, the guy pretended that even the nearest town, 2 groves, far enough. The road to him will take at least half a day on foot. All morning was at the ceremony of age. The feeling of delay does not rest. The desire to complete the registration of the adventure as soon as possible. Without spending a minute, she raised her leg and decided to speed up, nourishing her with magic. The speed was necessary. The time remained little. He flew up, feeling that there were no restrictions on flight. He rose high above the earth, touching heaven. Looking around, he tried to determine where his path went. Finally, the gaze grabbed the dreamy city that appeared before him, as if waiting for a meeting. At that moment, it was thought to take advantage of the magic of teleportation. However, the unknown feeling embarrassed and stopped intention. Suddenly, it thought that it is necessary to hunt a little. After all, a real adventure seeker should destroy the monster. Suddenly, the green dragon appeared high above. Ordinary, inconspicuous. That's exactly what you should become if you wanted silence and tranquility in life. The choice of sword and memories from the past life, both have become valuable allies for him. The blade of this sword is pierced by eternal magic, which gives the owner an incredible advantage. That is why the green dragon looked defenseless. Strongly lifting the sword, the protagonist smiled widely. Without any hesitation, he announced that this dragon should be won quickly. A rush movement, the Lex gained even more speed, rushing simply on the dragon for the sole purpose of destroying the enemy with one blow. Coming closer, anxiety was overwhelmed in the chest. Something was wrong. The dragon's gaze rushed in search of someone like a sensitive guard on guard. The indifference to everything covered the protagonist after all. Nothing was important. Breaking out of a loud cry, he rushed forward. At the same moment, the rival turned sharply to the noise. A mighty Lex's sword stroke is easily dragged with a dragon head as if it were a trifle. In the soul trembled with grip, getting a charming bag. The bag opened. It's time to collect prey. He made this magic bag. At first glance, the usual bag. But the magic spell expands inside the space, so everything that you do not put is perfectly placed there. Feeling the value of the prey, with these thoughts, he carefully put the dragon's body in his bag. Assured that everything was in power and the case was completed, he hurried to leave this place before the dark. Again he called the magic, rose into the sky and disappeared between the clouds. An urgent task was waiting ahead, to register an adventurer as soon as possible. A mysterious rustle came nearby. The gaze immediately slid in the direction where he heard, and in his head thought, did it be, whether the sound was really real? At that moment, a worried thought was in the imagination of a stranger. While traveling, they attacked a monster. But the truth seemed even more creepy. The enemy was the green dragon. Even the elite army of the kingdom would have no chance against such a beast. One word, strongest, is not enough to convey all the horrific power of this monster. The knight was screaming. The riders warned. The dragons chose their horses for the prey. As soon as the horses are used, you need to run immediately. The man ordered everyone to go back. The idea flashed in her head. In such a dangerous place, even one loss of a horse will become fatal. But there is no other path to survive. The knight sincerely apologized to the volcano, promising not to leave him in this battle, and if he had to meet the death together. At the same moment, the main character, without hesitation, went directly to the dragon. An unconscious look. The man watched the young man without much effort to deal with the green dragon, which did not rest even the most brave. The hero did not even glance in their direction, only briefly noted that everything is wonderful. The man, along with the horse, froze with surprise, and when they came to them that it had happened. Just in the eyes of a stunned boy, the teenager pulled out a small purse that instantly absorbed everything around. Even the huge body of the dragon was inside. Before the eyes, a truly strange picture unfolded. And the first thing that came in thought is probably some magical artifact. Amazed to the heart, the man refused to believe the eyes. It is impossible for a regular teenager to have a charming artifact in his hands. As soon as the knight was about to turn to the protagonist with several questions, as he suddenly flew into the sky. The man rushed to stop him, trying to jerk away, but it remained without any reaction. The incredible spectacle made the knight doubt in his own eyes. Everything happened in a moment. A strange bag instantly swallowed the dragon, causing them a true horror. The battalion ended faster than began. In a moment the dragon broke into two parts, but suddenly the memory of the princess was lightning in the thoughts of a man, and the anxiety immediately reflected on his face. One of the knights assured that the princess is all right, although she was faint. There is no danger. Expanded, the man praised the well-done case. The joy that everything was fine with the princess, mixed in Leo with a bitter burden on her soul. The clash with the dragon almost brought this exhausted body to the very edge. The man confessed that he did not understand what was happening, but saved due to his horse. The knight did not want to release memories. The boy's thoughts were circling around a mysterious person, and he tried to understand who this young man was. Finally, the main character's eyes appeared to the walls of Tugai. In the soul, the hope of having time to become an adventure seeker and enroll in the guild. A little time passed, and the steps took the new moon streets of the city. Everywhere people were talking, laughing, sharing news. Among this noise, the guy looked carefully around, looking for his eyes where the gun of the adventure was located. Almost right before his eyes, the necessary building appeared. He resolutely came inside. Several companies gathered in the spacious room, each stayed separately from the others. The loud Homer filled the room. People were passionate about each other. The main character was incredibly pleased. It seemed that real adventurers gathered here. Impressive! Who would have thought that so many adventures were waiting? But even a little worried, suddenly he stopped, realizing that he had almost lost his main purpose. The registration rack should be reached as soon as possible. Having glanced around, he finally managed to find the right place, and an endless queue was already ahead. One of the men standing in front sharply turned and asked if it was really the first time the Lex was so late. These words caused the guy a true horror. Having discouraged, the young man whispered that his first day is today. The man smiled in response and noted that a newcomer before him. The stranger wondered whether he arrived at his first mission with empty hands, and later clarified whether he visited for registration for the title of adventurer. Both questions were answered. The friendly man noted that everyone had already finished their work. People came one by one with reports on the task, so he doubts that many more like him will come to register. A question was about the origin of the hero, and in response he told that he grew up in the village of Zenhi, The stranger confessed that he first heard about such a village and did not imagine where it is located. Then the Lex explained that if you want to get there, you first need to overcome the mountain that rises west of the city. Suddenly shocked, the protagonist did not hide his delight from future adventures and sincerely shared his plans. The satellite assured that he was known for a short trail. It was because of her that they got here so quickly. A cute smile appeared on the face of the main character. He noted that it seems there was no one ahead. Hearing this, the man nodded and reported that he went first. The girl called the next and greeted Lex, introducing herself as Elma, a local registrar. She looked at him focused and wondered if he really intended to become an adventure seeker. With confidence in the voice, the protagonist agrees and is immediately interested in where she knows about it. Smiling, the girl replies. She heard his conversation with the guarantee itself, in which so much delight sounded. Elma suggested that Kaima to the list. She wondered with interest whether the guy was able to write and read. If not, she promised to help. She was confidently answered. He can do everything on his own. His knowledge of his knowledge was easily given. Not in vain was a sage. The girl stretched the questionnaire and reminded that she was worth filling in. After receiving the questionnaire, the LX began to carefully attach answers to all the columns. A few minutes have passed, and the already filled form was in the girl's hands. With a smile, Elma promised to check his data again, and then stressed that his handwriting was extremely good. Several times she was praised for a wonderful handwriting, and then suddenly a proposal to join the team, where good handwriting was appreciated. From these words, the Lex has rounded his eyes. He did not hide astonishment. Strongly clenching his fist, the guy stated that he should be registered as an adventure seeker. In response, the girl just smiled, made it clear that she understood him, and advised to return to this idea when she decided to go to rest. Without any emotions, Elma reported that a practical test was waiting for him. Suddenly, a man approached the main character and hugged his shoulder. He said it was a real fight, but she was only a test that had to show whether the hero had a true adventurer. The Lex looked back to a man who was so confident as if he were the main star of this building. The strength in it was felt immediately. It was then that the man appealed to Elma to allow him to take his own exam. The guy's words were stunned by the girl. Unless surprised, she asked if she understood it correctly, and then, even more surprised, emphasized. In front of her, standing the adventurer of the highest A rank. Winking, the man noted. Lex is probably waiting for a glorious future if he appeared to register right now. That is why he added, as a candidate, he was ready to personally carry out a short briefing. Leaning to the girl, the man began to whisper in a whisper what actually prompted him to this step. Sighing, Elma said with annoyance, "Instead of a guild employee, his exam will be taken by the org, San." The girl noted that at times he lacks common sense, however. As an experienced A-class adventurer, he is able to advise much more than someone from their guild. The protagonist bowed politely to her husband and asked to take care of him. In response, he smiled and noted that he always admired such perseverance. Both remained the same persistent old ones. At this point, people announced the completion of purchases today. The idea that you should deal with the dragon did not leave the protagonist. The man wondered if he really intended to sell something. Continuing the path, Lex wondered how to pay for housing and food. His pockets are empty. He laid the whole calculation on the materials from the monster, which he had just hung, hoping to help for the prey, at least some amount. A laugh flashed out of thick eyebrows. The man was charming that he was urgently expensive to Elma. Until the exam would be, others would check his goods. Turning, the main character thanked her sincerely. Inside it was relieved. The organization of song was so insightful. As soon as he felt it, he immediately began to get his magic bag. Having spread the remnants of the dragon in front of him, the hero appealed to the audience to make him a sentence. The deep silence swept the guild. Everyone froze from surprise and surprise. The hero noted that the dragon is too huge, so he will have to leave him on the floor. The trophy occupies almost half of the entire space of the guild. The Lex, with a glowing smile, called for everyone to pay attention to the green dragon, pointing to it with his hand and persistently offering to buy this magic toy. Going to Org Sakna, the protagonist thanked him for his patience and apologized for making him waiting, stated that he was ready to pass the test. However, he was stopped by a confident gesture of the interlocutor. His hand rose in the ban. Orga's question, whether the hero really hunted for it, was unexpectedly sounded. In response, The protagonist smiled and explained that he got the trophy here. Soon the man asked whether someone had a hand in his rescue and heard a short, "No." He later questioned the secret of success, and the guy explained. He handled himself. In one shot blow a compartment of his head. Admiring in the eyes, Saken noted the strong wings of the dragon. The Lex said that a green dragon was in front of them. The man confirmed that it is a real green dragon, not out. In a subtle voice, the protagonist addressed the man, wondering why not start the test immediately. In response, the Organo-san closed his eyes and forcefully stated that the exam was already passed. Meanwhile, abundant drops of sweat were rolled along his face. The Lex fell out of surprise, hearing it. He assured that they did not start a fight. In response, the man calmly explained, "There is no reason to worry, because it was only a test to check how you can fight monsters or robbers." Detecting that the hero had overcome the monster on his own, they decide no exam was needed. The test has been passed, there are no questions. With these words, greetings are heard. A newly made adventure seeker is officially recognized as a true adventurer. Returning to Elma, Lex retells, the man confirmed his successful testing and then asked her well-being. The girl only shrugged. If he declared the examiner, so it is. The question was about what to do now. The girl just smiled mysteriously and greeted him with a successfully folded test. The hand flew up, and the voice sounded happily. Finally the moment came. The hero became a real adventure. From now on, his life is the amazing of travelers. After a while, Alma reached out to him the item. This was the registration card of the adventure seeker. She explained with a smile that this document opens the door to the world of real adventures. To get the task, the card must be shown, and after successful execution, to confirm its achievements again. Adventurers start with F rank, gradually moving up with new successes. With raising the rank, more and more tasks are opened in front of the hero, so every effort is needed. The protagonist strongly promised to try to raise his rank. Elma noted that if it was a Kashan Majari Highs, it would hardly have to perform so many tasks. This hint remained a mystery to him, so he asked. In response, the calm heard, "Everything is fine." Having told in detail about the dragon, the girl confessed, to turn this creature back. Business is difficult, almost impossible for them. Suddenly, her impressive confession sounded, "It is impossible to buy this dragon." The young man did not expect such an answer. The unexpected news stunned the main character. The question of the reasons for this choice was instantly escaped. The guess was supposed to say that it is a matter of the fact that the market of these goods has become too much, and they lost value. San heard Org's question, as if not understanding why she raised the topic at all, and why she claimed that she could not buy it. The girl noticed that such a beautiful dragon body is really fascinating. One of the men in the hood added, "There was simply no other choice." San looked at the girl again and noted that she was exaggerating a little. All she was waiting for is a simple explanation of the cause. According to Elma, most are so aware of numerous expeditions to the dragon. A powerful dragon forces both countries to fight for life. Even when the expedition is successful, traces of battle will remain on the dragon's body. Therefore, damaged materials are quite a natural phenomenon. The girl explained that it happens that some parts of the body remain intact, and such cases are rarity. She explained that if you look at the dragon carefully, you will not see any damage. In addition to the spots, everything glittered in the sun, even the scales. But the incision itself shocked everyone. So even and pure, that it seemed as if it had made a master's hand. Gathering with the spirit, Elma confidently stated that for this reason, all this dragon will turn into a real treasure. It is rumored that the dragons have nothing superfluous, and this instance among them is really unique. However, even the shared funds are not enough to buy such material. The girl said that this thing should be taken to the capital and put into auction. She wondered if the Lex could trust them with a dragon and temporarily leave in the guild. She promised to sell at an honest price. The Lex agreed. Elma assured, "It is worth putting this thing for auction, and you will get a lot of money." She said he was convinced that she even raised her voice, emphasizing that the benefit was guaranteed. Thoughts about an empty wallet did not rest the main character. Not to find a place for the night, but to dinner and dream. Behind the surprised orphan, not believing in his own eyes, he began to persuade Lex. They say, "We are already talking about crazy profits. A luxurious life is provided forever." He assured, to pass the auction, then to regret life. The money was needed right now, the interlocutor said. At that moment, The man stretched several coins. The real surprise appeared on the face of the protagonist. This gesture was so unexpected. He even asked if everything was fine, and thanked for the unexpected generosity. However, the man just smiled slightly and advised not to worry. There's nothing wrong with it, just accept. With a sudden sincerity, Lex expressed his gratitude and extended the gift, suggested to accept it unless, of course, there were no objections. After getting a dragon scales from his bag, the protagonist apologized to her husband. They say, "That's just so small." From the man and those who stood behind, they took their breath. Everyone froze in surprise. The Lex assured that all was well, but still wanted to thank him. The man replied that he would be gratitude and then asked if he could really take it. The joy was overwhelmed by Orjing when he hugged the protagonist. He promised to treat dinner and allowed to choose any dish to taste. It took a little time, and I wanted to have a snack and freshen up drinks. In the nearest bar, they arranged a real holiday, enjoying the delicacies and drinks for complete exhaustion. In the end, there is no place for any crumbs. Returning from the bar, the protagonist decided to remove the room. As soon as the threshold was crossed, he jumped from the acceleration and remembered how the organization of San and his comrades was impressed with their tireless energy. These are the real adventurers. It is so fun to spend time with them. Tomorrow, a new life was to open for Lex, the way of a real adventure seeker. The heart was erupted from the breast from the excitement, and thoughts were not rest. So I wanted to immerse yourself in an unknown world faster. The next day, the protagonist appeared in the guild. The opinion was spinning in the head. It is worth finding out what tasks they offer this time. Noticing the wall, stuck with ads, he quickly approached the board, looking at the lists. However, among the many suggestions, he did not see anything for himself. At that moment, the stranger called him, addressing him as a dragon boy. The man wondered if he was really looking for an adventure. The main character made a decisive tone the desire to start with the task of F-Rang. The young man instantly changed the facial expression, in surprise, noting that even F-jokes happen, and finally wished success. The guy advised to try it, and the Lex assured him that he would do it. Although he was wondering that he spoke somehow unusual. Nevertheless, I decided to look for a new task for himself. I had to run a lot before finding a daily F-Rang task. It was necessary to collect medicinal herbs. Vision was chained to this 3, and the thought was, it is time to take the case. For 10 potions, give 3 copper. It seems small, but the task is repeated daily. The more herbs you gather, the more coins will be in the pocket. Suddenly it was mentioned like org. Sans noted that there is another detail. If the task is failed, there will be no one to punish. Typically, tasks have time limit or must meet the wishes of customers. Taking up for a job that is not equal to your rank, and without bringing it to the end, you will certainly receive the appropriate punishment. For the first task, it is most convenient to choose daily quests, because they have no penalties. However, sometimes it is better to pay attention to such little things. The protagonist realized that this man taught him. Helped not only money but also shared useful advice, true generosity. And even in the village he has already collected medicinal herbs. The Lex was about to agree to the task of suddenly another guy turned to him. He wondered with interest in his voice whether the Lex intended to take up this mission. The protagonist answered these words with a friendly smile and confessed that he came here to collect healing herbs. The stranger only skeptically noted that gathering herbs is so simple that even a child can handle it. The guy noted that the Lex was already mature, and then asked if he did not seem the adventure seeker, like all of them. The bright appearance of the boy immediately reminded the hero of the warrior, and the girl nearby was like a real looter. The girl in the hat was stood out by a magical aura, and the guy in glasses, the piece of the real monk. The hero wondered if he was mistaken in his guesses, and those with a smile confirmed his assumption. Gairo so called himself a guy who was a leader of the Dragon Harbor team. The magician said she was forbidden to use this name. The young man, having heard such a recommendation, noted that it sounds really great. The monk only supported, agreeing. He noted that everything is right. She then turned to Jiro, convincing that the name is too shameful. A sincere smile appeared on the main character. He really liked what was happening. Jiro immediately caught his mood and nodded. They say, understands his feelings. Such moments did not happen often, and it seemed that something more in the air is felt. It is possible that a real friendship is born. A new mood has emerged with a new adventure status. It's time to have a long-standing time and to break away. Continuing the explanation, Jiro noted that if you only complete the tasks of gathering herbs, rank is unlikely to be possible. Already at this stage, the guy talked about his ambitions, confessing that he seeks to surpass the legendary winner of the dragons. The protagonist raised the question again, and to the answer, Jiro said that he heard about it yesterday. He personally came to the guild and asked him to buy healthy dragons. Thinking about what he heard, Flex mentioned that somewhere someone was doing like, even if it is just rumors, a mysterious stranger dealt with the dragon much more skillfully than he succeeded. Jiros noted that since the dragon won too skillfully, the guild was no longer able to buy it. Therefore, they decided to have an auction in the royal capital. A truly brave man would have to do the case exactly as he did. The guy assured that the task of destroying monsters was waiting ahead. If you still have to collect herbs, it is better to find something more serious, more difficult. On farewell, he promised that their paths would certainly cross. The magician hurried to apologize and confessed, "This guy usually says everything he would think. Excessive self-confidence is his feature, but in fact he is not angry." After some time, when performing the task, the hero went deep into the forest in search of healing herbs. On the way, he thought that they should be hidden here. In the village, such things were perceived as daily, everyday life. If you think carefully, all this is ordinary affairs for adventurers. He did not see anything unusual about this, and was sincerely surprised why everyone was considering it special. The idea is illuminated, the hero suggested. It is enough to look in the shade, and there will certainly find healing herbs. It is at that moment before the eyes of Zamayoril need a plant. It consisted mainly of leaves, and had an incredible ability. Every time to grow again if the roots are left in the ground. Having collected the necessary herbs, the Lex moved further. He needed much more. With the agility of an experienced seeker, he added new handfuls to his prey. Looking back, the hero was enthusiastically noted how many healing herbs are spread around. Too bad it is impossible to see your progress in the task right now. And even more thought, the chance of returning 5 coins of Orgusan will soon appear. In their native village, people collected healing herbs because they didn't even hear about shops. That is why the idea came up, collecting herbs and selling them. It turned out that it was not only useful, but also fascinating. It is good that the path led him to an adventure life. A smile appeared on the face of the protagonist. He carelessly squatted his hair and said that he had already collected enough and the moment has come. After listening, he caught the rustle of trees and some other mysterious sounds that came from a certain side. This is where these noises come from. An instant witchcraft enlivens shoes and leads further. Having flew high into the sky, he decided to evaluate the situation from above. But suddenly in the distance he noticed how an angry boar was rushing on the road. The name of this monster is the Forest Devil. He is not compared to any animal. The demon rushes faster than a horse, and strong skin almost does not take any weapons. Local have to live in constant fear, because this beast often comes to their land and is destroying both nature and humans. The most horrifying thing is that these creatures are mostly attacked by the group. In the head of the Lex, the thoughts were swollen, as they managed to move forward, no signs of stopping in the forest. If everything remains as it is, the city will be in danger. At this speed, the Boozes will reach the city of Tugin within an hour. The opinion was thought, rescuers should stop the threat. In the guild, any adventure seeker is intended to fight monsters on the city. This is their duty, an urgent mission. Once the monsters appear, the guild calls everyone to the battle to save the cities from the threat. Thanks to such courage, adventure seekers gain respect and trust in residents of cities and entire countries. Tales of brave travelers who stood up to the protection of cities from monsters always captured the imagination of the kids. From generation to generation, these legends inspired children to dream of great feats. That is why Lex sought to give them belief that such stories could become true. The green dragon, while remaining in the forest, is indifferent to other things, but always beware not to harm the trees. It was a guess. Perhaps the malicious boars are chasing someone. Finally, the protagonist comes. Their group loop does not go to the city at all. It is even difficult to guess where the road is leading. There is a feeling that they are catching up with someone invisible. And so, before their eyes, a group of adventurers had a hurry. They were in a hurry from them. Apparently, they have already settled on the ground of the Bourses. When strangers could be hidden somewhere, powerful magic would become too risky. The protagonist landed on the ground with a rapid movement. In a single moment of awareness, life in the forest does not need unnecessary mess. You need to find another kind of magic in order for everything to change for the better. At a new start, the Lex rushed forward, thinking how to get to the leader of the pack. Looking closer, he recognized familiar faces among the fugitives. These were Gyro with his team. It was at that moment that the nun broke through the root of the tree and glowed to the ground. It did not go unnoticed to Gyro. He immediately called her name. Wild pigs immediately went into the pack and rushed directly to it. Scared, she was left to sit, trembling with fear. To all, the main character suddenly found himself right in front of the girl. The wild boars were confused by such an unexpected turn and stopped instantly. The amazed eyes of Jiro and his teams did not look from Lex when he strongly declared himself the enemy of boar. The noise of wild boars rolled through the forest when Jiro, along with the team, rushed. Cleansing out the warnings, he tried to remember what led to this dizzying chase. The magician turned to him in his name and explained. Everything happened because of his words, because he assured that he could move on, but others did not want it. Gyro advised her not to make a sound. Who would have thought that they would be exposed here? Meanwhile, the boars did not stop and approach the boars, forcing the boy to quietly sway from impotence. He could not believe that everything was forgotten here. Initially, only safe monsters were wandering around. Goblins and kobolds. The battle skills moved from an experienced adventure seeker, so the first battles were surprisingly easy. The presence of a healer in the team allowed to hope for instant healing in the event of a wound. The magic of her hands made true miracles. It seemed that choosing this place, the chance of easy victory became quite real. Great trouble hanged over everyone. The company rushed to the side, escaping from the fierce, terrible monsters. Jiro's thoughts were circling around the fact that these creatures did not even happen to him. The outskirts of the city are usually patrolled by brave adventurers, guards, and knights. They all destroy the monster, so this place should be safe. So adults assured, it is quite dangerous, around the scary, healthy monster. In the imagination, a formidable muzzle of a crushed boar broke out. And just at that moment, one of the comrades was unsuccessful. Jiro shouted Norb's name, trying to react instantly to her fall. The awareness of the danger made him immediately rush to help, because the monster had already been selected close. The young man realized that they would be trampled right now. E came to the conclusion that it is impossible to save it. These insurance is too powerful and dangerous. In the mind, Gyro was struggling. One part called to flee until he was in danger. The other pressed, you cannot leave it for the way. Attempts to drive these conflicting thoughts came to cold confidence. There was almost no time for salvation. Immersed in his own reflections, did not even have time to react, as they suddenly emerged from an unknown figure. The sows swept around, and the stranger rushed at the boar leader. The egg froze from surprise, watching the events around. Meanwhile, the protagonist strongly stood in front of him and his team, loudly stating that from now on he will fight on the side of the enemies of the monster. The shock covered the guy. It was not believed that only he came to help. Equal by age, this stranger radiated a true power. At that moment, the protagonist sighed lightly. He had time in the last second. A new task was waiting ahead. To help the Jiro team. The gaze fell on Norb. The wounded leg did not allow her to move. The desire to heal it was burning in the soul, but it is impossible to rush. A careless step will make angry boar. Thoughts spin around how to help her without climbing. Bright outbreaks of force illuminated the protagonist. The determination appeared in the eyes. It's time to take advantage of the skill. A hand extended to the girl released the flow of long healing. The girl was surprised. The pain disappeared somewhere. The Lex noted in thought, everything goes according to plan, it should keep them here. It is impossible to allow Norb, any closeness is dangerous. There was only one way out, to apply a medical spell at a distance. A decisive thought flashed in her head. It is necessary to gather all these monsters and accept the challenge. A loud cry to the girl took off from his mouth. You need to run. Without hesitation, the girl obeyed. Lexes stopped on the boars. It was clear that these animals would not listen to persuasion and still rush into the attack. Their plans were easy to grasp the prey and downgi to crush everyone on the way. But such intentions did not frighten Lex. He was not going to retreat. The strongest of the magical binders will be a wooden capture. Once upon a time, ordinary trees come to life, look like grape shoots, and quickly weave the enemy without letting it escape. The mesh is woven from strong and elastic trees, and yet enveloped by magic. Now boars will not be freedom. The inquisitive magician asked what a wonderful magic. Never met one before. Norb has been interested in specifying whether it is really possible to spell without any. The Lex replied that the spell of the spell did not always play a major role. It seemed like the main character was lucky. The memories of 2 past lives should be a great foundation for victory in battle. But the reality was harder. There was a lack of real experience, and it was not difficult to understand the cause of uncertainty in the fight. An experienced adventure seeker, Lex firmly stated that he would cope with this problem with the mind. Pulling the sword, he solemnly said, "It was time to put a point. A powerful ray of magic fired from heaven. It is necessary to direct an electric charge directly from the sky to the sword, creating a giant light blade that absorbs a huge amount of lightning." The unwavering determination swept the protagonist. Turning to the boars, he urged them to accept a well-deserved punishment, and then struck with lightning. The unformed lightning sword takes life simply by burning the enemy from within. The blade does not touch the enemy, and the fatal blow is unnoticed. It was this skill that the mentor demanded in his past life, opening the way to the highest technique of sword possession. In the memoirs of the protagonist, the scene emerges. Once, with a smug look, he also made the teacher in his eyes. He repeatedly reproached him, explaining that such a mistake. But now, everything has changed. Lex flashed with confidence. She will be able to deal with them, leaving no scratches on the skin. A warm smile shone on his face, and as if everything was behind, he asked the boys to ask if they were all right. He wondered with interest whether nothing evil happened. The magic girl smiled and assured that the forces were almost exhausted, but no scratches left. After the Lex's question about the lack of magic, he added that without it the road would be dangerous to the city. The girl confidently assured, circumstances under control, and there are no reasons for excitement. Instead of listening to her words, the guy only quietly apologized and activated the amazing ability to carry mana. The girl turned away from what she saw and did not stay. She was immediately asked that it was for witchcraft. With a smile, the hero told her that he shared part of his mana. Now the girl will finally be able to spell. The girl suddenly felt that she was overwhelming. This would not be from mana, so it was surprised. The Lex assured that if everything is fine, then these worries will take over. The words of Gyro, who called him to stop, heard. The protagonist gave his gaze and asked if something really happened. With his head lowered, the guy sincerely thanked for his saved life. In his voice there was a determination. The protagonist reassured him, they say, "For adventure seekers this is a common thing, and there is nothing to worry." Then the guy asked how to his name. Again the question from Lex. In his thoughts the guy agreed. Indeed, his name was already known, but he never shared his own. Having reached out, the protagonist introduced himself to Lex, sincerely hoping for joint cooperation in the future. The gyro answered with a handshake, and a light blush blossomed on the boy's cheeks. Lex's vigilant look caught anxiety in the eyes of the interlocutor. Friendly, but with a note of anxiety, he wondered, does he not worry about this guy? After victory over goblins, the thoughts of Gyros. The guy considered himself a real strongman, though he really did not understand anything and knew little. It is because of this self-confidence that the whole team was on the verge of death. The guy noted that for this reason, his older brother turned to a person like him. Against this background, it is clearly noticeable how the mood of a man has changed. The protagonist assured that all this was exaggerated. Mizi grabbed the protagonist for his clothes. His face was heat. He confessed that his older brother's strength was conquered earlier. The guy dropped on his knees, asking for a look. He was passionate about permission to become a student of his mentor. Suffering and confusion engulfed the main character. The development of events became a real surprise for him. Finally, the first student appeared, but it turned out that his help did not need it at all. It took some time, and the Lex stepped back on city streets. The thoughtful look slid somewhere in the distance. Thoughts were spinning around his unexpected increase in rank D, only because he fulfilled a simple assignment of gathering healing herbs. The first task was the mission of rank F. Successfully accomplishing this task, immediately he raised his rank twice. Such a rapid start he did not even dream. In the memory of the protagonist, their recent dispute with the girl immediately floated. Without holding back, he asked how it was possible. She calmly responded to that the events were really like that. At that moment, Jiro jumped to him and praised him with a smile. "From you, brother, you did not expect anything else. You already got the rank D. At the same moment, the magician girl firmly grabbed the boy by the collar, decisively stating now he goes with her. It remains to be reported about the tasks of the extermination of goblins and kobolds. Watching this, Lex thought, the guy looked exactly like a pet. A little excitement swept the hero when he heard a request to become a mentor. But this person's sincerity seemed pleasant to him. In his past lives, he was approached only with secret intentions. They called the hero, then the sage, trying to bow to his side. Sometimes some did not shy away from the meanness. He sought to steal all his research. For a moment, Alma noticed how his view went into thought. She asked with interest whether something happened. The smile illuminated his face and confidently sounded a calm voice. Everything is fine. The girl announced that the 50 bundles of healing grass for the hero were rewarded. 15 gold coins. I wanted to add something else, but the guy suddenly interrupted her. The hero wondered if she could tell why his position in the rating suddenly rose. Careful butterflies Grimaruar take care of the estate, watching the order and peace in the noble house. Prior to the return of the owner from the auction and the royal capital, it remains very little time. So finding a hero who defeated the dragon becomes an urgent task. However, it has never been thought that the refusal of dinner would turn into the fact that the guild would receive the right to defend its adventurers. The negotiations were breaking, so I had to overcome a considerable way to personally agree with the adventure seeker. With a smile on her face, the girl welcomes John in the Adventurers Guild, and is wondering if the adventure seeker has already arrived. According to her, the guy has recently appeared here, but seemed to have gone on the road to accomplish some important task. The interlocutor understands this. I wonder what kind of this dragons the killer belongs. The guild does not reveal the details stubbornly, but sooner or later someone will be able to see him with his own eyes. The patience has already burst. Somewhere in the crowd hides the hunter on the dragons. The guy is asked to evaluate the armor. The armor sparkles like jewelry, and every fan understands right away. They are not ordinary ammunition at all. Suddenly, a man realizes that this stranger is clearly from that company. Asks a minute to find out the situation, and in response he hears the demanding question, "Who are you?" It seems, and quietly adds, he will be glad to hear his name if he does not deny. The name of the guy, Org. John explains that now, on behalf of Viscount Grimar, he searches for an adventure that meets special requirements. For example, the look stops on the state warrior in luxurious armor. Even inexperienced immediately guesses that this armor is truly outstanding. The smile is illuminating the guy. It finally came. Before him is not ordinary armor, but the creation of the best master proudly. In addition, this armor is rolled out of real dragon scales. John is stunned by such news. The dragon has recently been auctioned, so no hunter has not yet survived his scales. It turns out that after hunt, he will receive this trophy. The feeling of surprise envelops the hero. A real dragon scales are in his hands. The man wondered where he had this thing, and wondered what to answer. Memories of one special task immediately slept. That is when it was lucky to gain this rarity. The excuse looks more than doubtful. Jack immediately feels fake. It seems that the true intentions of the interlocutor are a secret. It is enough to know the truth, and this man will be under control. The wonderful armor, especially so rare, seduces anyone. Even experienced adventurers would not give it up, so the man agrees without hesitation. The awareness suddenly covers John. The words have already broken out of the tongue. The secret is revealed. He pretends to be a killer of dragons, and he also suggests, and not to introduce you to his mentor? Thus, who is looking for brave travelers ready to become knights? If desired, it can be taken to knights. What answer will this guy give? A calm voice sounded. He does not seek to be too different from others. John just smiled and assured, let him not worry. His gentleman is powerful. The offer to dine with the mentor gives time to think, so it is not necessary to answer immediately. John says that he is waiting for a lot of delicious dishes, and the guy agrees with a smile. Once you have achieved, now the most important thing is to convince the young man to become a vassal of Lord. I am sure that to convince a guy whose head is only difficult. Having received consent, leaves the premises, agreeing to see when it is ready. The young man nods as a sign of consent, not looking away from the man who goes away. The wonder of this moment is stunning everyone around. They were surprised to learn that it was the nobleman who invited Orga to become a knight. It is difficult to believe that he chose this guy, bypassing many others, although the explicit talent behind him is not visible. One guy strictly asks the other to restrain his tongue. But the interlocutor still confesses that he received the work only because he put on the armor of dragon scales. There is nothing unusual here, and there is nothing unusual here. The brother is convinced that the decision to call Org came after evaluating his abilities. The armor only pushed them to this step. Everything decided the scales of the green dragon, which he once gave. At first glance, it was difficult to believe that this armor had a high quality. It became the fruit of persistent training by the Gordo method. It was this technique that conveyed. Ager, without hesitation, took advantage of free scales, so the armor was only a test model. The wonder. It seems impossible to imagine her beautiful. Fear covers the thought of one's own stupidity. Despite plans to go for training, the boys decided to accomplish several tasks at first. Almost forgot about this brother. It is today that it is time to hone the skill of owning a sword. Someone has the idea to start training here. A group of interested people gathers around, and someone is interested in what is waiting for us. And maybe a mentor will open some secret equipment to them. The girl laughs, calling him a fool, because he does not intend to open a secret reception. The insult flashes in the eyes of the guy, but the other young man interferes powerfully, balance the tense situation. He proposes to leave controversy, and first try to strengthen the magic of strengthening the body. Awareness comes. The guy is unable to spell because he is a stranger, an ordinary warrior who has never encountered magical arts. The manu flows inside each, but its number is different. Someone is lucky to have more, less. No man can do without man. It is enough to focus, to gather strength in the palm of your hand, and it will obediently play under your fingers, ready to respond to the first movement. Suddenly, the fist of the guy crashes into the ground. The surface crumbles, and the students behind the surprise, watching him. Simple but effective magic strengthening the body. You only need to immerse yourself in the flow of mana as the muscles become stronger, and movements faster and clever. The protection also increases noticeably. Such a technique will be useful not only on the battlefield, but also the sorcerers, and even the holy fathers. Turning dust from his palms, the guy asks if one of them saw it. It seems like nothing complicated, however. But in response, there is a unanimous denial. The enhancers that strengthen the body seem simple for those who feel manu, but the guy convinces him that it is not really true. Looking at the boy, the girl is genuinely surprised. No spell, and the result is impressive. How did he succeed? In the heads of others, there is a doubt. Can they repeat the same? Among the participants is a sense of uncertainty about their own abilities. Although the strengthening of the body is called magic, in fact everything here is in the manner of mana throughout the body. No wrapping or complex control teams are not required. Special ones are not necessary. All power manifests itself. The level of possession of magic increases even higher, even without words. The girl is surprised. Where does this confidence come from? Why does it say as if all the secrets have long been solved? The girl strains all the strength to collect manu in one place, feels her pulsation, but here's the trouble. This element is stubbornly not moving where she tries to direct. In spite of all the difficulties, the ability to feel manu indicates many years of experience in the use of the swing. Without this skill, it would be impossible to manage a mana. The girl looks carefully at her palms, wonder. Is it really a mana she feels? Insecurity does not release, because the life of theft still forced to be guided only by fine intuition. However, the magical energy seems to be coming inside. The greatest chances of mastering the magic of body strengthening are Migure, while Gyro. The fatigue already takes its own, but the guy has collected the last forces for another attempt, and with despair, he fists on the ground. Unfortunately, he fails to focus on the image of mana flow, and the pain in his hands only increases. Is there a more effective way to help with workout? In the end, 3 of them have mastered the skill that the guy explained so carefully to them, and now everyone proudly demonstrates their result. It was surprisingly difficult to master the new reception, so the girl immediately appreciated his benefit. Now, even in a dense environment, she can confidently fight close distance. The girl in glasses noted that her protection has grown much more than force, and added, thanks to this, she is perfect for secret tasks. Magic reinforced the individual traits of man, revealing exactly the qualities that were most in line with their personality and profession. Tears roll on the cheeks of the gyro, and he looks at the guy with hope, and asks if he can do everything. In response, a confident assurance is heard that he will make every effort, because he studied long and persistently for the sake of this moment. he heard makes Jiro in surprise to raise his eyebrows. He did not expect it. The passionate Jiro admits, that guy is really incredible. This confession is surprised by the guy, and he is immediately interested in what preparation allowed to achieve such a level of skill. The words of a man who said, "It doesn't matter how many mana in you, if you are not able to keep it." True mystery is in the combat spirit. Only the one who has unwavering will be able to manage the mana even without any. Turning into reflections on the laws of the universe, he completely forgot about the thirst for battle. For deep knowledge, the people gave him the nickname of the Sage. The guy tells, he honed his skill, sought deeper reasons, tried to understand the motives, consequences, and laws of this phenomenon. All you have to do is understand the essence, and repeat success will be possible. However, Jiro is surprised, and cannot tread what is being said. To understand this, one must first understand what a mana is. The mountains are worried about whether to have magic, because for ordinary soldiers it may be unattainable. However, the guy asks to pay attention to Magari. She is only a thief, but how skillfully mastered this art. He wondered if he had to watch the healing with the help of Norb's magic. In response, he heard the passionate words about how wonderful this magic is. Even a simple wound was disappearing, as if it were not. When using a gyroscope, it only has a slight softness, although the man confesses that he felt the flow of mana. Imagine, when someone uses therapeutic magic, mana is noticeably released. Try just to draw it in your head. It is extremely important to convince Jiro that he really feels Manu, and hasty conclusions are again raising him. Because of his own confidence, he is mistaken. At a moment, the guy gets on the ground. The earth shudders. The alarming hum is rolled around. Everyone is breathing a breath, watching it, powerless in the cluster after a frantic fall. To meet the boy immediately rushed friends. He managed to accomplish. In the homon of approving exclamations, he is jokingly interested. Is it worth worrying that we'll explode now? Without restraining, the main character sincerely apologizes, although for him the explosion is a real victory. The thought does not leave him. Having mastered the magic of mana, Gyro causes some more confident blows. The joy is overwhelmed, because it is really incredible. He could never think that he would be able to create something such exciting. The gratitude of all around warms the soul of the protagonist, although their actions destroy nature. The students delight his talent for the mentor, because even Jiro learned everything under his leadership. The girl's mind is spinning. Their strength has increased by at least one level and maybe stronger. The Lex is skeptical of such optimism and considers it a clear exaggeration. The girl in the hat is wondering why Gyro suddenly exploded. The guy explains. He gathered too many mana and he did not change her direction. The girl is wondering, did he really accumulate so much energy? Imagine, if you do not stop pouring water into a leather wand, it will eventually flake. The same thing happens with mania. The magic of body reinforcement works as follows. It is necessary to pass a small portion of mana through the whole body to give it strength. The situation in Jiro is, excessive mana in the body is dangerous, because it can break the body from the inside. If you can accumulate, you must find a way to release it. The girl thinks, and the guy explains, the whole point is in magic. All the magical people created by people arise thanks to Mani, which is produced inside each. There is a theory. You can spell without uttering spells if you release the Manu outside. Awareness of this discovery flashes in a girl. Magic can be created without words. It is only necessary to release her own power. Simple release of mana without proper control will turn it into a normal flow of energy. In order to use magic again, and to avoid a waste of power, it is necessary to give the flow a specific property and to form it correctly. Awareness of the born ability to magic gives hope. Innate talent will allow you to master witchcraft without spells faster than others. He believes that every magician needs to know one important thing. But for some reason he is in no hurry to convey this knowledge as a true teacher. The Lex is approached by Norbert and is wondering whether she admires the study of magic without repetition. The Lex nods, but her look stops on something more important. She silently points his finger to the other way. The indestructible Jiro lies on the ground. All the mana is exhausted to a drop. Often this happens with those who have just mastered magic and got too much with new powers. The young man asked to give him a rest. Norb sighed with relief, hearing that everything was fine with him. Just fell, and she had already thought that he was bad. I couldn't even imagine that the use of magic could lead to a fall from exhaustion. Or perhaps the whole thing is that this special magic absorbs too much energy. The main character notes that she exaggerates, but suddenly the explosion is heard behind, and this time Magari is already lying on the ground. In the strong hands of the guy, the girl only presses harder after the jumps they just overcame together. The inconvenience makes her say an apology, but the guy is gently interrupting. You should not apologize. In fact, the guilt on it, because it was he who did not warn them about the possible consequences. Suddenly, the mine falls to the ground, and the main character is hastily apologized. 3 of the 4 have already ended the mana, so in the future, it will be necessary to distribute the forces more carefully. In the house of Waikata, the spirit of the book, the butter, meets its master. John immediately notes how great he looks and is wondering whether he was able to achieve. Baron Gudsy was constantly raising the price, as if intentionally wanted to scare away. Having spent well, I had to pay much more than necessary. Nevertheless, the dragon nucleus was in the hands of Celia, just what she lacked. Now the feeling of the future in the girl has become much more acute. John is wondering if they really got the nucleus to improve the predictions. In response, he hears the statement, yes, because without accurate prediction, the slightest misconduct in land management can bring trouble. In this world, many people who resort to the magic of prophecies and its strength even affects experienced craftsmen. The art of prediction called foresight, it is mastered perfectly. Extraordinary accuracy in the actions of this girl is so great that it affects even the affairs of all the county of Viscount Hermers. John's interest in the ways in which dragons' materials are used in magic of divination is only confused by Viscount. He is quite uninteresting details. The main thing is that these substances undoubtedly enhance the prediction of the whole. If a girl is understood how to use them, another is not necessary. It was much more important to him in what state the matter with this issue. Hearing this question, John even got lost in surprise. With deep exhalation, he proposes to keep calm. Reports that he has already contacted the necessary adventure. Now it all depends on the negotiations of his master. He wondered if he would agree. The awareness of their greed came to power unexpectedly. He seemed to seek positions more modest, less noticeable among others. It could be repentance, or maybe just looking for someone who would be a support at a difficult time. The man assures that this is not too significant. Now the main thing is to stand in front of the disaster that Celia predicted. John quickly understands. It is exactly about the misery she warned of. Celia said that a terrible picture appeared before her eyes. The earth was absorbed by the flames. It was difficult to imagine that someone was involved in this disaster. At first he refused to believe it. Suddenly, a dragon, ominous boars, and a dark block came out on the way. Every creature became a real threat. Such changes cannot be so fast. If it all happened, then, on this earth, something important will happen soon. This is what John asks. Does he share such premonitions? It will not allow this adventurer to get to someone else from the nobility. You should immediately get ready for dinner by learning the name of the stranger at the same time. A few days have passed when the girl returned to her father in an elegant dress. Interesting view. He addresses Celia with a question that has happened. The time of discoveries. Celia must tell him about his ability to predict events. The father does not stop there and is interested in whether she saw something special. With a smile on his lips, thanks for the donated dragon nucleus. Thanks to him, the world became clearer, thoughts are fresh, and every little thing around seemed to play with new colors. Such jewelry is really worth any money. There is no boundary gratitude. It is because of this help that the accuracy of its predictions has increased several times. Surprise is drawn on the face of a man. He is interested in the girl that she saw this time. The child hesitates as if he wants to say something, but his father casts an alarming look at her. Before her eyes, a whole field of strange monsters, who could not imagine before, spread. Unknown creatures filled the whole land. Surprise is drawn on the face of a man, a look directed at her. Words come out on their own. Her elaborated always comes true. Well, they invited an adventure seeker for such situations. Recent events have alarmed and made an experienced person who can help in the event of danger. Not a regular adventure opens. The traveling of a hero who managed to overcome the dragon himself. This news is sincerely amazed by the village. The man tells that the dragon's subject he gave her once belonged to the famous adventure seeker, and he received it from him. The news that this adventurer has managed to overcome the dragon causes a girl's genuine surprise. John says that 3 ferocious boars were recently sold at the capital, and Lord himself purchased one such beast in person. It was this adventure seeker who managed to overcome all these dangerous boars alone, which he was amazed by the girl. In addition, it is about the same hero who defeated the dragon. Not all before. The dark block still penetrated the city, but one of the adventurers won it. Most likely, it is the same adventurer. The girl suddenly holds her gaze on something unusual. The girl is interested in her father, how this traveler is called. The father replies, "His name is Org." The girl utters his name, finally realizing that only this person is able to save the earth from death. Suddenly, a loud sneeze breaks out of the orca side. Surrounding his nose, he thinks, "Does someone remember him?" The assurance is heard, "This is not our work." All today's hope of Rimaresha victory is laid on one well-known traveler. The whole company led on the grass, resting after a grueling hike. For the girl, this was a real test. It has not been so active for a long time. The task of the rear security is to simply cover your allies with magic. The magic of strengthening the body is striking, but excessive confidence in it can play an evil joke. The offer to relax, to recover, to restore Manu a little. The girl is wondering if they will continue the path after rest. It is more useful to train when mana is a little bit. It is so easier to remember the feeling. To enhance the body with magic, a minimum of mana is sufficient. It's like money or food. As soon as the stock is scanty, people begin to appreciate and use more and more wise. However, after a short break, the fatigue has completely disappeared, and the guy is surprised to feel an incredible tide of strength. He gets up, tries to evaluate his condition, and confesses that, although there is no confidence to the end, he has energy now, though spare. Alafson proudly states that it is considered the best student of his brother. The girl asks in surprise, "What is it here?" Perhaps there is some connection between these things. When asked about the meaning of what was said, the girl explains, "Yarrow is really hard-working because he is a warrior. But even so, his strength is not enough. The body does not allow to move to the full. Endurance has not yet returned." He states that he learned something from Lex, though he really showed nothing. The hero matures the thought, and, saying it, appeals to Jiro to use the magic of body strengthening. Jiro immediately agrees, ready to act together. The guy suddenly notices that he begins to tickle. That is what makes it clear to the protagonist that the guy has a special magical gift. Nina seemed to have noticed this feature for a long time with other magicians. All you have to do is add the property to a colorless master, and it instantly turns into a magic of fire or wind. The magic of body strengthening allows you to strengthen the physical capacity with the help of mana. As soon as the streams of colorless mana penetrate the whole body, it gradually becomes new strength and endurance. Jiro's body strengthening does not contain a colorless mana. It already contains a certain element. The guy confirms this with enthusiasm. The next stage of development of such magic is not just a reinforcement, but a real imposition of a swollen attribute. After another question about the property of the fascinated Jiro with a smile, notes that it sounds cool. A friend, however, asks to wait a little. He is no longer able to use this ability. With a wide smile on his face, Jiro boasts loudly what he is cool, and a girl, a little embarrassed, asks him not to rush forward. The protagonist recalls that Jiro combined Norb's magic with the art of strengthening the body, and this complex system appeared. Perhaps, thanks to the subtle sense of this emotion, the guy involuntarily learned to turn a colorless mana into a holiday that gives healing magic. In other words, witchcraft recovery is based not only on the strength of faith. It is impossible to believe it. Such an opinion does not fit in her head. However, it is only his assumption. The property that the guy has added to his magic belongs to the type of healing. This is a form of restorative magic. There are other similar attributes, such as flame enhancement. The girl asks whether this means that there is a separate stone for each element. What is confirmed? Magic really has 6 attributes: land, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. In addition, they can create special properties, say lightning or ice. In addition, protective forces, such as the ability to withstand poisons, are often added. It turns out that there is a whole set of various properties. And it is very convenient, because it all depends only on your imagination, how to use them. So, if you continue your workout, you can learn to enhance your body with magic with different elements? This is so cool. The boys offer not to stop and train further, although the forces have not yet returned after previous exercises. It is worth delaying a little, and the young man will gain superhuman power earlier than others, destroying the giant monsters just like his brother. However, the girl denies, there is no such way. Suddenly, the earth shuddered. Everyone was frozen, staring forward. The main character of Languages has thrown. Anxious anticipation squeezes the heart. Thoughts are confused. What is it in trouble? Everyone became wondering where the guy went. But suddenly they have a real monster. A healthy viper. A terrible snake. With anxiety, the girl wondered if she is too big, because her height is even larger than the insidious boys, who had previously fought. They are interested in what creature they are dealing with. The protagonist explains that this creature comes from the demonic world. Undoubtedly, such a monster would not have to exist in our world. And with its incredible size, even the spell of the call seems powerless. According to Jiro, all this is a trifle. They have to defeat her, and better let the girl be bored. The characters have already mastered the art of strengthening the body with the help of magic, although the protagonist would not advise them to take such. As you can guess from the name, there is a real damn snake which causes surprise to all present. Only by approaching this creature can you immediately suffer from poisonous vapors. For this, the monster called the Night. The vast body of the viper and the crazy speed of movements make it dangerous even without a magical curse. The girl asks how such a beast can be defeated. There are only 3 magicians in their team, so they decide to return to the city and inform the guild of this threat. A monster from a demonic world? Such creatures are a challenge even for adventurers of Adventure AA. They cannot handle this disaster, so he will have to restrain the monster. The girl warns, he will curse. Surprisingly, such a great monster can be so agile. He is interested in what he intends to do with the curse. She has not yet learned how to remove the magic. There is not enough strength. Even if you turn to the high priest, the removal of the curse imposed by the monster will become an extremely expensive business. Soon everyone will see with their own eyes how powerful the magic of strengthening the body during a real battle is. A glow is flashing around the guy. The body covers the aura of holiness. He activates the strengthening of the sacred forces. This property is much more beneficial than simply strengthening the punches in ominous creatures. The huge snake is able to reflect even the strongest curses. The main character boldly approaches this terrible creature. Rising in the air, he flies straight to her, lifting his hands wide up. Right in the middle of her mouth, the main character finds herself and somehow manages to settle down more conveniently. After announcing the finale, the protagonist causes the snake from the inside. The snake flies up rapidly, and the protagonist thinks with anxiety that he has overdo it with force, sending it too far. Jiro turns to the guy and says confidently, everything is over. Having mastered the magic of strengthening the body, the whole world of new opportunities opens. You can use different properties, easily winning the enemy. The young man confidently states Gyro. If you master the magic of recovery so much to protect yourself completely, you will eventually become able to be the same as he. Gyro, surprised by her eyes, asks whether it is true. The girl turns to Lex and shares that it seems that the danger from the world of demons has passed. But the Lex still does not feel rest. A huge and fierce monster viper silent is not suitable for call. It assumes that there are gates that lead to the world of demons. The lack of a sense of the cursed viper suggests that the gate is hidden somewhere in the mysterious magical obstacle. Confidence suggests that the gate should be somewhere near. Having examined the surroundings, you can easily destroy them, and at the same time collect trophies from a damn viper. The loud exclamation of Yaru strikes the boy, and the girl asks not to frighten her such surprises. What you do? A hefty monster suddenly appeared right in front of us, and his brother won him. A real hero, otherwise you won't say. Right like a legend character. The dream of fights, as desperate and agile as a brother, does not give Jiro rest. Once upon a time, he will definitely prove to everyone that he also has the power to fight the best. Suddenly the gyroscope shuddered, covered with an unfamiliar feeling that immediately spread to everyone around. The guy raises his hand up and warns, something is approaching. The sky is distinguished by a mysterious figure with the wings, and everyone is surprised to lift his eyes without recognizing the stranger. Creating with horns and wings fades in the middle of the crowd. People have frozen with horror, not having an idea that the monster is in front of them. Suddenly, the guy begins to decline in their direction. The girl tries to do something, but everyone notices. Her body seems to be petrified. It is impossible to move. Jiro is wondering whether the same demons that legends were about exist. The girl confidently assures, yes, they are real. The demon, after hearing it for the second time, finally realizes the truth and perceives everything as is. Unlike other creatures, people live only for about 100 years. Even the strongest spells will not extend their age more than twice. Once expelled from this world, they disappeared from the memory of history. Their names were erased, as if they did not exist. The sinister demon mocks, calling everyone around the fools for deciding to forget about their sworn enemies. The girl asks why the demon suits it all. In response, his laughter is heard. He entertains how sincerely she wants to save a wounded man. And a break is completed. Suddenly rushes forward and states loudly that they will not be able to escape. Everyone will die here. The girl turns to Jiro, and he is immediately alert. He is just opposite the demon, ready to rush into the attack. Thanks to the magic of body reinforcement, the desired speed becomes achievable for him, and the guy is already preparing to hit the demon. However, the girl suddenly picks him up and flies up, fleeing with him, because the demon throws their black sphere in them. The demon ominously asks whether they really believe that they could evade this blow. His attack changes the direction dramatically and now rushes simply on them. Jaira understands lightning. This is an attack that pursues the goal. The situation is rapidly complicated. You have to act immediately. Reading that once the situation has already happened, one should act. Asks Mina to apply its magic to enhance the body. Mina is amazed slightly, because it does not understand the reasons, but still agrees to help. Suddenly the guy grabs her hand and asks to wait. The surprised girl is lost in guessing, not understanding his intentions. The girl is thrown high into the sky. She screams from the fright, and the demon watches it with an evil smile. The demon mockingly states that the guy is ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of saving friends. Without holding back anger, the brave man rushes to attack and shouts that the enemy does not dare to underestimate him. The demon promises that the opponent will die before he manages to reach him. Zero notes. That's why he managed to strike at the last moment before his death. The demon layer flies to the guy rapidly, forcing him to barely set his hands to the block. Tension in every movement, fingers tremble from the force of impact. The demon cresses, demanding that the opponent finally disappear without a trace. Without a shadow of doubt, the guy assures that this is not the case, after which he rushes rapidly. From surprise, the demon loses vigilance. The guy swings and shouts that he does not dare to underestimate him. The next moment, his fist hit a demon in the face. The demon falls on the ground with a roar, cutting into the dust. The young man brightly grabs the sword, getting ready to strike the last blow. With a wild cry, the guy waves and finally strikes. Attacks just a demon that does not even have time to do anything. A cloud of dust rises at the sight of the impact. A surprised guy is interested in a demon that he thinks about the situation. The smile appears on his face, and he happily reports Norb. The idea worked exactly as he wanted. Among the branches, the girl looks out. She smiles warmth and applauds the gesture of consent. That's right, they had their own idea. As soon as Jarrison Norbs showed a sign after Meguri's help, he unnoticed a Minu, and in response to a secret signal. The meaning of this message was immediately clear to Norb. Noticing he rushed towards Demon, the girl immediately guessed. The guy asks to protect him with a jamper. She watched all this, hiding behind the tree and not making her eyes off. Based on the magic of strengthening the body, which was given to him by his brother, the protection of Norb and the remnants of therapeutic strengthening of the elements in his own witchcraft, the hero dared to withstand a terrible demon, having only 3 shields. As a result, everything happened safely. On the soft grass, feeling aching throughout the body, the guy realizes how tired of everything that happened. The guy quickly states that he still stays alive, but at that moment suddenly emerges the demon and begins to rage, shouting at the guy and insulting it. The demon rags, forbidding everyone even thinking about victory or succumbing to arrogance. In the heat of the battle, enemies fall one after the other, but the demon turns with a new wave of rage. The guy covers horror. This monster still stands steadfast. It becomes clear, they do not have any chances to defeat such an opponent. The demon with a scornful smile states that he has not seen such stupidity for a long time and will make them ask for an ambulance. With a smile on their mouths, the guy says that they have already won enough time for them, and the demon is only surprised to raise eyebrows. Jiro wonders if he noticed something unusual. Right behind the back stands the one who will force him to pray for a quick death, and the main character is already crucial. Backing in the back of the guy forces the demon to press and get in pain after an unexpected attack. Having apologized for late, the protagonist smiles and confidently promises to take up the business. Everyone looks at the protagonist with a smile, and he notices with easy relief that he appeared at the moment when it was needed. He barely had time to pick up the body of the cursed snake as the alarm swept into the soul. He was in a hurry to escape, but on the way, suddenly emerged a demon, a fierce enemy of all humanity. I was surprised and rejected far away. But this will not end there. It will definitely come back, because anxiety for friends does not give it rest. It seems that with Nolan and Mina, everything is fine, even though they ended with Mana. Judging by Meguri, she has already received healing. Jiro, on the contrary, all in the wounds and barely holds on his feet. Awareness comes. It is necessary to cure the wounded before the demon returns. The palm is filled with a glow, and using powerful healing, the hero wraps the bright aura around him. The amazed views are directed to their own bodies. No scratches were left, all the wounds have disappeared, as if they were never. Gree is filled with sincere gratitude, and the guy invites everyone to stay behind, obviously preparing for something important. The destruction of a demon, he trusts him, honestly wanting to support this battle, but is only afraid to become a burden, so he decides to rely on his strength. With a slight smile, the guy calls not to worry, and confidently asks everyone to rely on him. The demon will remain in his hands. The demon of rage shouts, calling people pathetic creatures, not understanding where they have the arrogance in them. The protagonist's question came again. He confesses that he was angry around the finger. It turns out that their weakness is smaller than his own. The demon does not restrain fierce, hearing it. He screams loudly, demanding silence, and in each hand collects one swing for the attack. With determination in the eyes of the hero declares, no chaos will break his world while he is here. Demons usually have a powerful ability, a dark flash, but now there is no threat from this force. Is this really a low-rank demon? The guy's vigilant look immediately captures another alarming detail. The black hole has not disappeared and continues to threaten. It is easy to guess. A gate that can connect this world with the kingdom of demons. These gates hide a threat, which is far superior to the monster itself. The gate is too close to the city. A little time. It is necessary to deal with the demon as soon as possible and destroy this gate. This thought does not leave him when he fades for a moment, reflecting the next step. In the boy's head, the thought is, if the demon and the gate have the same force, there is a chance to destroy them together with one blow. He proposes to act more decisively, pulls the sword from the vagina and confidently announces that it is time to start. The fierce roar of the demon is heard for the whole space, and the hero retains immobility. Squeezing a magical sword, he rises and is determined, preparing to activate his strength. In the eyes of the demon, the main character suddenly emerges, breaks the space with a powerful reception, and a demon stunned by an unexpected attack begins to make pain and fear. Dismembering of reality. Breakthrough through space. Here is the magic that is indifferent to the laws of the universe. It cuts everything in its path, destroys any obstacles, neglecting magic or physical protection. Quickly rushing forward, the heart accelerates from the feeling of a long-forgotten great witchcraft. The soul overflows the joy. Everything has gone without any troubles. Finally, he cheerfully waves his hand and reports that the case is complete. 4 do not make affected views from the protagonist. Jiro recalls how he has recently boasted incredible power, but it is not close to the power he saw. The girl assures, both the demon and the portal are destroyed by one powerful blow. He announces it to someone. He will not believe it, as well as the main character, the man of Confucius. The guy asked Elma what happened. The girl reported, the reward for winning the green dragon and fierce boars finally arrived. The protagonist was glad that he was waiting for this moment. The girl shares the news. For the destroyed evil boobs and the feudal lord gave them a reward. So now their reward has become even greater. Jiro says happily. Jiro says that Aniki dreams of getting rich. He does not even have faith. Hearing that it is only a green dragon, the girl sighs and warns. Such dragons should definitely not be underestimated. She was invited to the hall waiting, she asked. The man wondered if, as always, to get money in place. However, this time the amount is so large that the transfer in a separate room is safer and more appropriate. The awareness is suddenly permeated by Jiro. Now he will not know how much Aniki will get. The girl will remind that even Lex's closest friend must follow the rules of courtesy. She calls him the killer of dragons. With horror, the exclamation breaks the silence. Only they would not call this name. The name of the band that he once invented turned to him with a real shame. None of the audience opposes the main character, and the girl, having lost, asked again. All the secret will become known equally, so it is better for everyone to see the truth with their own eyes. It was at this moment that Jiro was waiting, because he knows these people better than anyone, and now the smile does not get out of his face. The girl nods as a sign of consent, quickly brings her hair, then politely escorts the guests and invites them to go inside. Unlocking the door, the girl brings a large, heavy bag into the room and puts it on the table. She reports that this is the promised award of auction. Another small bag lies on the table, and everyone thinks, what is interesting to be inside? Probably there are small money? According to the girl, this is a reward for the sale of a green dragon and 3 evil boars. Together, 20 platinum coins were obtained. Surprising, Jiro notes that 20 gold coins are not enough for all this good. His companion only smiles mysteriously and asks what he is talking about, because these coins are not gold, but platinum. In the mind of the hero, there's an idea of platinum coins, the same rare money which are resorted only when gold coins are already inconvenient in circulation. Special, exceptional coins for special occasions. The mag girl asks Noel how much 1 platinum coin costs, because she remembers the exchange rate well. The memory that 1 platinum coin is equal to 10,000 gold simply stunned everyone. No one expected. 20,000 gold are offered for this case. This amount is stunning the main character and everyone around, because for a Jiro it is just incredible money. The girl shares the news. At the auction managed to sell all parts of the monster. Eyes, bones, skin, internal organs, and even the nucleus. Each fragment was offered separately, but the cost of the dragon parts was not so high, so almost everything was quickly exchanged for gold coins. Among the participants, only one part of the dragon caused a special hype, for which a fierce struggle broke out. The protagonist is immersed in reflections, trying to understand the hidden meaning of these battles. There were no difficulties with wild boars. They were easily sold to the local nobility. The guy again points out that the amount is still too big. The girl explains that the largest part of this remuneration is the contribution of the local feudal lord. The main character does not let go. He is again interested in details about the feudal ruler. As soon as a truly dangerous monster appears on the lands of the feudal lord, the authorities promise a considerable reward to those who can win it. The guy is immediately interested in the details of this proposal. Although it is clear why it happened, the amount that the feudal lord sent seems to be truly enormous. It seems that the feudal lord here is a real good, sincerely worries about his people. A rare example of a worthy nobility in this world. The main character joyfully receives his award. Zero admits him with incredible, the usual adventure of the adventure of D, and could not dream of such earnings. In fact, the guy himself does not hide his astonishment. The reward is 20 platinum coins, as it has already been announced. The amount that was prepared here takes into account the commission, which is 8%. In a small bag, 18 platinum coins gathered, and the big rest of the donation lies in the big. In total, all this is 4,000 gold. The protagonist suddenly realizes, a small bag means something important. The girl notes that this huge amount can be left on the guild account, but the guy immediately shows his magic bag, just for such cases. Somehow, if they want to hunt great prey again, she persistently advises to turn with her trophies to their guild. Despite the commission, it promises that the reward will be worthy. The girl specifies whether the guys just want to earn a commission. The girl pretends that she does not understand what is being said, and the protagonist thinks, nothing surprise, they were also pleased to make money. But unexpectedly, all his attention is captured by the thought of a true great win. Recalling the moment when he managed to kill a snake, the guy asked, could they sell something to him? Realizing that the guy has already caught more than she is genuinely rejoicing and proclaiming, now there is a great opportunity to make good money. The guy is surprised to mark her incredible excitement and devotion. The girl is wondering, if it is not a damn monster, can he be dangerous? The guy nods. This creature came from the demonic world. It is not so easy to remove the curse. There is no need to worry. The curse of the snake will disappear with her death. The effect of this spell resembles the magic of body strengthening, only with harmful, damned energy. It looks like Jiro used healing during training. The girl is wondering if she heard about a monster from the demonic world. The young man confirms. Yes, this is the kind of creature of the demon and called through the gate. The scream of horror breaks from her mouth when she sees a demon. This is what a real, habitual reaction looks like. Absolutely natural behavior in this situation. From the stool, a male voice came. He is interested in Celia. The girl is not too willing, but shares her feeling. She tells of a premonition that does not leave her. With a joyful smile, he reports that the terrible prediction of the monster's invasion has disappeared, as if it were not. The relief overwhelms her heart. The surprise paralyzed both when her words were heard. Yesterday, using prediction, she saw only the preceding trouble, but today this vision has suddenly disappeared. The man has wondered if this means that there is no danger to the earth. The girl with a smile replies, "Yes, now everyone will be able to live quietly and in harmony." Happy smiling, the man exclaims that the news is just wonderful. He cannot even believe what happened immediately after that the guy was hired. I am sure of his correctness. John suggests that the orc probably caught something in the words of my lord and decided to get rid of the true cause of disaster. The worthy real winner of the dragons, the hero, deserves awards for his feats. The level of an experienced adventure seeker opened the truth to him in the words of the Earl Vi, and, feeling not good, he himself undertook to solve the situation. For such courage and ingenuity, the real place for this brave is among the seizures of the rank. The girl asks them to stay still, promises now to call the police, and insists that they do not go anywhere. In a few minutes the door dissolves, and inside comes a man who was driven by Elma. He immediately asks the question that what the urgent case brought him here. The look goes forward, and the question sounds, "Who are these children?" The girl promises. Now she will tell everything. The girl proudly speaks Alex, who controls the Guild of Adventure Seekers. In cases where something that exceeds its authority occurs, it immediately turns to the guilder. The news that he stands in front of the guild is stunning the guy. It is not believed that such an outstanding personality came here. The man is warmly welcomed, appearing like Barkley. The answer sounds that the feeling is mutual. The main character is called Lex, and then everyone calls their name. Having met the guests, the owner gladly welcomes them and is interested in a smile with what business the girl came to him. Does she know that he is an extremely busy man? Elma jokingly suggests, maybe all his trouble is only to drink sake and play cards. He once belonged to the best in rank A, so let it work further according to their merits. The protagonist is especially captivated by such a legendary personality. The quiet whisper Noel comes to the main character. Usually to lead the guild, you need to reach at least rank and among adventure seekers. Such news immediately decomposes everything in its place. A man realizes that he really faces an exceptional personality. The laugh of that man confirms. There were unusual people gathered here. Without the desire to spoil the mood, Elm reports that they recently found a damn snake nearby. Barley, having lifted his eyebrows, asks what happened this time. The girl explains. It is a dangerous monster of the highest class that arrived from the demonic world. The awareness of what is happening is covered by a sudden wave, and with a confusion in his voice, he asks it again. He is interested in how a monster from the demonic world came here, and insists that the girl immediately gives a signal of anxiety for adventure seekers. He answers him calmly. There is no cause. The snake is already neutralized. The man is aware of it and proposes to collect sorcery and priests to understand the situation. Barkley cannot believe heard and asks whether it is true. The girl nods, confirm his assumption. The gate to the world of demons, and the demon has finally appeared in the eyes of eyewitnesses. A man, puzzled, asks what other demons are roaming in our time. I have never heard about such a time. If this is indeed related to the world of demons, the event must be reported to the authorities. The news of the destroyed gates and a demon stuns the man. He does not find words and in a hurry asks what it has ended. Holding a smile, the protagonist notes Elmi that there is nothing to joke here. Even for her, it is a bust. In silence, but everyone understands. A gilder. Suddenly the protagonist confirms the words. Yes, all that said is true. He suggests showing the carcass if it is interesting, because according to Giros, Lex never lies. Barkley also advises to deliver the body to the production department. Probably, it thinks that it is just some kind of mutated snake or something like that. This is how the production department looks from the inside. For the first time, they saw how they disassemble carcasses. Barkley explains that only the strongest teams are allowed to the production department. It is they who have the skills of hunting for really great prey. Therefore, Barkley appeals to the guy to show them the body. The guy lifts the bag and has fun and reports that here she is. The man only glances and notes that the damn snake was several times larger. And suddenly, as if from nothing, a giant snake carcass emerges in front of everyone. The man's eyes expand. He is so shocked and barely finds words, asking what it is. Of course, he pulled this thing out of the magic bag. He did not borrow his wit. But was this thing lost? How did she find herself in him again? The guy shrugged his shoulders. He just brought such an object from home. In their village, this is a common thing. Everyone has at least one. Incredible convenience. The man is surprised and asks what is the village where people have similar ones. After resting, the man inhales on full breaths. Elma reminds, everything happens exactly as she said. Now he really became clear to him that it was pure truth. Surprised why Elma did not share this earlier, the guy raises her questions. Elma replies, she told everything from the beginning, since he defeated the dragon. She reminds, the fault on him, because he did not want to listen to her confession. The man is wondering if it is really a newcomer who was able to defeat the dragon and receives confirmation. If he made more efforts, he would have learned about Lex for a long time. The girl insists that he makes every effort, and the man is suspicious of whether it was her plan from the beginning. There is no dispute. He agrees with her. After the victory over the dragon, and now, after obtaining the body of the monster from the demonic world, there was no doubt. Such a person would confidently believe in his own strength. Berkeley turns to the boy with interest in the voice. Is his name really his name? He won the demon, right? Where did the fragments of the gate go? And the demon, what happened to him? The young man begins his story. The gate, along with the demon itself, remained in another dimension. The man asks, as well as that is true. The new moon is wondering whether it creates any problems. What does the answer receive? If the evidence appears, you can inform the government. It will definitely attract attention. Without convincing evidence, the higher classes simply do not see the reason to believe. The nobility tend to doubt everything that is not supported by facts. Those who want to invent stories for the sake of profit are enough. I had to face in the past life. According to Jiro, he also witnessed this scene. The Lex used the magic skillfully, cut the demon in half, and then tightened it inside. Minos confirmed his words, adding that what happened was a real miracle of witchcraft. Meguri shares that the demon was just crazy from thirst to murder and was certain that they would stay here for the sake of the church. Noel confirms every word, and the hero on the face has a genuine surprise from the herd. There is still a monster's body from the demonic world. If it were frozen and handed over to the military, the case would immediately be publicized. The guy apologizes that he has spoiled the evidence, but Berkeley only reassures, there is nothing to worry about. Berkeley emphasizes, the most important thing, did the victims. I am sure everyone is well aware of it. It is impossible to share details about the event. The case with the demon has already caused a stir even among the bosses. Jiro asks whether this means that all Lex's achievements are now in vain, because so unfairly. But the Lex only replies with a smile that it is not scary. The safety of people is more important than any merit. Berkeley assures that there is no reason to worry. They are waiting for an honest reward and a separate fee for the monster's body. In addition, Guildmaster increases them to the rank recognizing merit for the destruction of a dangerous monster. This news is stunning the main character. Sincere words of admiration of the moon have responded from Jiro, so rarely happens to meet a true B class that has been able to overcome it on its own. In the soul, the idea is that this guy deserves immediate rise to A rank. The impressive rapid lift of the newcomer would have attracted excess attention. Suspicions would be inevitable. The real breakthrough was waiting ahead, because another dangerous task promised an even greater jump in his status. Dreams of rapid rise to finally go to dangerous areas. In this area, entrance is strictly forbidden low level due to significant danger. The guild declared it closed, so the place was particularly dangerous. There are 3 categories of such territories here. For visitors to rank B and above, for those who have a rank A and more, as well as for selected with rank S, it quickly comes that to enter the area it is necessary to have a rank not lower than B. This idea has immediately flashed in Megara, so he decides to lift Lex to rank B, only to enable him to get there. The man confirms that this place is really extremely dangerous, as evidenced by its name. It is easy to get a threat, but for the desired result, the risk is justified. It is only necessary to clean this territory, and the increase is guaranteed. Inside the zones, an extremely dangerous place is hidden, which should be neutralized. It grows rapidly and can be a real threat. Do they know about the crushing land? The rumor of this place reaches everyone. Jiro covers confusion. Is there a similar corner in general? The man announces the area near the city where you can start the case. As soon as the work is done, it will be officially increased. Alma confidently states that Guildmaster's inadvertent words can be safely ignored. Unlike him, these people really deserve trust. Unfortunately, the achievements of this group are so significant that they cannot be evaluated openly. However, none of these actions will be ignored. They will all be recorded and taken into account during the evaluation. This also applies to future merit. In fact, no idea had that there is such a dangerous territory at all. But if you can be useful at least somehow, there was a desire to check your own strength. The smile was on the face of the protagonist, and with a slight nod, he decides to move forward, where at every step they chat. The first steps in the room, and before the eyes there is a scene. The horde is interrogated whether it is true. With a smile replies, "Self-confidence is better than any word." The Lex is shared with Org news about the victory over the snake. The Org seems to be satisfied and advises not to stop there. His mood has risen noticeably. It looks like something good happened. Smiling happily, Org thanks Lex for questions and willingly leads it to where the animal's body is left. Often, people with suspicion call it an evil creature or ask if something dark is hidden in it. During the task of destroying the monsters, the hero exactly came across this mysterious creature. The obstacle was strong, but no force was able to resist his deadly blow. The unmistakable Lex says enthusiastically, "It really impresses, although he has not been waiting for him." Introduced to yourself, overcame the monster of level B, becomes stronger every day. The friend asks whether the secret of his new strength is in the armor here, or grabbed his hand and asked sharply to silence because they say luck is also a skill. At this point, the protagonist felt the real warmth. How wonderful to have a friend with whom you can carelessly joke. He notes that the equipment is only a tool because the real victory is not the weapon, but the one who owns it. The monster is overthrown, and the Agrus confirms that this opinion is quite fair. Usually small boar is protected by adults, so catching such a real luck. And if you fry the meat of a young boar on the fire, you get a delicate, juicy dish. The impressive organization. It was thanks to it that it was possible to find a small beast. Full of joy, he already anticipates how delicious the sake today will be. One of his friends asks if he's going to visit the tomorrow banquet. The memory of this emerges in his memory, and understanding the importance of the moment immediately comes to him. It is simply impossible to ignore the event of such a scale when you are a person of this level. The real adventurer of the adventure of the rank, and does not retreat and accepts the invitation as it seems to be his status. The awareness of his grandeur is captivated by the hero by surprise. Get an invitation to the feast, probably would be confused and refused. But this night everything is different. The soul is mastering lightness, and the mood reaches for the festive hop. The crowd rained down the tightness, all gathered together. The bitter tears and the cry of the soul escaped from the mouth of Jiro, who confesses that he did not imagine life without Lex. The views of others turn to him, wondering the sincerity of feelings. Mina is gently asks to calm down, reminds he is no longer a child, but it only annoys it. She does not understand what she is talking about, and is almost screaming, "The Lex goes away. Do you not understand?" Suddenly, a joyful smile appears on the boy's face. Illuminated that you can just go with the Lex. Mina immediately breaks it, warning not to invent nonsense. They with such a low, only pH level, it is forbidden to step into the forbidden zone, where only experienced adventurers with rank is not lower than 5. The insult boils again in the chest, but suddenly the girl quickly gives him a slap on the head and strictly orders to stop complaining. The hero suddenly opens the truth. This too is reminiscent of a true brother and sister. The young man notes, "You only need to increase your rank." Noel denies right away. It is not as easy as it seems at first glance. Although they belong to F-Rang, only something really extraordinary will allow them to catch up with it. But the guy smiles confidently. There is no reason to worry, because the magic of strengthening the body has already mastered. It is only necessary to train persistently, and strength will grow at times faster. The great power is not born only from talent. It is forged through pain and test, in the desire to achieve the goal, as Gyro and his comrades do, dreaming of becoming fighters of dragons. Undoubtedly, everyone here has a chance to become stronger. Jiro is interested in the boy if he really believes it. Without doubt, the main character confidently agrees. In his words, Jiro only smiles joyfully and assures that he is certainly catching up with him. The guy will wait for him, but the minds have more doubts. As long as he rises to the B rang, the Lex, most likely, will already reach S ranga. When it comes to Lex, most will probably agree with it. But the Lex itself is convinced that the surrounding ones give it too much. Mina sincerely thanks for the magic lesson and promises to make every effort to master the art of lightning. The young man is convinced that she will be able to master all this very soon. If suddenly becomes lonely, there will always be a way to return. Meanwhile, friends will work hard to reach the highest title. In her belief, there is hardly someone who could teach us magic better than the main character. Not surprisingly, students seek more, because the local magicians of this city were limited only by the basics. Subsequently, the question of the possibility of visiting the native village is heard. The village contains a textbook of magic, which the guy created on his own. Mina is amazed at such a news and insists that she must see this book. However, the guy only shrugs. They say, "There is nothing special in this textbook." He conceived this work for those who seek to master magic, hoping to inspire them to new accomplishments. Mina paid attention to how exciting this village. From the textbook, the guy learned only simple magicians that will be useful for the children. She doubts whether it will really help them in difficult situations. His native village lies in the west, with several mountain strands. Gathering on the road, the guy asks his friends to protect himself. Everyone stands in front of him, looking at the distant way. Elma also warns of caution and reports that Orgo caused the local feudal lord. Because of this, Orgo asked Elma to pass the message. He is sorry that he could not spend on the road, but sincerely wishes a happy trip. In addition, Guildmaster also wanted to meet him, but he was littered. It seems that even the head of the guild is afraid of Elma. Jaira promises to catch up with the boy a little later and asks to wait for her. Minas is already saying goodbye to him, waving goodbye. Meguri with a smile hints that she is waiting for gifts. Noel jokingly asks not to perceive her words too seriously and advises him to be careful. People ask him. Let him try to impress everyone, they say. They will meet later. This place has become native to him. He catches himself in mind, as he would like to stay here at least a little. The comfort around him was at home, in his own village. Living adventures, a real risk-seeker cannot be different than going on. Promoted a new meeting loudly, the guy rises into the sky with the help of a windmill. And around everyone is surprised. That's a flight. Amazing sight. In mines, the eyes are surprised when it turns out that there is actually flight with magic. But is it so difficult to master it? She wonders and asks aloud. Mina confesses that although she does not have witchcraft, even from the side to see such, a real miracle, incredible power. The study of the magic of flight has been going on for many years. Despite this, the secrets of true skill have not yet been revealed. They say that the military and the government are currently conducting secret experiments, promoting this science forward. Going to the sky on the monster has become much easier if you want to take off as boldly as Noel Fout. The Lex captures. His crazy ideas do not know the limits. Calling for a workout, Gyro promises to stand up full to faster with Lexa and go together into new adventures. According to Mina, training is a great idea. Isn't it fun to know more about Lacey? Without hesitation, he agrees to it. Hearing Lex's mention of his native village, everyone was immediately interested. Natural curiosity engulfed everyone. What was the place? Therefore, the issue is resolved. Mina reports that their next stop is the native land of Lex. Noel is convinced that when it comes to their native land, they will definitely be able to solve the source of its incredible strength. While harvesting things is ongoing, Nadia is finally burning in the heart to open the veil of this great secret. In addition to the exclamations of joy and happy faces around, suddenly everyone noticed that even a guilder himself came to the hall. In the middle of the joyful homon, Mina calls and asks why he is here. The courtesy pushed him to spend the guest, but there was no time at all. And the desire to get into the frame also played a role. Let Elma know. It is not at all the desire to relax or something in this spirit. Elma insists to return to business, and without hesitation pulls a guilder behind himself. He has fun confessing that he also does not mind to join. Corrupting loudly, he demands to inform him if they find out something. Elma sharply breaks the conversation and reminds that time to take the case. The owner of the palace sincerely thanks Org for accepting the invitation, and assures that here you can relax and get real pleasure from the dishes. Org looks carefully at the dishes and enthusiastically notes what they are gorgeous. Cutting off a piece, he finally tastes. The incredible taste is immediately impressive, so delicious that it is hard to believe. Everyone gathered at the table. The man put a bottle of wine on the table. Vicomte lifted a glass, dumped and addressed Orga. He said that he heard. Another insidious boar was finally caught. Org agrees, adding that he recently won one of them. The rumors came to this man. They say Org coped alone. ARD asserts that special skills are needed to defeat such a giant. In fact, the monster was not so big. That is why the victory was easy. If the opponent was larger, everything would have happened completely differently. The girl notes, he alone defeat the monster of Class B. This is exactly the level of skills await from the adventurers of the rank A. A man with a smile notes that not only modest, but also extremely gifted, and is happy to know the interlocutor closer. After the auction for the dragon and evil boars, the money they got to him seemed just fabulous. With such wealth, does it make sense to continue adventure at all? Didn't you think of looking like a knight? Asks the man, slowly tasting the wine. Finally, the clairvoyant talked about the most important thing. The outstanding talent, capable of winning even a dragon, in their order could be the key to power. For such a knight, you can not only curb proud dragons, but also keep in the ultrasound of all the surrounding aristocrats. In certain circumstances, Mellered is ready to offer even his own hand and heart, if it helps to hire it. But if the events go that way, the sadness on the face of Lady Celia is inevitable. You need to look for another way out. With a surprised look, the guy tries to understand what the dragon is talking about. The man is talking about the dragon and malicious boars, which have recently been auctioned. This was his entertainment. Does he realize that this event has already stirred even the capital of the kingdom? The girl confesses that it is thanks to his help that they managed to seize the heart of the dragon. The words of the guy and the misunderstanding why so happened still do not give him rest. He heard in a butcher's reflection. He is rumored that the local traveler won both the dragon and the evil boars, but the person does not look like his hero at all. The true hero does not seek glory, but he has no admiration of a noble reason. The Bagretsky thinks, everything happened exactly as Mellered predicted, so there is no more sense to pretend to be a fool. Orgar recognizes that the dragon has not won. This business has completed another adventure seeker. After these words, an awkward silence is rolled around the room. He was destined to defeat the February boar, although it was his first experience. The man is wondering if it is a sixth victory, but the guy denies. The man is surprised to be interested in John, what it means, and Celia also asks to clarify the situation. The boy's distrustful look hints, is anyone ready to explain what is happening here? Meanwhile, Men and Celia are raised from the table. The nervous laughter breaks out into John. With a joking admiration, says that the org also has overcome such a sinister boron. The joy is overwhelming that such a capable subordinate has got. But instead of gratitude on John, the formidable exclamations on both sides. The city of Hoki stands before the eyes of the protagonist in all its beauty. The passion overwhelms the soul, and the steps themselves lead to him. The forest seems to him endless. And even in previous lives, nothing like this happened. Is there a larger forest somewhere? Suddenly, the gaze turns something unusual. In the air, the glare of fire and light is burning, as if someone's witchcraft unfolded right in the middle of the forest. It is felt. These are the traces of magic of newcomers who have just penetrated the thicket. The guy explains. These places are one of the most dangerous lands, a real forest of demonic creatures. It seems to be the level of B. Judging by the name, there is a creation. It is time to go down and go through the gate. His unexpected actions will undoubtedly impress everyone around. An unexpected picture unfolds before the eyes. Passers, by quietly engaged in their affairs. And it is genuinely amazed by the main character. Among this crowd can be even levels B. Not surprising that it is so hummed. But first you should visit the local Adventurers Guild. The creaking doors are red. Here it is, a new base. Inside life, full of people. The atmosphere of the guild resembled a cozy tavern. Here everything raged with life. He heard stories about this place, but the reality was completely different than he imagined earlier. It is probably better to focus here, because the bulletin board appears on the building. Unlike other experienced adventurers, these guys are still very young. Beginners, the same as the hero himself. It becomes clear that the tasks with C and the below are not related to the forest. The temptation to take several C or D rank tasks is in imagination, but there are quests available only for ranks B and above. Perhaps it is worth starting. A stranger appears behind and asks if the hero knows that it is simply impossible to take this task with his rank. Rotates around anyone. The voice impressively clarifies whether he hears at all, and at the same moment a strong hand grabs his shoulder. Turning, the guy notices a girl who says, he tells it only because there's no one else except him. The beauty of the girl impresses so much that the hobby breaks out involuntarily. And immediately, awkward, apologizes for excessive frankness. The girl's cheeks are filled with a blush. An apology is accepted because it was nothing but an innocent compliment that there was no reason to be angry. Unexpectedly, the girl denies her words, specifying that she was referring to another. She explains that these tasks are related to the forest of demonic animals. There are usually adventurers of rank B. Beginners need to choose tests that meet their capabilities. However, the guy confidently states that he already has a rank B. Recently, rising to rank B, the boy was allowed to visit dangerous territories. The girl specifies if he really says everything. Hearing a confident answer, there is an excitement on her face. She is noticeably nervous. The girl apologizes, but the guy just smiles and says that everything is fine. It is called Lex and came from Tagai. I wonder if this girl is called. Laliara calls her name. A bold traveler chose a forest filled with predatory demonic animals. The girl is wondering if the forest of demonic animals came here. To which the guy with a smile replies, after raising the rank, the guilder's leader told him about these lands, so he went to the nearest city, located in the same region. Lilira is already aware. All the preparations are complete, but the guy does not catch what it is about. It seems that the boy's response testified. He was told nothing about the forest of demonic animals. He wondered if it was a common forest where different animals are found. However, the true essence of this place is completely different. It is asked to listen more closely. The forest of demonic animals is a space where every creature is a real monster. The boy's fear of this thought is permeable. In this place, both animals, insects, and even trees are real monsters. You will not find any familiar animal there, which is why the forest is named. But that's not all. Monsters hide, masked under branches and plants, and then suddenly attack, as mucus does, for example. That is why, in order to step into this forest, you have to bring not only potions and antidotes, but also protective barriers and incense with monsters. Without this time, this forest is too dangerous to search for treasure. That is why you need to prepare in advance. Without reliable satellites, you will have to join a group that has a barrier creator if he agrees to take it. The girl hopes that everything became clear to him. The hero was genuinely surprised by her sudden outburst of anger, and later it turned out, this was hiding a good soul, and in his heart he made it easier. The harsh words only hid her concern for him, but the guy thanked her frankness. Smiling, she noted that he was not lacking in sincerity. The ability to listen carefully to people is a real talent. It is because of this that the guy at such a young age has already gained the title of Adventurers of the B-Rang. The boys remind her, when she did not pay attention to their advice, she had to feel everything in her own experience. It corresponds to the cry that these events have long gone. The girl states that this is not the shameless people for this. However, their behavior shows that they are real friends. Suddenly, he first meets a peer with a rank B. He is wondering if she is the same level. The girl with a smile confirms, "It is a pleasure to realize that there is someone else in this place." It adds confidence because only the older people are around it, and a familiar sense of loneliness appears inadvertently. The fate has already decided everything in advance. The girl extends the boy's treats and smiles, but he politely refuses, assuring that it is not necessary to worry about him so. But she insists. Let her accept her suggestion as an apology. In the end, someone nods clearly as a sign of consent. The proximity of the city to the danger zone attracts numerous merchants who hope to find rare materials available only in such places. The local adventurers always have something to do. There are no orders. Finally, it becomes clear why so many assignments happen precisely below. From time to time, monsters are selected from the forest, and to defeat such, level B task. However, in the lower part of the forest, this is extremely rare, so such requests almost do not appear on the bulletin board. The girl glances at the boy, looking at his appearance and speeches, and notes, he seems to be younger than her. He asks with interest how old he is. The young man replies that he is 15. The girl is surprised. He has only become an adventurer, and has already reached the rank of B, great abilities. The hero quickly waves. They say, all this is ordinary luck, and luck, after all, is also a kind of skill. The proposal to invite a girl for the next birthday makes him smile. Before that event for a year, the girl asks, and Lex specifies, he has recently celebrated his 15th anniversary. Next year he will have the next age. The interested views of the audience go to them. The girl with a smile is wondered if he recently passed the ceremony, and how much time he calls herself an adventure seeker. The guy replies, even the month has not passed, as he started this road. The girl begins to shake, and she exclaims the boy that he is only a fake. The surprise makes her ask what he meant. In response, the tension reaches the limit. The fist rakes on the table. A loud voice stated that it was disgusting and warned, you no longer laugh at it. The look of the main character is full of confusion. He did not understand the girl's words, and she had already managed to go away. Holos reigns in thoughts. Is it worth catching up with her and apologizing? But for what, if he still does not understand what he offended? The laughter of one of the boys suddenly breaks the silence, jokes that the new one is not upset. She rejects the light-hearted phrase, she hates such as he, elite hunters for rank. The protagonist is interested in who this stranger is. He replies, his name is Ivan, and he is an adventure seeker who lives in this city. The handshake erases the tension, and the hero immediately calls his name, wondering that he is in general hiding according to rank hunting. Some adventure seekers join the teams of experienced characters, and allow themselves to pull themselves to get a new level without even making enough effort. This trick is especially fond of children from rich families. It remains a mystery for him why to do so. The man feels her experience perfectly, because there is no chance to survive in the forest here. This thought is also disturbed by himself. It is time to disassemble dreams and soberly choose the tasks that you can accomplish. The protagonist notes that he was never in the detachment, only accompanied someone, but did not join the team. The man quickly guesses what he leads to. It is clear that the guy has reached the level of the B class alone, thanks to his own skills. The hero confirms this with a short nod. Without restraining, the man suddenly explodes with a loud laughter, and hesitates without hesitation to the boy. There is no more point in pretending. After all, it is better for him to start with the bottom with F rang. Not everyone dare to recognize their weakness, which is already a true courage. The distrust of others becomes a real obstacle. If so continues, it will be almost impossible to travel between cities. And how to prove your rightness to others? The man proposes to show his strength and asks whether he is not present, because he knows the easy way to prove his power. One adventure can help him with that. All you have to do is handle it, and even a fragile appearance will not prevent recognition. The trial began with a real baptism of fire, and the main character does not leave the feeling. What did he actually agree? The man orders the boy to follow and asks to demonstrate what he is capable of. A little confused, the guy hopes that he will be able to dispel all the misunderstandings, demonstrating what he is capable of. Meanwhile, their journey ended, the destination before the eyes. Only demonic monsters live in this forest. Every creature here is a real monster. Plants do not expect help. They scatter the seeds themselves to grow the forest constantly and with. Because of this, neighboring states give the same task again and again. Under the axes of people fall not just a tree, it is a predatory plant, a monster mimic, similar to a regular tree. Skillfully pretending to be vegetation, such monsters attack the careless from the rear. Meeting them is a real trouble. The continuous struggle for survival awaits every newcomer. Just at the entrance, you have to click with plants that are attacked. Cry, tears, pain, all this accompanies every step until the weakness is replaced by force. Here is the real essence of the test of fire. The protagonist receives the task at any cost to destroy 10 of these creepy plants. To win at least 10 wins is a prerequisite. Otherwise it will not last even a minute in the forest. Such a task is clearly under the power to him. It is necessary to stand full and destroy at least 10 monsters plants. Otherwise in the forest will not last a minute. It turns out that the eternal quest is designed for those who only take the first steps in adventure. The man explains that in order for a weak beginner to gain strength faster, you must first gain enough experience. In fact, this task is created to train thieves and monks who have weak combat skills. In this forest, even those who usually stay behind will have to fight a rod. You will not envy the guy here. The conditions are really rigid. The man struck the hero lightly on his back and assured, if he understood everything, it is time to move. It is not necessary to worry, because in which case there will always be reliable support. The protagonist nodded as a sign of consent. Friends reassure, they say, do not teach too much. Nothing wrong if it is not possible. The guy understands. In some places he is flickering, but he still feels concern. Apparently, the reason is that it is perceived by a newcomer. At first glance, only two groups are visible here, Ivan and those who are fighting nearby. I am convinced that it is necessary not to call the disaster. In this forest, all the monsters and neighboring states are trying hard to restrain the growth of the forest. Without any hesitation, the main character decides to burn everything around. Struggling the flames of hell, the protagonist draws a fire circle in the air and directs it forward, turning the flame into a rapid stream. The magic of fire is a spell that releases a stream of frantic temperature straight forward. The force is so powerful that the tongues of the fire immediately absorb all oxygen around. These magic, as if created for them. Without the need for accurate blows, shocked people who are unable to move. He asks if this is not enough, and if so, let them wait. The man tries to stop them and wonder what it was at all. Pure hell, and no. The man is wondering, how is it simple when the name itself scares? In fact, it is ordinary witchcraft used in everyday business. The atmosphere is filled with fun. With the advent of an unusual guest, everyone admires glasses of beer and celebrate together. The passionate man asks, is it not a miracle to possess such incredible magic? Another also witnessed a miracle. So much forces were laid to battle with an axe, and here the enemies were destroyed by one flash in a moment. The main character with a smile says he is overestimated. There is nothing special about this. In the native village such magic was used except for mowing grass. Men around surprise even more. His home seems to them a real demon lair. Whatever it is, if he is among them, but suddenly forgot his name and asked it, the guy immediately suggests his name is called. Men live lively that as long as they have strength in their feet. They are afraid of nothing, and they will no longer have to work in the forest. Some are wondering if it is really so dangerous. Local monsters are also distinguished, and they are striking. And the trees are so saturated with moisture that it is almost impossible to set fire to them. Many prey overflows the warehouses, and now there are almost no merchants. That is why despair rarely agrees to accomplish this task. If no one does this, the forest will continue to grow. So there are many reasons why it is still expanding. With the advent of Lex and his fiery magic, any wooden obstacles or forest monsters will turn into ashes in a matter of moments. Everyone is waiting for it to finally destroy this forest, watching it cleanse the thickets. And the boys, meanwhile, clap their hands in support. But their support, though sincere, causes pain. So he asks to stop. Suddenly, the main character's gaze stops at Lillian. She moves just to them. With a light smile on her face, she passes by the boy, feeling true. Noticing this, the guy understands. You need to act in order to resolve everything and dispel the misunderstanding. But a man nearby reassures him. He asks not to fuss and just relax. It is enough to bring Trophy from the forest to battle with monsters, and there will be no doubt about his strength. Full output. This is how Ivan works, stepping forward and charging everyone around faith in his strength. A true, experienced adventure seeker. In the whole voice, he proposes to arrange a celebration in advance, although, if you look well, there is no confidence in it at all. Standing in the house, the main character feels that it is time to go to the forest of animals. What to choose? Face demons or go the other way? This dilemma does not rest throughout the morning. Suddenly the guy is addressed. A tall girl is wondering if he is. Vlad claims that he is he, but does not understand who is addressing him. The girl apologizes for her sharpness. Murish is presented as an assistant to the head of the Guild of Adventure in Hessier. Confidence on the face of a young man. He perceives it as a special person in the guild. Greetings politely, rejoicing in dating. Called Lex. He wondered what she needs from him. It turned out that they had one task that she would not have prevented him with his assistance. Does he want to listen to the details? The guy is interested in what task he was instructed. This is a direct order from the deputy chairman of the guild. You will definitely not name the simple task. He believes that he just refuse, without even listening, would be impolite. He notes, he does not make any promises yet. If everything suits the interlocutor, you can try to start. Mauritius assures that the final decision remains after him. After weighing all the circumstances, he will determine whether to make a proposal. The guild will not be forced and leaves the freedom of choice. The views of all present are aimed at this couple, and the main character immediately notices it. Without wasting time, he addresses a girl with a direct question. What is the task awaits them in front of them? Mauritius proposes to go to the case immediately. He needs to stop the forest growth immediately. From the mouth of desperate rumors came about his incredible abilities, as if this person's fiery magic turned a whole area of forest into ashes. Members of the guild went to check the rumors and confirmed that it was not fictional. Returning, they said that huge areas of the forest lie in ruins. Since the young man has already passed the rite of dedication, he knows about the basic rules of life of the forest. He is wondering whether the forest is constantly growing, and the girl nods confirmation. Together with other countries, they are already looking for a way out of the situation, but the pressure of endless monsters is too strong, so it is still lacking in the forest. In fact, if the forest continues to grow at such a speed, soon the city of Hoxie will disappear under the Green Sea. Residents were already ready for such fate. Suddenly, a Lex appeared on the horizon, which was a real surprise for everyone. The joyous news instantly cheered them up. It seemed that the heavens themselves sent them this help. The guy tries to understand what is being about. The girl asks him to use magic to burn the heart of the forest. He promises a reward, the size of which will depend on the part that he will be able to destroy. He was promised to pay a silver coin for every square meter. And yet, the destruction of the trap plant has 5 copper. He wondered why he was so generosity. The girl replied that it would save time and effort. Even a double reward is not equal to this help. Unfortunately, the amount of remuneration is limited. The amount is compensated for by raising the amount, so he will move his career instead of money. The guy has wondered if there are any restrictions on the fire of the forest, and the girl is already dreaming. If it were allowed, then he would burn the whole forest to the background. When forests get completely curved outlines, such areas are simply forgotten. After all, there are almost no valuable resources there, and the inhabitants' monsters only at the end scatter new seeds, gradually changing the outline of the forest. At the same time, the environment itself is steadily growing. By seeing the essence, the protagonist understands that it is only necessary to change the image, and adventure seekers will instantly lose any interest. That's all that is. If the forest grows into a long lane, there is a risk that it will completely absorb the city. That is why his plan is to set fire to the forest around the perimeter, leaving the city no chance of being trapped by green huts. On request from neighboring countries, transport is organized. They will agree so that all expenses are taken by the state. The reward is really generous. However, everything will turn upside down if you deprive him of his will. Imaging how you have to fight a regular sword, the question arises, will the opportunity to take other tasks, having agreed to this proposal? The girl notes that as long as the forest is burned from time to time, she can safely perform other tasks. Hearing about the possible moving of the boy to another city, the girl calmly agrees. This is his choice. However, he adds, the soul will be calm only when it will first burn this forest. The ability to perceive this request as a common task during the adventure convinced the guy to agree. The girl sincerely thanked for his support. As soon as the forest is erased from the face of the earth, it is necessary to inform the staff immediately. The fashion female will instantly certify the task and determine the girl's parameters. In an instant, clarity comes. How Good from the very beginning managed to listen to the advice. In reflection on which task to choose, the guy does not notice how Ivan appears nearby. He is wondering if he will take a quest. Noticing Ivan's exhausted face, the guy asks what happened. It turns out that Ivan clearly took over. The man shares useful tips in the forest, where everything is buzzing from bees and hazardous plant monsters flash, without paying any attention. It is covered by shock, because it is not ordinary creatures, but real monsters. The trouble is that plant monsters are not able to move at all, so the main thing is not to waste a minute. Let the feeling of threat be a signal. It is better to go away. Those who cannot retreat in time are doomed. It is necessary to learn to enter and return without delaying longer than safe. The habit of timely retreat can save life. The awareness of the whole picture is paid to the main character, and with gratitude he accepts the caring words of a man who asks the boy not to forget himself. Thoughts about monsters do not have time to dispel, as the look comes across the task: to destroy wolves in the forest. Danger level B. The victim of extermination is stamped from the forest, attacks livestock, and has a hurry. The problem does not disappear. Among the many, it is chosen by the guy. Fanning the fact that at one time he destroyed all pests in the village, it will be selected for the task. The first real test is waiting for the abyss of demonic forest. A detachment of soldiers went from the walls of the castle towards the dark forest. During the course, the boys shared the impressions of yesterday's vacation, joked, and wondered how everyone feels. The mood of everyone was cheerful. Everyone agreed. For this case, even a short sleep to the weight of gold. Smiling, I noted that thanks to the doctor the case is going as best, and the profit is already noticeable. The joy filled the moment when unexpectedly on the face of one of the soldiers frozen the expression of a complete shock. Before their eyes, the forest with broken branches and crushed grass stretched. Throwing the axe on his shoulder, Ivan said stunningly that the plants had broken and damaged. They did not have the idea who dreamed of it. They seemed to be intentionally cut off from the rest of the world. At first, I even had a suspicion of Lex, but immediately he stopped himself. They say, a real magician does not seem to do so. Confidence suggested that if he had done himself, everything would have burned down for a long time. Someone else intentionally cut the branches, and why it was necessary, it remained a mystery. Looking at the end, they decided that they were indifferent now, and just moved forward this road. After that, the group headed further, laying the path between the cut branches. The Lex, having been in the thicket of the forest, decides to travel. Carefully squeezing between the trunks, he cut off the path branches step by step. Looking at what was left behind, he decided to no longer depreciate his enemies. It was then that a wooden monster escaped from the shadow and was attacking. After a decisive repelled, the attacker retreated, and the guy went on. Rumors do not lie. It is really easier not to fight to the end, but to quickly neutralize the enemy and move forward. After paving himself through the branch, a guy got to the fence for a while. A heavy breath escaped from the chest, and the mouth broke out of his mouth. He was soothing. Thinking about Ivan's advice, the guy still did not see the point of rushing back and forth. In addition, Militia allowed her to choose actions on her own, as she tells the heart, and conveniently him. Thoughts were turning in their heads, and suddenly illuminated the idea. If the surrounding monster attacks at the same time, everything would be much easier. With this thought, he began to collect magical power, focusing as never before. Looking back, the guy first made sure that no one was around. Only by making sure, he shouted at all his throat, warning, "Now all the trees are set on fire, and everyone who is near to hide as soon as possible." A magical ball has grown instantly in the palm of the hand. Memories of the warning have already been thought, so the team was given. The hellish fire broke out. The bright flash broke the air, and immediately the grass around the grass began with the flames. It has passed some time. Only smoke clubs remained in the ashes where everything was burning before. There was a relief in the look. It became much better. Finally, adventure seekers will no longer have to run out of the woods to rest. Smiling, the guy mentally noted how cool it looks, and decided that the same road should be packed to the city. Near the fence, the guy happily raised his hand, informing that he had already managed here. It's time to go on. The search for forest wolves was waiting in front. A long wolf howl came from the thick darkness of the forest. The protagonist realized that the place was needed quite near. He immediately grabbed on his feet. The guy rose to look around from the top point. Flying in the air, he tried to determine where the sound came from. Suddenly, he noticed a small village with a mutilated gate. Looking closer, it became clear. Smaller shadows turned out to be wolves, and the larger ones, desperate adventure seekers that defended the village. Just now, there was a real battle between them. Stepping on the ground, the main character lifted a cloud of dust and scattered stones all over. A flock of wolves, noticing a stranger, immediately moved to his direction. Predatory wolves were rapidly shortening the distance. The growl was growing louder. Among the flock was the leader. It was his protagonist. First, the leader had to be neutralized, as the rest would be easier. A firmly compressed sword's arms did not betray confidence. The gaze was caught by a crazy beast that raced towards the wild roar. A clear attempt, and the steel was lightning lightly, meeting the enemy halfway. The only honed movement, the hero skillfully destroyed the enemy. Seeing this, the flock curled with despair and rushed. The guy concentrated his Manu, releasing a cloud of sparks in their direction. Wolves shuddered with pain, unable to hold on to their paws. Although the task is rank B, forest wolves belong to class C, so they do not pose a special threat separately. The real danger lies in their flocks. Attacking together, these predators act as a whole. The protagonist had to face a whole crowd of fallen opponents. Coldly hiding the sword in the vagina, Exhaling said that these people would be useful for the task, so they must be unharmed. In his opinion, fascinated stories are best suited for this. While he carefully collected the prey, he was suddenly called. The guy came up with the same tired adventure seekers, whom he noticed earlier. They were unbearably interested in whether he managed to cope with the wolves. In fact, for his ideas, Lexov needed only forest wolves, so he decided to use magic. Those who witnessed this did not hide the surprise from its power. The woman with delight noted how cleverly he dealt with them. Throwing his tail to the bag, the guy waved and said he saw nothing serious about it. The adventurer noted that his presence is a real luck. Looking at the Lex, he wondered if he had already become a seeker of the adventure of B. The Lex confirmed this, adding that he had recently gained this status. An excited girl gladly exclaimed that he was a real fellow, so young and already so gifted. Shying, smiling, the hero only scratching the nape. The words for the answer were never found. The heart was pounding from anxiety. Did he not interfere with their business? They may have had a special task, to catch forest wolves, and he spoiled everything. The smile of the man inspired peace. It is not necessary to worry. The main thing is to protect the pasture from enemy raids. The girl assured that customers are well aware of how difficult it is to hug forest wolves when they flee into the thicket. Successful taming reports are already being prepared. The farewell was given a sign by their hand, and assured that now the peasants were not threatened. They added that they did not worry. They would not be appropriated. In response, the guy just laughed. A barely noticeable smile illuminated his face when he spoke about the completion of his craft. There is a minute of farewell. Now it's time to go back. The picture was frozen before her eyes. In Militia, he took a breath. The surrounding forest has disappeared, giving way to a wide road that stretched before it. What happened was a mystery. The news came instantly. The Lex set fire to the forest. The subordinate flew with an urgent request. Because of this, she was here. Aroused and almost despair, he told her about the road, which suddenly arose among the trees. The hole was so wide that it would easily go a whole cart. The assistant, struck by what he saw, asked the girl who could do so in surprise. A whole storm of feelings raged in her soul. There was no doubt. Only Lex was capable of this. The unexpected was heard someone's appeal to the protagonist. Worried, he looked around sharply and asked what had happened. To him, Malashka, overflowing with interest, came to him. He really wanted to find out if he had paved a new path in the forest. The guy confirmed in an indistinct voice. It was he. Now that they became adventure seekers, the journey there was no danger. The girl, straining all her strength, kept calm and expressed his gratitude because of his strength. At first she was silent, and then, not believing what he heard, confessed. She asked to cut off part of the forest around the perimeter. She bit her finger from excitement. With the approaching guy approaching the girl whispered softly that they would figure out this later. Important cases were awaited. The protagonist cast a look at her, full of curiosity. Without unnecessary delay, the girl began to explain the essence of her request, while telling what lands she was traveling. She immediately warned. For an extra charge, she was ready to reward his help. Soon the protagonist appeared to report on the task. He was thanked for his efforts. The guy proudly said that today he managed to burn part of the forest and lay a new road there. In addition, it was reported to destroy the sixth monkey. The girl assured that she had already examined the parts of the monster, and about the expansion of the road, replied, "The manager will personally check this area. For the work done, they promised a reward. In addition, he had to get 24 gold coins for arson. They were added to them 30 silver for today's order." With gratitude and smile, he accepted such generosity. The young man reached, satisfying that he had coped perfectly. He barely kept an ironic smile. Just set fire to the forest in such a fart. However, the feeling of restlessly spinning, as if something important was left over. The illumination came by surprise. He completely forgot to show Liliere the monster. The exhaustion struck the body. He kneeled, hoping to dispel all the misunderstandings. It was for this reason that he undertook to destroy the monster, immediately conveying everything necessary for the case. With his sigh, he voiced the idea that tomorrow he would have to take up a new task again. After thinking, he decided to cheer himself up with delicious food. Alongside, people shouted lively that it was time to have a snack. Unexpectedly, with a smile, Ivan called him. Going closer, he clapped his shoulder friendly and asked if everything was fine. The Lex complained to Pain, and the man stated that it was thanks to the Lex that they concluded a favorable agreement. However, the interlocutor did not understand what it was. Winking, Ivan replied that he had paved the trail through the forest, making it easier for them. From now on, everything went much better. If it is dangerous, you can always go on the road, take a breath, and return to the forest again. New spaces for research have opened around, and there are interesting things that can be collected on the road. Barely smiling, the upset guy confessed that he was pleased to be useful. The man wondered what happened to him, and whether his face was visible on his face. With a sincere smile, the girl hugged the boy and promised that her grandfather would definitely tell you what to do next. But at first, she suggested a little to support. At the table, a little later, Ivan wondered if he had not yet managed to settle that confusion. The Lex confessed that in the morning he did not manage to do it. He planned to return with the trophies in the evening, but accidentally gave everything not to those hands. The man just laughed from such a blunt. The baby with tears in his eyes pleaded not to laugh at him. The man immediately apologized, reassured, and asked, "What will change if everything will succeed?" The hero did not expect such a proposal, so he was genuinely surprised. At one time, Ivan assured that he was famous for the whole district as a well-known adventure seeker. Just his words, and the girl will, without hesitation, will believe in every word. In Lex's head, the thought flashed, "So how true noble people behave." In response, the man said that he also helps them, so there would be no problems. The rest only nodded silently, agreeing with what they said. The relief filled the hero's heart when he finally managed to place all the dots above "and" in this confused situation. Without unnecessary words, he remembered that the girl was late. Darkness has long dropped outside the window. Ivan suggested to spend the night in the forest. With the barrier, could not worry about safety. He assured that there is no reason to worry. They planned to stop on the main road, near the square. The convenience of events was amazed. Only a few days passed, and everything around turned upside down. The call from a stranger who asked if they mentioned Lillier was unexpectedly. Ivan assured that everything was right. The adventurer told, "A few days ago the girl promised to go deeper into the forest. After that, she disappeared and no longer returned." The words heard are stunned by the protagonist. There are strict restrictions in this forest. You can only bring with you a minimum of things. The deeper you dive in the thicket, the more expensive it becomes. The monsters attack continuously, despite any protective barriers. Ivan's anxiety in the voice of Ivan was not in doubt. To go far into the forest was risky. The Lex immediately realized that the girl was in a real danger. The man noted that when they got too passionate, they came into the very thicket of the forest. It was there that they were fortunate enough to come across the Zenzo grass. While they celebrated their find, the girl suddenly approached them, ominously asking where they dug that plant. Ivan was surprised when there was an incredibly rare healing grass among the thickets. The hero hastened to guess that such a plant should serve as a basis for a powerful potion. According to the man, no one had the idea that the next day after their return to the forest would stretch a wide road. This caused incredible surprise among all. But when he finished the story, he was noticeably felt. He also mentioned the place, to which 2.5 days to northeast should be gone. But they did not find medicinal herbs there. And the road is not easy. Extremely dangerous monsters are crazy around. So, in order not to risk their lives, they decided to go back to a safer area where the beasts are much weaker. The camp was located right here and then returned. The Lex addressed Yvlon with a question about the distance to this place. In response, he heard that this part of the forest is located far from the main road, so it will be quite difficult to get there now. On the map, Yvonne showed where to go. Later, the hero wondered if they should go in search of themselves. I replied that no, because it was already dark outside. If it returns, you can accidentally blur and also get into the mess itself. He recalled that the endless expanses of forest animals should not be underestimated. There are many dangers. Everything around is full of threats, and at night it is really scary than in the daytime. In addition, the girl with her team has the status of brave adventurers B. Men assured that he would not succeed, because such a fate falls out for every adventure seeker, even if you suddenly happen. The confirmation of their words came from me. If someone wants problems, they have to understand. You will have to answer full. First of all, you should take care of your own safety and act carefully. The squeezed hands emphasized the tension in the fists. It was left for Dawn. Liliere, an experienced rank of rank B, has been stepping longer. Its solution can be trusted. It was the most intelligent choice on her experience. Smiling, Ivan said they could join the search for the relevant fee. Free work is not going to. He was immediately baptized by the Sknar, but Ivan only emphasized, before you, experienced mercenaries. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The doors opened sharply, and there were exhausted travelers on the doorstep. The views of all in the tavern were immediately turned. Surprise and surprise were read on every face. From how they looked, everyone was wondering what happened to them. Somewhere from the crowd they heard shouts. People begged someone to use medical magic. The passerby shared his story. They just laid the camp and built fences as a flock of wolves suddenly flew. The frost ran through the skin because they were faced with the monsters of the highest A categories. There are creatures that have been nicknamed because of the ability to release the bones of the bones that cut the victim into pieces. Their bone weapons are so strong that it breaks even the hardest skin. The threat becomes even greater when these predators attack the flock. The adventurers were interested in questioning the scene. The man told that it was about a day of ride from here. The attack occurred suddenly as soon as the camp was broken. The crowd was stuck. The danger appeared at all. No one could think that the monsters would appear here. But it was not the only surprise. That guy said that black happened among the monsters. For the locals, this became a real news, because they have not yet encountered such creatures. The adventurer explained that it was he who agreed on packs. He was answered that they probably have a mutant, because this creature behaves at all as ordinary monsters. The rumors were spreading. They say, this monster is mutilated, and now equal to the force of the level S. If it may be a special task to destroy it. At the request of Lex, what it is, she received the answer. If not stopped, the city may be at risk. The emergence of such dangerous creatures forces the guild to immediately announce the mission of the highest level. Just like a quest is announced, adventurers with rank C and below can no longer order an order in the area. And those who have rank B and above are allowed to take only it. Other tasks are not given. This is how important this mission was. It is time to firmly step forward and declare loudly. Guild assumes a special clearing mission. The task consists of 2 stages. The destruction of a pack headed by a black wolf, and protecting the road to the forest of demons of animals until the operation is completed. Merchants who risking a camp directly on the road could be victims of a pack. Rumors of the danger would quickly fly away, and the road would lose its attractiveness to travelers. The guild had no other choice but to destroy monsters, the root of all these troubles. It became clear. The locals sought to prove. This path is now safe for everyone. The girls solemnly announced that for every destroyed wolf, during cleaning the road, they promised to give 150 gold coins. They promised a reward, 600 gold coins to those who will destroy the leader. There was a surprise around. The amount was surprisingly large, 1.5 times greater than the usual. Thoughts wandered around how much they really were. A considerable group. The protagonist frankly lost in the assumption what exactly is. The man explained simply. The pack has about 50 individuals. Self with each of them could handle except experienced hunters, because everyone had the power of the monster of rank 5. But when a whole flock appeared on the horizon, it became clear. Without joint efforts, could not do. The guilds decided to unite the best heroes and organize a joint attack. It turns out that this pack is 10 times larger than a group of evil boars. It was because of this number that they got a grade of A class. How dangerous is this mutation? Old information is now useless. You have to look for new ways of fighting. It seemed that the mutated monster had a lot in common with the usual, but his abilities were strikingly different. In addition, the enemy's strength clearly exceeded the norm, which put them in a difficult position. In the crowd, there were exclamations. It's time to go to the square and wait for departure. At the same time, someone wondered if it was worth looking at the forest from afar, using magic. Ivan asked others to ask what their plans were. The preliminary task has just left behind. The hero could not understand why they were not going to move on. The man responded that the reward was really considerable, and to take the case only from greed, it is unreasonable. In addition, the cleaning will not be delayed for 1 day. Even if you go tomorrow, They will not lose anything. And now the most important thing is to rest. The words came to the interlocutor. This is from John and not a wonder. He is not interested in other things, and he knows everything for sure. Today, exhaustion is sustained. So it is better to think about everything in the morning, because the morning is always wiser in the evening. At this point, the wounded began to rescue Lilia, because she remained in the forest. Hearing this, the guy was stopped with horror. He rushed to the man frantically, trying to find out what happened to the girl. He was told that he had been injured, and it was she who turned his enemies on herself so that he could escape. Stunned by this, the protagonist just thought whether the girls managed to escape on time. They began to say that, considering how much time it has passed, the rescue is too late. However, having a barrier stone left hope, a chance to survive still existed. Despite all his efforts, the pack broke through, which meant that he was now defenseless. The jaws were stressed. The minds of the misunderstanding that failed to settle. Suddenly, the Lex turned sharply and was about to rush to help. I tried to stop him, asked not to rush or take risks. It was very dangerous in the forest now. But the guy was not in words. In his look, only anxiety for the girl was read. He no longer thought about everything else. A rough hand grabbed the guy and the angry voice came. "How can you be so reckless to slide there? You know what this forest is endless." Turning, Lex quietly noted that he had no comrades. The man, smiling, touched his chest and assured that he had a team. The guy only glanced in confusion. The meaning of words slipped from him. The voice full of anxiety sounded in the woods. Someone exclaimed that she had a girl, covering her comrades, got confused among the trees. Hearing this, he turned to everyone. "If you see a girl, do not leave her. Be near her." A cheerful hum was rising around. Everyone immediately supported this idea. The decision to go further jointly ripened like by itself. Such sincerity was a great deal of the main character. Adventurers are one team. They do not leave their trouble. In addition, there is a great opportunity to make money now, and it is not so difficult to find a baby. One of the men noted that such speeches were not his element and advised to stop. Meanwhile, everyone in attendance began to prepare for the road, gathering weapons and the most necessary things. Almost tears turned to Lex's eyes when he saw it. Ivan announced that they were also going to go. Everyone was ordered to restore the Manu with the help of potions. Several votes complained to his taste, but they were not quickly called for. The bitterness of the medication was erected by the jaw, but the man waited for the last drop to go to the tongue. Gathering, everyone went on the road, and the Lex joined the company. When there was a little left for the forest, Ivan recalled that you need to hold the straight path. He also suggested that you not forget to spread the luminous crystals on the road, so that it is easy to find the way back. The order was simple, not to pay attention to the monster if they did not block the path. The detachment silently agreed and moved forward. The bright light broke forward, illuminating the monster in the dark. The crowd was surprised and anxious. Everyone thought who came on their way. But when the space was torn, the powerful roar, it became clear. They grew up a fierce bear oar. In addition, this couple consisted of a man and a woman, both as if they were out of the stone. The power in every movement, no fatigue, the power of languages in mountain giants. A remarkable feature was their leather coating, so strong that even the battle axe would not leave scratches. Calling the witch to hide them with magic, the hero realized that there is little time. The girl humbly undertook the case, but it was at this moment that he strongly stated that he would handle the problem himself. Without a second, he rapidly rushed forward. Suddenly the body broke up, rapidly aimed at the face of two giant bears. Clouds of dust came from under his feet, and angry animals did not look out of his eyes. One by one, the monster fell from the exact strikes of the protagonist. The ruthless blades that cut the air in a vacuum mercilessly found their goals. The monster's attempts ended in vain. No one escaped from the next devastating occasion. Next to the fallen monsters, the hero confidently stated that everything was over. You can move on. Behind him, confused adventure seekers hesitated whether they really needed their services. The detachment was silently moving through a dark grove, where every step was echoed in a night silence. Moving quickly side by side, the characters destroyed all the monsters that happened on the way. The Lex said the question of whether these creatures always attack so actively under the cover of the night. In response, he was assured that there was no such invasion, and such fierce enemies had to be seen for the first time. Most likely, it was some mutation. Suddenly, a screaming on the hero was a strain, like a giant monkey. Everything happened instantly. The protagonist confidently dissected the monster into several parts, and this development of events truly impressed the observer. According to Ivan, the monsters turned out to be much more than it was at first. In such a situation, it would be the best solution to pave the way by fire by burning enemies with flames. He shouted loudly not to stop, "Go forward!" The guy tried to resist, but the man convinced, "Everything they do only pulls it back. It is impossible to stop because on the other hand, they will also appear." He advised as soon as the baby was found, the Lex should release a powerful spell into the sky. If she manages to come across a girl earlier, the magician will give a sign. Awareness how many around the monster has pushed the boy to divide and increase the search area. The rapid jump into the air, and it is already ahead, confidently undertakes. The flames baked suddenly, illuminating all around the bright glitter. Ivan froze, stunned by what he saw, and acknowledged the young man could really cope on his own. The spell flew from the guy's hands one by one, and each monster fell into the dust from his magic. All wet with sweat, he stared with anxiety around in search of a girl. The sudden wolf shot a wolf of a clot of shrubs. The gaze involuntarily slid in the other way. Where does this sound come from? There are many in the flock. To track at least one, and the road to the girl will certainly open. The illuminations swirled in his head. This is only part of the pack that managed to detect. They seemed to rush together for prey. Without delaying, he rushed forward, feeling near the powerful aura of giant monsters. Another one has felt for all this. It was at this point that the girl hid between the trees. Her body was covered with numerous wounds. Having straightened all the forces, the guy determined the place where she was. Stunned adventurers could not understand how that happened. Everything around was ground with broken instruments, and one of the archers was seriously moaning from a serious wound. The girl immediately realized the monster broke through the protective barrier. When he protects not only the arc, but the healer also installs the barrier, the wounded is still unlikely to reach the city. A wave of fear rolled. It is necessary for someone to remain whole. With this decision in the heart, the girl began to distract the monster flames of the torch, luring them away. The loud cry urged others to take the opportunity and run. The girl assured that they would definitely catch up with them, so they should rush forward. Friends were just warned, not the fact that someone would call for help. With his lips pressed, the girl looked down. The trip to the city took a whole day. Even if you hurry, it took 2 days to go back and forth. Doubt has penetrated the soul. It is unlikely to be able to withstand for so long. Through the light curtain, the sum watched how the comrades were removed. Yet, for compulsion to bend them to their plans will have to be responsible. For her own purpose, she involved others in this adventure. Seeing the monster, the girl screamed that she would not give her life until she found the dreamy grass. Since then, there has been only one thing for her: to survive. She ran hard, escaping from the rage of monsters, who rushed to every now and then. At any price, it was necessary to remain intact. The pain distorted her face, but she did not stop. The forces left and the girl fell. The legs were no longer obeyed. The circle locked around. It seemed that there is no salvation and there is no escape. At this point, the heart shuddered from the thought that everything was over. Under the tree, among the spooky monsters, the girl sat exhausted, squeezing a wounded leg. Running was no longer powerful. Every attempt to break from the place gave a sharp pain. The reserves of healing wires have long been exhausted, so there was no strength to heal. The girl's face shuddered with fear, and tears were swaying in the eyes. She began to apologize for everyone around. Next to her, the black wolf lifted the muzzle to the sky and howled it, so that they trembled all around. In her head again and again the thought. The path was long, but to the goal remained quite a little. With an empty look on her face, the girl whispered that she would prefer to finish her way. However, her weapon was broken. Now it was necessary to wait for it to cut it into pieces. More recently, she dreamed of becoming a real adventure look. Suddenly, the monster paid attention to the bright flash that blinded the sky just above them. Sparkling lights flashed in the air, like a real fireworks. The girl's wide-open eyes expressed true surprise. She could not understand what was happening before her. Are the monster capable of this? Suddenly, the air cut the voice, and from it the ice-cold spears were erupted, which was unmistakably heading for their target. Immediately a stroke struck on a flock of wolves, and no one could repel him. The girl spread her mouth with surprise. In the field of view of the girl appeared a man who hurried to her. It was Alex. He reached out to her and reported that he had come to the rescue. Her face was immediately illuminated. The shock lit up in her eyes as he carefully felt the wounds, noting how seriously she was injured. His hands were gently swept by her hands, and suddenly, the waves of ancient healing magic floated. The girl's breathing became deeper, and an expression of rest appeared on her face. The wounds gradually disappeared as if themselves. The guy was no longer worried. He calmly assured her that he would finish everything quickly and asked to wait inside. A moment, and a strong barrier grows around the girl. The transparent dome protects it from all over the world. In surprise, she cannot understand why this guy decided to stand up for her. Locking himself on his chest, the guy loudly stated that all adventure seekers were like one team, and to help each other for them is a common matter. A cheerful laughter came in the air when he turned away, mentally marking that he said exactly like Ivan. Following forward, he turned to angry monsters and ordered them to prepare. Nothing would make them leave their territory at will. The true threat was embodied by the leader, who manages all the actions of the pack. It was necessary to overcome it. The gaze came across the main monster who was hiding behind the backs of others. Carefully considering the mutated monster, the main character felt an unforgettable feeling of anxiety. This monster was a true harbinger of trouble. No part of the soul could accept the idea that such a creature emerged by itself. For all his previous lives, he did not see such creatures. From the very beginning, everything seemed easy. Local monsters were weak, and even simple skills here were considered something incredible. But you will not call this mutant a good sign. Without any idea of what is happening around, the guy looks around. At that moment, a frantic howl of the leader is heard. There is no doubt. Now it is not time to think. The flock of monster rapidly came closer. The protagonist noted that, most likely, they decided to attack the girl, hoping to drive him into a dead end. Naiveness accompanied them, so he built a magical barrier around him. No blow got the guy. All the attacks were skillfully evaded. The attackers rushed at him. The young man cleverly evaded, and at the same time struck. None of his maneuver was in vain. Every blow found his goal. Suddenly, one of the monsters came to the girl. But just a monster touched the barrier, as if it had turned inside out. The girl frozen at shock without believing her own eyes. It is unclear how it all happened. The young man claimed that this barrier is the most powerful protective spell. While she was inside, even the most dangerous monsters could not cause any harm. The defense allegedly repelled all their blows. The girl did not fit in the head of the girl, as it could be. The Lex only reassured her. They say, everything is under control. Now he will drive them. It is not necessary to worry. It is enough to stay in place. The girl turns to him again, as the next monster tries to bite her protective barrier. The realization that he really works has erupted in her thoughts. Lilier advised the guy to be kept black. This is different from everyone else. In response, the guy calmly stated, he realized all a long time ago. Her attitude seemed cold, but there were already alarming thoughts about him in her heart. Despite the inconvenient misunderstanding, it has never lost humanity. Focusing, the guy looked at the main monster. With a light smile, he said that the ranks of your troops are thinning. Is it time to go into battle? All the wolves wary of their eyes to their leader. The angry growl of the leader came for the second time, and the whole flock was on the offensive. The guy immediately realized they were forced to act by the mutant. There was no doubt about this, and therefore it was pointless to fight. He rushed the lightning forward, aiming just on the leader. In her thoughts, the temptation to pierce the enemy suddenly, but the wolf instantly put a sharp spike on his back, not letting it approach. The tension struck the body of the beast with a barely noticeable yeast. Awareness of the power of this creature covered the hero with his head. The mutant struck that almost broke the main character. The fury is full, he rushed to the guy. To the side, the girl shouted, passionate about fear. Just with his bare hands, the head character managed to stop the deadly blade. His fingers clung to the metal, and the sharp edge froze a few centimeters from his face. The tension lived in their hands, like ropes. The surprise made the mutant turn sharply. The girl looked at a confusion without realizing what was happening. The mutant began to feel his back, looking for a place where one of the thorns disappeared. At this point, the wolf and Lilier shouted at a surprise. The boy's palm trembled from tension. From the voice of insult, as much work inserted into this sword. How can someone laugh at him? The rage crashed out of her face. Her eyes darkened. The girl was even confused. Did all this get angry with him so much? Like a shadow, he rushed to the monster, loudly shouting that there would be an answer. Tears swollen from the horror of the wolf, the confusion of the girl. Silently watched the beating of the mutant. The wolf, with a tail, was in vain looking for a way to escape from the guy. But for a moment, he broke another thorn. Squeezing him in his hand, he was ready to strike a new blow. With only one movement, the guy destroyed the enemy. Landing a little from the side of the extinguished enemy, he threw a short phrase, his thorn, and really turned out to be incredibly sharp. The rest of the wolves were quickly rushed from the battlefield, and the guy realized that chasing after them. Hiding anxiety in his eyes, he shouted a girl who huddles behind a tree, which can now be leaving the shelter. The guy wondered with her voice in his voice if everything was fine. However, the girl was silent. She did not find words. Then he added, the leader was already defeated, so all the rest were in a hurry. The man lifted her head with a monster. The appearance of this monster scared the girl to the heart. Having reached out, he suggested that he return, because it was already dug from the outside. The sad look of the girl stopped him half a word. No thought could explain why she is so strange, and she was looking fun what happened this time. She shouted loudly, asking why he saved her. Calmly shrugging, the guy reminded, he was in mind that travelers always help each other. She clenched his fist and denied that she had a completely different. Without stopping for a moment, she screamed, demanding explanations why he risked so much. Night forest, loneliness. All this frightened it to trembling. The young man assured that he came here not one, trying to reassure the agitated girl. Despite this, the girl stubbornly ignored his words, telling him how many nasty things told him, called him a self-esteem, and offended him well. Lowering his gaze, the guy said that he was all right now and asked her to calm down. Hugging her, he sincerely confessed. Hearing about the danger, he could not sit with his hands and immediately rushed to rescue. For this purpose, it is for them all. Liliera tried to say something, but the guy interrupted her, confidently saying, a real adventure seeker never throws friends in trouble. The gentle touch of his hands walked through her hair. Recalling the words of the great sword, the guy firmly stated that a real man should save a girl from trouble. The girl denied, they say, this character is only a fairy tale, a fiction. But the young man strongly stated that he's seeking to become a legendary traveler. That is why the young man rushed to her help, saving from trouble. The tears shone on the girl's face. Through the sobbing, he sounded reproach. She called him stupid. After all, he saves people, trusting the legend without any doubt. His image for her is a true example of a brave traveler. Heard the protagonist stunned. The surprise was engulfed when tears rolled suddenly during the conversation with her eyes. Looking back in anxiety, he did not find a way to reassure the girl who was sobbing. Suddenly a voice came behind his back. It was their bow that brought her to tears. It turned out that he caused her crying. The young man turned sharply, stunned by what he saw. I greeted and noted that it seems that he still managed to save the baby. However, the other immediately denied. Nothing like this, they say. Look at it. Tears flow on the cheeks. The young man just shrugged and said that he did not really help. It is unclear why the main character got into this place. Ivan explained that the participants came because they noticed how he created a signal spell. This is what helped to find them. The road he laid immediately came into his eye. It was impossible to leave it unattended. The echo of the roar was spread around, frightened and fascinated at the same time. He was told that he should not be lost, always hot, and not just in the truest sense. Tired, with a slight delicacy on the faces, they smiled rush, wiping sweat. The essence of events suddenly cleared for the guy. Ivan noted that they have been watching him for a long time. From this news, the guy blushed. He covered his head with his head. He clenched his head with his hands, squeezing himself for such embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ivan wondered if he was going to leave everything as it is, and the guy only asked in surprise. At this moment, the girl was crying disappointing. Shili appealed to his comrades, asked to share the experience of the wise elders. His heart was looking for knowledge of magic, which would be able to squeeze her tears. However, the group began to gather quietly, they say. You can go back. Fatigue was sustained, and the thought of staying here for the night was already spinning in the morning, and to go in the morning. However, the conductor did not share their desire, and insistently insisted that everyone remains. Ivan calmly replied that he had been entrusted with his child. The protagonist of the auditors from the herd he could not squeeze, for which he had such a role. The response of the man was confident that he sincerely seeks to save the princess, so he is ready to bear all responsibility for her support. The guy just stood in silence, as if he were oppressed by his own thoughts. Suddenly they realized that they really go. He did not even have time to ask if it is safe to be under that powerful protective sphere. After that he wished everyone good night, and ascending blushing, smiled. The elders explained that they were going, not to interfere with the young man. The protagonist was confused, just guessing how to stop them, and begged to stay. Meanwhile, the girl did not hold back tears. Crying lasted until dawn, and when the first rays of the sun were deflected, the tired girl fell asleep just in the satellite's arms. Psychologically exhausted, he carefully returned to the city, carrying it, exhausted with tears, and a night storm of emotions. The city lived in their lives. The streets were passed by passers-by, children were entertained, someone was in a hurry. Meanwhile, the protagonist enjoyed lunch, on his face, a relaxed and happy smile. There are pleasant thoughts in the head. The girl was finally found. All the misunderstandings remained in the past, and the food seems tastier than usual. But suddenly there was an unexpected voice with the question of whether it is possible to join his table. Lilia was standing nearby. The guy without hesitation invited her to join, but noted that all places were busy during lunch. The girl smiled and said that she did not come for the sake of free space. She slowly went to the table, sat down, but was silent. Concerned, the guy wondered what happened to her. The dishes would be cold. She agreed with his words. Just as hot food was in her mouth, the girl hung her tongue and complained of burning. The guy immediately realized she did not like such a dish. Immediately it became clear why she waited patiently until the dish cooled. It was not necessary to hurry. Having stretched his finger sideways, he asked for permission, and then used medical magic. He assured that everything is well. The discolored girl thanked. The men at the next table blushed and muttered that the hotness was such that they want the cold. Returning in their direction, the guy could not tread why they were saying that. In his opinion, everything was exaggerated. The sleepy girl dared to talk to him first. When the things were called, she thanked him once again for his help and a miracle of his return. But she quickly translated the conversation for yesterday. The young man just shrugged. Empty, they say. Because the traveler himself, like her. However, such a simple answer to the girl was not enough. Jumping to her feet, the girl exclaimed that there was really nothing in common between them. In addition, she treated him surprisingly disadvantagedly and still received help from him. And it is also in the night forest, where even creamy adventurers do not risk sliding from a thick pair of bees. The situation was not small at all. In her imagination, he looked like a fraudulent, a non-martial partner for real avant-gardists, a cunning, who was pulled up only by deception. She knew nothing about his true skills, but still considered her opinion the only right one. The boy had the impression that the girl put a lot of anger in this word. Perhaps once she was injured from such people. Therefore, she had a desire to carefully ask if she faced similar problems. Tears shouted in her eyes. With horror, the guy realized that he had in vain touched the topic. The girl said quietly that it happened a long time ago. She told the spontaneous expression how naively believed to men who gave herself for the highest ranks adventurers. It was barely managed to escape from trouble and not to lose life. Hardly holding back tears, she packed her eyebrows. The realization that such people happen struck the main character to the depths of the soul. Liller said that she was born in a small village near the forest of the Deimos. Although wealth was not in this land, everyone had their own corner and enough food. Somehow it was rumored. Peasants fear that demons can get out and fill their village. The adventurers have been entrusted to new tasks every day, to cut the forest and at least reduce the threat. The forests were cleared only around large cities, and these works did not reach the remote village. The anxiety did not leave adults. The forest was getting closer to their home. Having collected the last pennies, the peasants asked the guild to help at least a little to restrain the offensive of the forest. The sad conclusion was covered by Lex. Even in the distant village, adventurers visit if the situation requires it. The girl explained that a considerable amount was needed to call the adventurers of the rank B, and jointly, the residents raised the necessary funds. It seemed that there was a chance to keep the offensive of the forest. The joy filled everyone, even her. Small, not yet aware of the essence of events. These were those times. Something terrible visited the village. A monster who had never been seen before suddenly attacked and injured many. People in a panic threw their homes, escaping in a nearby settlement. Her father died from the paws of this monster. Talking about it, the girl barely held back tears and excitement. Adults who remained alive appealed to the Adventurers Guild with a request to cut down the forest and save them from the monsters. However, none of the guilds responded to this call. It is unclear why this happened. The guy could not understand the reasons. Class A was attacked to the village, much more dangerous than the local ones. For the reward, they managed to collect only as much as they pay for the task of level B. But this was not limited to evil. The story of the peasants caused a bitter sadness in Lex. People who were victims of the monster attack were suddenly ill. The doctor explained, everything is due to the poison of monsters that entered the body. Due to this disease, many peasants lost their strength and could no longer work. The loss of her father changed everything, and when her mother could no longer work, it seemed that life stopped. Memories of their relatives were squeezing the heart. The future became dull and hopeless. It was in this dark that the scoundrels appeared. They were asked for help. The inhabitants of the village with anxiety told about the attack of unknown monsters, who also brought with them illness. However, after hearing these complaints, experienced adventure seekers only smiled, for brave adventurers of the adventure, and this matter seemed like a simple trifle. The old man explained that the reward A is not available to them. The maximum that they can give is the reward of level B. The answer was restrained consent. The restrictions were clear. The man asked to keep this conversation secret. This time they agreed to complete the task for a reward, which is usually intended for a B class, an exception to the rules. The old woman could not restrain his tears, and for the last thanked the generosity, because such a chance falls only once in his life. All the accumulated wealth was given without even thinking. Apparently they hurried because everyone wanted to believe in a happy ending. There was no hope. The next morning the adventurers disappeared without a trace, taking with them all the money and without finishing the promised business. The peasants came to the guild asking for help. It turned out that they had already addressed the adventurers. They promised to get rid of the monster. They took a reward, but instead of the work, they just fled. Now people hope to get at least some support from the guild. The girl sincerely sympathized with them, but reminded that the guild is not responsible for tasks that were not related to. Her words caused a real horror in the crowd. Perhaps those people have already guessed. No one responded at their request. Perhaps they were no adventure seekers. The village is already empty. No money, no work, no hope. The confusion reigned, because no one imagined where to move on. At that moment, the girl had conversations that self-esteem adventurers were treacherously deceived. Fortunately, in the neighboring village where they had to flee, the mother's older sister lived. It was she who took care of them. For this, the girl is sincerely grateful to this woman, because she did not leave her mother for the first time. In the future, as a child, the little dreamer firmly decided she should cure her mother and all residents of the village. It is impossible to turn it back, but the rest can still be saved, and they will have a chance for a happy life. That is why the path of the adventure became her choice. For the sake of earning, acquisition of medicines, and the strength to revive the village, you need to become a real adventure seeker that can protect everyone. Lily confessed that this story lasts a very long time. Grabbing the boy by her arms, she expressed her deep gratitude for being next to her. The joy was overwhelmed by her heart. The cheeks were burning from embarrassment, and the hero hurried to mutilate that it was not necessary to worry. Another truth prevailed inside. This shining smile just blinded, and from that the answer came out funny, clumsy. Suddenness suddenly swept both. They sat side by side, and their palms were woven themselves. The girl suddenly swayed, quickly took her hands and, stamped gestures, began to apologize for such a sharp change in mood. On her hand a fresh wound was adorned. The healing power was healed again. It turned out that the blood on his palm appeared because the nails were strongly cut into the skin. It seems that the girl clenched his fist so firmly that she did not notice the pain. She did not realize how it happened. Once again, they apologized. He probably did not expect such a reaction. The past has come out of memory, and the words were involuntarily. The guy realized that the memories press on her so much that every time they hurt her. Interesting look radiated curiosity. Is it true that she went for that plant for this medicine? The girl nodded and explained that this herb can really prepare medicines that can overcome the disease. The name of a terrible disease that befell the villagers sounded like Esther. The girl explained that this ailment was called Arza. Heard a real shock on the guy. Realizing that this herb really saves from the disease, the young man felt a strange feeling, as if something important slipped out of memory. And suddenly, like lightning, the memory enlightened everything in his head. His eyes expanded from surprise, and the lips themselves were revealed from surprise. The girl, looking at him, asked what was happening again. The guy assured that this disease can be cured, even without herbs. Lilira tried to understand how possible. The guy strongly warned that it was necessary to go right now. He asked where people from the neighboring village went. The girl explained, "It is necessary to bypass the forest in which the icons are hidden, and to go to the southeast. The road will take about 2 days." The guy claimed that now the perfect time to go, because it is not necessary to delay. The girl looked around in surprise, not understanding the reasons for such a hurry, outside it for a long time. If you go right now, they will only get to the neighboring village when the evening is covered with darkness. Having reached out with confidence, the guy encouraged her. There is no reason to worry. He suggested going together on a journey, and in a moment, both left the city. Asking why they got out of the city, the girl reminded that all the carts remained on the other side. The young man explained that they would do without transport, so they would walk together. Hearing this, she was upset, because the road will take a whole week. Raising the index finger, the guy confidently reassured her. There is no reason to worry, because they would fly now. Such an unexpected statement was even more stunned by the girl. The protagonist hugged her firmly and prepared for Zeta. The charming spell Windwing lifted them over the city, opening the incredible landscape high over the roofs. From the height of the birdfly before the eyes, the whole settlement was opened, which was recently left behind. The girl looked enthusiastically at the incredible panorama that unfolded in front of her. The unexpected fear gripped the girl, and she hugged the guy firmly. At this point, dreaming, the guy felt how a nice gentle softness and light, charming aroma. Thoughts were confused. The mind was more confused. So he decided not to hammer his head. Turning to her, he noted that since they will fly over the forest, she should lead them forward. The girl clenched his head even more in his arms and cried with delight that they were actually flying. The young man calmly replied that it was just a magic flight power, but Liliere shouted that it was not meant at all. Panic swept it when everything was moving around. The hero began to say once again that the fault of all the magic power of flight, that is why they went up into the air. But these words only added tears to the girl. The attacks of his magic instantly destroy the monster. It easily creates powerful barriers, treats the wounded, and is still able to soar in the air. Hobbies and curiosity. These feelings have caused a mysterious stranger in the girl. The Lex was charming that he was only a Fed rank B, but the girl was indignantly exclaimed that it was not true. The bright flash illuminated everything around, and they flew over the forest like lightning. Subsequently, they were at the entrance to the village. The girl looked enthusiastically around. Incredibly, they really managed to get here. With a light smile, the hero assured the girl, "It's time to go to her mother. It is necessary to help." She did not take faith, asked once again whether he could really cure her mother. The answer was self-confident. Everything is in his power. Trustfully taking his hand, the girl moved side by side. The girl approached the wooden door, tapped timidly, and said that her home. The door opened the woman and wondered who could appear at that time. The unexpected guest caused her true joy. She immediately said that Lilia had not appeared for a long time. The girl herself also glowed with the happiness of the meeting. I answered that I did not expect her return. She once promised that she would not appear until she finds the medicine. All this time she sent only money and letters. The girl herself with a serious expression assured she still found the right person. In the eyes of a woman, surprise broke out. She asked once again if it was not a joke. In response, the guy promised to cure everyone without exception. However, it was hard to believe that a regular child was capable of such. The girl insisted, thanks him her own life. Having dealt with a flock of dangerous monsters, this experienced adventure seeker showed true skill. If it weren't for his timely help, the woman would hardly remain alive. But despite his life, she still doubted the sincerity of his words. She laughed loudly and added that the appearance was able to deceive. A moment, and a threatening shadow appeared on the face. The sudden blow to the head forced the girl to shake, and in the air it was clearly sounded, "You are unbearable." Squeezing her head with her hands, Lyra complained of unbearable pain. The woman was strictly cut off. He does not complain. Let him feel what something feels, because she would not feel anything without her help. In such situations, it was better to remain silent and stay away. Careless intervention could easily cause trouble. Looking at him, her mother noted that her daughter seemed to add a hassle to him well. The guy just smiled warmly and assured that there was no reason to worry. Calling Alicia, the woman heard her name from Lex. After that, she worshipped deeply and thanked him sincerely. The guy froze from surprise. With sadness in his voice, the woman thanked him for protecting their daughter. He showed his hand to praise. Everything was fine. After all, there was an ally near the guild. Alicia is wondering if it really is. The young man wondered if it was possible to see a girl's mother. When it comes to Ariza disease, it can be cured without healing herbs. The woman remembered their conversation about it, but all thoughts were wiped out of her head. She is guilty of herself. So she invited the guests to the house. In the room where the old tree and kitchen smelled, there were close shelves with different tools. There was little place, and she immediately noticed, "Here is quite close." When pointing at the door, the girl reported that her mother had already come. A moment later, the employee called the woman and announced that the daughter had returned home, and also brought the boy with her. The lovers blushed with shame, lowered awkwardly. With a smile on Alicia's face, she assured that she was only a joke, and she easily pushed her friends to the door, inviting you to go. On the bed there was Laya, who immediately called her daughter. Little immediately rushed to meet her. Aunt, holding everyone in place, asked to wait a little while she ignite the lamp. Near the bed of Lilier's mother is located, surrounded by baskets, boxes, and a room for heating the room. The silence of the guy was hanging in the air. He looked intently around. Alicia confessed that she was a little embarrassed, but it was already close enough. The girl noticed. Her mother lost weight even more. Masha hugged this woman whose faces and hands were lit with black spots. In amazement, she asked whom she sees in front of him. Alicia explained. This is Mario, her younger sister and Liliral's mother. At first glance it was clear. The disease kept the girl in her arms for a long time. Sweetenship, almost complete loss of strength, as well as these pale purple spots that covered the skin. Everything clearly indicated the same insidious ailment. As soon as the spots cover the whole body, women are no longer able to overcome cruel poison. It inevitably leads to death. At this point, Meryl wondered if the boy was her beloved daughter, which again put the main character in an uncomfortable position. The words came fast. They say he is not a friend to her. The girl also assured everyone in high tones that only friendship between them. The guy named his name and confessed that he learned about everything from Liliera. His appearance had one goal: to help heal it. The woman heard these words and could not hide the surprise. Slightly coughing, the girl asked with disbelief and smiled, thanking for his care. In the boy's head, the idea was blinking. This behavior is not at all like the behavior of the seriously ill. More drop to the theatrical game for others. As soon as the disease comes, the pain does not release the person until the last breath. But even through the torment, she holds courageously. She does not give a kind of suffering. The girl, with her eyes full of tears, appealed to him pleading, asking her mother to help. In response, the woman only bowed her head, plunging into silent despair. Having assured everyone of his reliability, the protagonist carefully took her hands, receiving consent. The power of ancient healing magic was released in the rays of magical glow, which enveloped them around. The girl's face and even her aunt's were surprised. She saw everyone. Maria looked carefully at her hands, without surprise. The guy reported the news. Now she is quite healthy. In his past life, tired of inventing all new medicines and spells against poisons and illnesses, he created a unique and powerful magic, healing of the ancient, that healed any ailments. Because of this, of course, this spell requires much more mana than others. But such price is quite justified for the healing power of the panacea. The exhalation of the guy's mouth was relieved, and he again confirmed treatment was possible. Women in the room could not look at the look full of surprise and delight. He did not get rid of what was going around. Everyone around trembling like leaves in the wind. Subsequently, the exclamations came everywhere. Whether everything was completed by his hands. All the peasants have already gathered in the yard. Aunt with a glass in her hands rushed to hug the boy and cheered if he liked the rest. Incredibly, even with her own eyes, looking at the stranger, which the girl brought, immediately healed everyone. It is difficult to believe in such a miracle. Doubts do not leave, although reality seems real. The guy's insane words did not make a special impression. Immediately afterwards, at the request of Liliers and her friends, he began to help all the peasants who were demolished. In the beginning, he was accompanied by confused and wary glances. Seeing Mario is quite healthy, everyone was frozen with surprise and then felt confidence in him. Happy and cheerful voices were rushed around immediately, as soon as the treatment ended, as the former village headman appeared and announced, "A real holiday is waiting for everyone." Before that, everything was leaving. Grandpa gratefully glad that their families were recovering. Everyone was offered a holiday in honor of the glorious youth full of dreams and adventures, and also to congratulate Lilier on the fact that, they say, finally found the bridegroom. The guy, a little embarrassed, immediately noted that there were misunderstandings. The joyful conversations rose around. Everyone advised to celebrate this event properly. Happiness was so great that it was hard to believe. The family gathered again, as if after a long separation. The joy prevailed everywhere, and smiling people gathered around. The child who finally took his first standalone steps thanked the boy sincerely. Grandma confessed that she did not believe in her own recovery, like a dream of some. The man seemed to be glowing around joy. It seemed like a real miracle. With the onset of the darkness, Lex went to Liliera and asked for permission to sit nearby. It turned out that she had been looking for him for a long time. When asked about her mother, the girl answered that she had already returned home with her aunt. After all, after illness, his mother would not hurt rest. The guy was sure he was able to cure her to the end, so she had no need for a rest. But the ailment has exhausted the girl's body, and it will still take time to recover. The sincere words of gratitude again flew from her mouth. She laughed fun, they say, just thanked him. The satellite just waved his hand. They say, you should not worry about such little things. However, the girl did not agree. It was not enough, because it was due to his life, and he also rescued the whole village. So, sincere thanks. The least she can do. The girl confessed that he did so much for her that it is almost impossible to thank such a good. But I still wanted to thank him somehow, because it would be unfair if he only continued to give her gifts. There are many truly good people in this world. In his past life, it seemed incredible that someone could show so much sincerity. The girl came closer and asked with care, "What happened?" After pulling out, the guy assured, "Nothing like this happened." The girl laughed, promising that she would certainly return, at least for a short time. Together, they stayed under the night sky. The former headman assured that taking his rescuer was a great honor for them. Dishes were put on the table in front of the main character. The grandmother, ashamed of the simplicity of dinner, insisted that he would take more. The young man thanked her and asked how she feels. The smile illuminated her face when she assured, "Everything is well, and it is thanks to you." It seemed that the ailment never touched it. According to the old, real happiness finally settled in their hearts. Thanks to the master, rural workers gained strength. As soon as they can return to work, the community will no longer feel them as a burden. In response to the recurrent question, the man explained that they remain strangers for the locals, because they come from another village. If it were not for the disease, everything would have happened completely differently. Only from the mercy of the local heroes did the inhabitants stay here. But the disease mowed all able-bodied men, so it was not possible to dream of a decent life. Because of this, many people in the village were forced to get debt. Thanks to his support, all again full of strength and desire to work. Those who borrow money are already going to pay off debt, and those who temporarily live in relatives seek to earn their own home. The young man asked the home. The old man in response noted that to use the kindness of loved ones. So people say. The old women have already resigned to the thought of spending in recent years. The guy thought, although everyone was already recovering, the longing for their native land did not let go. There was no road back. The Lex, without holding back smiles, dared to ask them questions. As soon as the guy walked the street, as the girl caught up and wondered where he was going. In response, it came to the forest of demons. After learning this, the girl immediately offered her help. Calling him to wait a little, the girl rushed away. In a few minutes she returned, apologizing that she was delayed. Dressing in the combat suit, the girl suggested going. The young man noted her passion, but added that special help is not needed now. He explained that he just wanted to expand the road a little. On her face, confusion and misunderstanding flashed. It became obvious that Lil Yara heard nothing about the planned road. Walking to the fence, the guy assured that it was better to see once. Once near the edge of the forest, he made sure that there was no one around, and then caused a hellish fire. The bright flash illuminated everything around and filled the forest with a glow. Having waved his hand from afar, he explained, "That's how he is about to lay the trail through the forest." The girl remained confused. She did not immediately realize what he meant. Loudly, almost on a cry, a ban was made. The girl could not be trapped before him. Too dangerous. The fright gripped it. It did not fit in the head how this person was able to control the hellish fire. After a while, when they were stepping on the road, the girl wondered how far he intended to go. In response, the trip will last a long time. He suggested that she return earlier if she desires. The girl confidently declared her disagreement. Here, in the forest full of demons, it is impossible to allow the monsters to catch him by surprise. She will have to stand on guard and protect him. The protagonist supported her and promised to count on help. The girl gladly assured that everything took on herself. A broken sword with a trembling hands, the girl lifts in front of her. This wreck she is about to cover a friend from the rear. Both are surprised to be aware of what happened to her weapons. The girl was frozen as if he were fascinated. The Lex cast his gaze and noted that the things seemed to be broken. The indignation of Liliera exploded instantly. The young man suggested that he apparently damaged the thing when he saved her from wolves. The confusion of the girl, the decision was not. The guy suddenly stretched her sword. She was surprised to ask if he did not against such help. The young man nodded as a sign of consent, and the grateful smile of the girl became his answer. The flame of shame painted the girl's cheeks, but she again stated that she was always ready to come to the rescue. The young man once again asked her to take care of him. The protagonist reported that their journey had ended. When the girl's gaze fell on familiar neighborhoods, a sincere surprise swept her. It was a home. Before the travelers, there was a village where only ruins and mutilated walls stood instead of cozy houses. It is unclear what they do here. The guy explained. The former headman said that once there was their native village in these parts, but the girl could not understand why he specially went here. The answer was a very understandable desire to return home. Diseases finally left the past behind. The strength resumed. Therefore, the desire to see the native land again increased even more. Despite everything, he felt that the path was not yet open. There was a mission ahead. The girl's eyes filled with tears. She had already opened her mouth to say something. But suddenly, the spooky roar came nearby, and fear was interrupted by her face. The serious tone of the guy struck when he assumed that he was quite nearby. The girl was ashamed. This cry was familiar with the little things, quite as before. The question was whether the monster was really here. The girl confirmed. It was the terrifying attacker that destroyed the village and infected her mother with others. It was this monster that they took away their home. The gaze rose up. A real horror grew up in front of them. It was Vena Rex, a mutant that strikingly resembled a Tyrannosaurus. A huge mouth, a massive body, and short front paws. Judging by the name, this monster resembles a dinosaur and has extremely poisonous power. The huge creature is worn on 2 paws at lightning speed, leaving a feast. In his account, the most fallen soldiers. To overcome this poison, you will need either a powerful priest's magic or a rare antidote elixir. The slightest delay in treatment, and a person, like the villagers, will become ill. Indeed, this monster is extremely dangerous. The maiden's face was rushed. Realizing the presence of the boy, she rushed forward with a decisive intention to attack. The Lex tried to stop her, but the girl only asked not to interfere. The young man realized that she had no protection against poisons, and now rushing into battle is an extremely careless step. A loud scream came. "You need to wait until you put a spell from the poison." But the girl did not think to stop. She raced forward just towards the roaring monster. He hid her, but the girl cleverly twisted her. The young man rushed to intercept, but did not have time. The poison of the monster hid not only in the claws. The next attack happened suddenly, and the girl was engulfed by true horror. The formidable roar was ridden in the air. He tried to attack her again. But at this moment, the main character rushed forward and stopped firmly. "Do not dare roar!" Strung everyone around, the guy jumped high up, lambered on his back monster, and struck a powerful blow, from which one of Rex's thorns with a crash broke. The magician directed a spell on a girl, and assured that this spell was cleansing of poison. The smile of gratitude appeared on her face. She sincerely thanked for her help. If so goes on, the girl will be thrown into battle. She needs training to deal with this monster. Although it took advantage of the purification, the direct attack remained risky. Gathering, he rushed to the monster rapidly, demonstrating how to win such enemies. The creature screamed terribly without quenching her cry. The young man explained. The poison is hidden in needles, which hides in the palms, in the sharp claws of the front paws, and even in the tail. In order to give him advice, you first need to dispose of these parts, and even then enter into a real battle. It was then that his powerful blow knocked the monster from his feet, pouring to the ground. Venus Rex was pushed on 2 legs, so the injury of one would instantly deprive him of his ability to move. This is what the guy used. He sharply hit the mighty paw of monster. First, you should squeeze a monster from a safe distance, a spear, an arrow, or a sorcerer. This is the technique of giving him advice. Satisfied, the guy finished his story with a light smile. With a smile, the protagonist noted that if you act with a mind, everything becomes simple. The girl, stunned by pointing his finger, did not restrain him. What is here, they say, simple? Every step required incredible effort. The young man noted that if the monster uses poison as a weapon, the easiest way to neutralize this poison. The girl agreed, though she added, I also lean to it, but to cope with him quickly is an even better option. With her eyes lowered, the girl approached the hissing monster, clenching the sword in her hand. The voice of her back wondered if she so hard. Squatting, she plunged the weapon in his body. The protagonist exclaimed that he was still alive. I had to strike another blow. But Liliere could not understand why the feeling of revenge did not come. The screams of the monster finally subsided under the blows. The girl did not stop until the beast was finally silent. A guy approached her, still sweaty and breathtaking. He praised with a smile, the work was done perfectly. Sincerely feigning, the girl heard that help was not much attention. The man offered to hurry back, because they are already waiting for the villagers who would be so happy about their return. And distrustful smile frozen on the face of the elder, and the inhabitants looked at the village. Everyone was aware of the awareness. Before them, the same monster who had a landed land until recently. The elderly man said that the forest was now cut roads, and the monster was no longer a threat, he was one. The protagonist said that it was Liliere who defeated the monster that caused them so much trouble. Lowering her eyes, the girl denied that everything was different. There was no real victory for her. The young man with a smile added that she will also be able to restore the village. It is only necessary to sell parts of the monster. The affected peasants immediately began to ask if it was really possible. Twisted, the girl called the guy. In response, he recalled that all this was her detachment, to treat people and return to the village. The money received from the sale of monsters will go to the resumption of the village. Finally, it was why she was instructed to end with him. In response, the guy just laughed. He completed this case and gave up the reward. Everything would look like mercy from an arrogant stranger. For Liliere, who sought to return to her native village, there was nothing strange to get a monster. After receiving money, the girl immediately took up the restoration. The words of gratitude were missing to express their gratitude to the boy. But he just waved, they say. It is not necessary to thank him, because she fully deserved this award. The headman admitted bitterly. Even if the village is rebuilt, it will not work here. He sincerely thanked both for his help, and no matter how hard, there was still a dark forest full of beetrone. Soon the forest will absorb them again into their thickets. No one can know for sure. Maybe another monster will attack them, forcing them to leave their home again. Sleeping his hands in different directions, the guy stated that he had already come up with a way out. He suggested building a real town near the station. Surprised, my grandfather asked again. The guy explained that on the initiative of the guild is now the construction of a highway, which should combine the city with the surrounding villages. Life in field camps depletes not only the body, but also the soul. If there were city stations in the forest of demonic animals, everyone would stop without hesitation there, and no one would want to build a camp in the middle of a wild glush. The elder again asked where they could have trees from the forest of demonic animals. There is clearly no money to hire a guild for felling. The Lex reassured everyone. You should not worry. All you have to do is arrange a cozy place to relax, even in a dangerous forest, and then the guilders themselves will take care of its preservation. It will be much more profitable for the budget not to build a new bus stop, but to equip the existing one. When considering further steps, the guy understood. It is primarily important to restore the village. To do this, you should seek advice to the Gilding of the Adventures. Marisha dreamed of laying the road through the forest of demonic dawn, so her answer would probably be approving. The residents were asked, what kind of opinion about this idea? Squeezing his fist, he asked if they dreamed of staying in their native village and reviving it from the ruins. At first, these words hung a depressing silence. One of the men confessed that he had such a desire. After that, everyone else picked up his words. Everyone expressed his desire to stay in his native village and not to go anywhere else. Everyone was united by a fervent desire to inform the ancestors that they had returned to their land. The joyful exclamations filled the room. Everyone was glad that they would gather together in this house again. With a smile, the guy turned to the girl and noticed that she did not share the general joy. Anxiety flashed in his gaze when it seemed as if she were angry. But a sudden girl returned to him. After spreading his hands forward, he called her to himself. The girl gratefully rushed into his arms. Everything inside refused to believe that it was repeated again. With lively enthusiasm, the peasants incited her not to let go of the boy. Embedded with fear, the young man was in vain looking for a way to stop everything. The girl's mom thought with a smile, perhaps time to prepare for her grandmother. The guy strictly pleaded to stop. It was necessary to put the border of their jokes and finally reassure their daughter. The little one thanked it sincerely and eventually received another embrace, so warm that the tears rolled out of their eyes. The fatigue won, and the girl fell asleep just in the arms. The sadness enveloped the locals when the young man left the city. Everyone understood how much they would be lacking. Explaining that he could not endlessly use the hospitality of the local, the hero emphasized the need to deal with the guild about a recent event in the city port. A responsible task was ahead, to bring to the guidance the news of the complete destruction of the dangerous mutant, which managed to win during the past mission. With a sincere request, Auntie appealed to Lex. Do not rush to leave the village, because gratitude was felt not only with her sister, but also every resident of this community. The grandfather was seriously experiencing the guy's departure, because it was on his shoulders that was responsible for unpaid debt. The warm words of Lex were poured into new acquaintances one by one. He urged everyone to forget about any debt. He convinced that his grandfather and their whole community can once and for all be out of thought. The cordiality and genuine commitment of local people enveloped the soul with warmth. However, the real spirit of the traveler did not allow long to stay in one place. The restless thirst for opening new horizons has always pushed to further adventures. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the young man's mouth, so he was funny to hear his own words that were reminiscent of the manner of the legendary speaker Regard. Next to him was a sweet girl, who whispered unexpectedly that soon, like her friend, would go far from her home. He heard instantly stunned everyone who was around, and the boy finally stunned this news. Lex's soft look met her eyes, and the careful question sounded. Is she really ready to move again the long way as soon as he stepped on her native threshold? More recently, she felt the warmth of the house, was able to hug her relatives, and finally feel comfort in his mother's arms. Unfortunately, the circumstances were hostage. In addition to the suffering, another trouble oppressed. All personal belongings remained in the city of Haas. She returned so suddenly that a friendly relationship had broken up. It was not possible to say goodbye. In addition to the inner desire to correct former mistakes, another feeling did not rest. In her heart, the girl was grateful. She remembered well as she remained guilty of her friend. The confusion of the young man when he voiced his thoughts. If the mother of the girl feels much better, is she not worth staying at home with her family? As for comrades, the guy suggested seeing them to personally clarify the disappearance of his beloved. Mother's anxiety can push to decisive steps. That's what happened that evening. Excited for the future of her daughter, the woman sincerely asked the young man to become a companion of her child on a future trip. The young man listened carefully to the words of the woman, and then carefully asked if she was confident enough to take such an important responsibility. The mother often brought a lot of excitement to her daughter. Huge gratitude filled her heart after health has returned and the world was playing with new colors. Awareness of her own lessons pushed. Let go of her daughter. Give her the right to choose the way. to make mistakes and look for happiness at her own discretion. The caring sister assured that she would regularly visit her recovered relative and take care of her. Thanks to this promise, the woman was able to release her daughter quietly in a long journey, being confident. In case of difficulties, there will always be reliable shoulders of support. The gentle palm lay on the girl's fragile shoulder, and a soft voice was a single request. At least sometimes visit her home. Above all, the mother wanted to remove the burden of excessive responsibility from her daughter, giving her the will and the right to listen to her own heart. The realization that doubts remained in the past has brought her confidence. Now the choice is made. So with firm determination, she entrusted a young traveler with a reliable companion. Finally, having decided, her mother approached her any daughter Lilier and informed the news with importance. The man agreed to go with her on the road. The hobbies that broke out in the eyes of the girl did not go unnoticed. The hero nodded with confidence and suggested to move right now, preparing for future trials and new opportunities that have already been in front of. Loud, alarming sounds flew through the city streets, forcing Lex 10 Stub to alarm. The boy in his head has anxious thoughts. What could cause such a stir among the inhabitants? The young man's voice came over the village, urging people to take care of their safety. Take a deep breath. The young man awakened the wings of the wind, and the power of the air element raised them above the ground, filling each cell with a sense of freedom and strength. The stunned views were struggled to a young man who rapidly climbed into the sky. Something like this has not happened here. Everyone was frozen, even forgetting to clip, with their mouths and wide-open eyes. She faded, pressed her hands to her chest and could not move. The landscape that opened stunned her. She was frozen, not believing she saw. The daughter screamed that no simple adventure seeker could repeat such a miracle of flight. Turning to the collected residents, the young man reached for goodbye and sincerely wished everyone happiness, good luck, and easy road. After a grueling flight, the heroes reached the ground just in the hammering city quarter. Muscle suffering and trembling were still aware of themselves, but the joy of victory filled every cell. This euphoria could not be hidden. A determined gesture of the Lex addressed a friend and stated that he immediately went to the central headquarters of the Guild of Adventurers to report in detail about the completed acceptance. Liliera, however, said with a smile that she would take this opportunity to visit ancient friends. The girl has hastily left the city without opening her plans to go on a long journey. Her friends, remaining in ignorance, could feel loneliness and anxiety, depressed by seeking answers to the mysterious disappearance of a loved one. The warm words of farewell sounded from everyone, and the promise to meet again remained in the heart. The short conversation ended, and the youth dispersed, plunging into business and hassle awaiting ahead in the big city. The guild secretary reported her intention soon to call a senior advisor. Meanwhile, a young boy came from the crowd. Sam suddenly broke into the room, asking if it is late to come at such an hour. Throwing the phrase loudly, the guy announced everyone that the newcomer was still able to return. The man unexpectedly asked Lax whether he escaped with the girl, or maybe she rejected his feelings. The boy was surprised by the appearance of such a conversation. He did not understand what it all started. Everyone was aware that the young man and the girl met recently, but it did not prevent many to fantasize about love. Someone was talking in a whisper, and someone was curious with interest when they disappeared along the horizon under the soft light of the sun. There was no Roman on the site. The senior participant of the guild, glittering with a shot, met Lex's with a friendly smile and sincerely apologized for the delay. The woman assured that the young man is quite healthy. The guy was already ready to share the story of a recent battle with a formidable enemy when her words stopped him. Instead of a report, she kindly invited to go to the reception room, proposing to postpone the story for later. The young man carefully put the mutant on the table, getting a special blade to melt the monster and to give it a sword. The Lex appealed to the senior advisor to the guild to leave him the blade, and she approved it. After that, the advisor nodded to him and led to the reception room. In the reflections on the unexpected visit of the boy, the woman finally learned the real reason. He came to report a recent victory over a dangerous monster and discuss the details of this event. The proposal was extremely attractive to the guild, but there were many pitfalls. The guild was asked to assist in the creation of a town near the station, and the main challenge to provide reliable protection against the rage of filled beasts. As soon as the monster on the wheels approaches the city walls, it is stopped immediately. It gives the guild the opportunity to issue an order for the destruction of the monster. The young man immediately noticed. This method is very reminiscent of a trap for demons. The woman nodded as a sign of consent and added, "This decision allows you to shake the monster within the village, so it will be much easier to protect people. If there are little monsters, it is easy to cope with them. But they should cross a certain limit as the struggle turns into a real test that requires great effort. The forest where the fierce beasts, similar to demons, opens only for adventurers not lower than the rank of B. Survive here and overcome all the trials under the power of only true masters of their business, who already have a great experience in traveling. However, the current plan is far from reality and requires a thorough refinement and consideration of current circumstances." The senior advisor to Guild noted that the main feature of adventure seekers is their incredible mobility and lack of attachment to any one place. They just can't stay in their hometown for a long time. In the memory of the boy, the images of the famous heroes of the past came out, who became famous for tireless travels in distant lands. He suggested erecting a protective barrier over the city station. Protective magic makes it easy to create a barrier that can securely protect the city from attacks by monsters without causing any particular difficulty. The woman persistently stated that this option was completely eliminated. The curiosity of Lex was immediately playing, and he was tormented by the question, "What does it impossible? Mana is not enough to create a complete barrier." The young man explained that the advisor misunderstood the essence. To protect it is enough to draw a magical circle of unbreakable barrier. The defense will no longer demand to call the monster. She wondered that she was a relentless barrier she had not even heard of. The guy said that this non-protecting obstacle is a special spell that can exist infinitely, feeding in a mana around the surrounding space. The magic, which covered large cities, was considered a common matter. Hearing this, the advisor was indignant that these protections are not simple. There was once unique magic. The energy of the world nourished protective barriers without any restrictions in time. But this ancient art has long gone. Lex's interest warmed as he heard of lost magic. It was worth asking the meaning of these words, as a woman illuminated indignation. Ancient civilizations have widely used this lost magic, but now they are hardly mentioned. In terms of rarity and respect, it stands next to the magic of flight. The same as the young man has without any difficulty. The guy wondered if the thing they found with missing magic, because the master from the city of Togai mentioned something like that. The woman confidently said that lost things really came from ancient times, and wondered if a boy had happened to the boy. Not wanting to be explained more, the Lex was silent, left the question unanswered. One way or another, the spell of an indomitable barrier is officially considered lost. The woman wondered whether he was able to send a spell of the inviolable barrier. When an affirmative answer came, a genuine surprise broke out in her eyes. The surprise captured her when she asked what kind of wonder he was due to the knowledge of this magic. Even masters from the royal laboratory could not restore her. An indifferent tone, the guy wondered if it had some value. Without any hesitation, he announced that together in the forest of demonic beasts it will be possible to build an entire city station, hiding it behind an impermeable barrier. She was interested in the question of what resources needed to create an insurmountable barrier. The young man explained that special materials will be needed for this. He also made a request in response, to provide the exact list of the necessary components. To create a magical circle will need special paints, a set of gems, and the nucleus of the monster. In the bowels of the mighty monsters a special mineral is born, a monster nucleus, similar to a crystal. It concentrates a huge supply of magical energy, so this stone becomes an indispensable heart for the magical rites. It is extremely difficult to get the precious core, the woman emphasized. Without supporting a powerful magical creature, it is simply impossible to create it artificially. If the young man had applied earlier, the guild would have a chance to buy the desired core at the capital's auction, although the budget is unlikely to allow such a purchase. In the neighboring territories, only weak monsters were found, which could not even form the necessary nucleus. A smiling guy calmly assured the interlocutor, "Inside, the delivered mutant will certainly find the perfect candidate for their core." A man appeared in the room and reported the news. A charming core fell from the body of the dead mutant. Just like the guy predicted, the nucleus was quietly lying in his place. The woman wondered how he managed to guess it in advance. The guy asked in surprise, "It is not obvious because strong monsters always have nuclei." To which the girl admitted honestly, she did not notice anything like this. The senior advisor to Guild asked what monsters the young man often deals with. He only called it with a slight smile with his special adventure. Continuing the conversation, the man wondered if he would be able to create a powerful protective barrier around the town near the station with a mutant core. Without wasting time, the woman decided to urgently contact the guild management to reconcile further steps. Only a few days passed. As thanks to the joint work of the state and the Adventurers Guild, the village of Liliararasan has received a new life. They decided to turn it into a real town. Marisha is the so-called woman who held an honorary position of senior counselor in the Guild of Adventures of the city of Hexus. The subordinates invited the guild senior advisor, and she met with Lexon again. She had already invited him, but this time the meeting had a completely different reason. The strangeness of the event immediately rushed to her eyes. There was no doubt in her heart that something was really outstanding. The news of the construction of the city is just among the forest of demonic beasts in the heart of the soul. In the head of the woman flashed, again, something that does not fit into the usual frame. Is quite incredible. Such a solution is quite real. It was over such a project for a long time that adventurers have been speaking in the guild. In the memory of the woman, the phrase about how their guild has long worked on a similar project, and the necessary mana was always not enough. Misha was convinced that the guy just invents, and the real conversation would not work. The magic stone was necessary, but such jewelry is appreciated and insane money. The message of the subordinate stunned the woman. He confirmed that the murdered monstra really found a magic stone. A mysterious guy who revealed the secret of a magical stone inside a monster and was well understood in the long, forgotten magic did not give her rest. He had to know his real name. Absolute certainty suggested Marisha only one thing. It is better not to contact such guys and avoid any controversy. Due to the actions of the young man, the spread of forests, which all the years were simply observed without interfering, slowed down significantly. Moreover, he really performed a feat, paving the space through a thick, almost impassable. When guild neglects his work or causes his dissatisfaction, the master can leave the city without hesitation and join another settlement, and in the worst case, move to another country altogether. Thanks to such power, the door to the triumph will open in front of him. Looking at his talents and prospects, it is easy to understand. It is more profitable to support the idea of a young hero rather than a trick, trying to use it in their interests. Marisha tried to do everything possible to bring the boys into the plan and open it for everyone. Having joyfully agreeing to the support of the lady, the young man listened carefully to her conditions. The woman emphasized, if all the necessary requirements he fulfills on her own, then no reason to give up his plan will not arise. In addition, if successful, a real opportunity to become a new leader of guild awaits it. It will be a true distinction of her determination and abilities. With faith in fruitful cooperation, Lex said goodbye. She asked if the boy had a girl. Funny and casual curiosity illuminated her, because the guy seems not only charming, but also has every chance of achieving great success. The nonsense sounded in the question itself. But Miris was stubbornly burning with the desire to lure this promising boyfriend in his business. Going closer, without unnecessary tension, she wondered whether he had no important cases or urgent duties. The woman suggested that the boy dinner together, but their conversation suddenly interrupted Liliere, who came to them with their eyes glowing. The girl wondered if the negotiations were already over. The young man smiled and said goodbye to Marisha. The recently rescued girl was nearby. Together they came to lunch. The words themselves were, the conversation was casual. In the air, a warm, cozy atmosphere prevailed. The concentrated look of a woman stopped on a loving couple. She was covered by the thought. Her career has long displaced such dreams from the heart. Will these young people associate their destinies? With sadness in her soul, the woman noted that the chance to feel true happiness has already remained in the past. The next day, the boys appeared in the Adventurers Guild. The secretary solemnly told the young man that his application for the creation of the group was successfully accepted. The girl's friendly look accompanied her words. It is time to invent a good name for their company. The name offered by Jiro-kun, the team of killers of the dragons, seemed to the boy simply incredible. However, shyness won his desire to speak, so he decided to remain silent and leave the group without an official name. I was interested in the secretary's whether to invent the name for the group. In response, he heard a calm assurance that this is not a formal requirement, but the bright and remembered name would significantly accelerate the appearance of the team on the mouths of many. Most teams chose loud names to quickly gain popularity through rumors, but Lex deliberately avoided attention. I am sure that this path is not suitable for everyone. The boy's gaze was determined when he asked the secretary to leave their team without a name. The girl nodded easily, making it clear that everything is clear and no additional questions. The application of the boys for the creation of the team was approved without any obstacles. Now, they have been opened with tasks available only to teams of 2 or more participants, while the individuals remained forbidden. The young man wondered whether the prohibition of temporary associations was concerned. The secretary explained. Although sometimes teams created for a short time and receive such tasks, really serious missions trust only proven permanent groups. The number of tasks for boys has increased significantly. I am grateful to the girl for her explanation and support. The boys did not hide their joy. The secretary shared the hope that the guy would cope well because around only experienced adventurers of Class B, a proven team of professionals. The guy recently gained rank B, so it is strange to call the whole team experienced only because of the presence of 2 experienced fighters. There was a huge responsibility on the shoulders of Lexus, because everyone was waiting for great achievements from them. However, the moment has finally come. The team was officially recognized as complete. A detachment of adventurers is a community where everyone will always support a friend in a difficult moment. Participants openly share experiences and skills, relying on trust and strong friendship that are at the heart of their relationship. The legends say that even the famous Raharda swordsman understood to overcome all the difficulties himself. Faithful friends became a support for him, and with them he did many glorious feats. Lilira confessed that she first joined the more or less serious team, so the excitement did not let her go. The guy asked if she was so frank. In a high-profile voice, Ivan Sonin announced that the lady finally found a real worthy companion, adding, "The man noted that he was genuinely striking the perseverance of these people to go his own road. In his view, such a passionate thirst for change is not a chance. Fate brought her next to a newcomer who was rumored, and she probably owes it to her life." The girl exploded with indignation, saying loudly that no love could be about, and nothing like this happened at all. Thanks to the Lex of her life and the whole community, it was saved. Gratitude has now become an eternal duty for her. As she entered the team, Lilier sought to thank for his former support and immediately wondered what she was considered. The wits joke about the girl, they say. She joined the team not through the debt, but to be closer to the hero. One of the men threw that all these were empty assumptions. The indignation did not leave her for a moment. The newcomer was approached by adventure seekers filled with curiosity and asked to share the real reasons that prompted him to join their team. The joy filled the young hero, because there was a girl with whom a lot of dangerous adventures were passed together and who became a real combat girlfriend for him. The answer was unexpectedly stunned by all the adventurers collected. With a wicked smile, the measure wondered whether the young girls liked the young man who were constantly spinning near him and trying to attract his attention. Despite all the difficulties, the desire to become a real seeker of adventure burned in it with special seriousness. The guy's call to make every effort on the joint journey was a great pleasure in Lilier. A sincere smile appeared on her face. A wide smile illuminated her face. The expectations of future adventures were fascinated by both. Feeling this passion, the young man reached out, gently attracting the girl to himself and clamping her palm confidently. The outbreak of inspiration in the eyes pushed them to rush forward. This is how the crazy pursuit of adventures began, which lured new trials and amazing discoveries. The young man with a gesture invited Liliel to come closer. A moment, and a spear with a frantic speed flies forward, exactly the target. The wolf falls on the ground, struck by a devastating blow. The girl straightened her shoulders, filled with pride and pleasure. The unusual sharpness of the blade, which was enlightened near the very face of Liliero, puzzled it. The young man immediately warned of a new danger, but deftly coped with the wolf, which rushed into the attack. The gloomy gray shadows crawled out of the darkness and narrowed the space around. A flock of hungry wolves silently surrounded on all sides. A little earlier, one of the streets of Hethai was funny by the company of young travelers, enthusiastically sharing stories and vividly discussing everything around. The question of the young man about the opinion of his comrades and got in the air, because a girl, quite passionate about the search for medicines from Alza, has never been able to gather a permanent team of like-minded people around her. This time, the path dispersed with friends. A lone journey was waiting ahead, where the only driving force remained the desire to save Alts. Lex, with a calm smile, assured that everything was fine. The young traveler decided to assemble his own team and find reliable rank B instead of going alone. Now the girl will no longer have to worry about payment of debt. Today, the team was waiting for the test, to curb the wolf sword on the highway. Only recently the boy dealt with the mutants, but the danger still did not rest the residents. The young man guessed that the wolves, having escaped from the subordination of the mutants, are now looking for a new shelter. Now there will be a satellite next to the girl, so everything will go completely differently. I forgot to make sure that weapons were with it. During the attack of Liliera's mutants, they were left without weapons as soon as the break ended. I had to take the search for new weapons. There was no other way out. When he visited the store, the girl carefully wondered if there was someone inside. None of the proposed samples were suitable for a real battle. They lacked qualities. The Master Gordoff from the city of Togai was more reliable and efficient. He was not going to concede. The quality of the weapon was crucial for him. It is much quieter to give your own tools the necessary tools than to trust someone else's hands. In this shop, he was already waiting for blacksmiths. The Lex stated that he wanted to create weapons and rent a workshop, which was quite surprised by the local master. The words of gratitude were made to their address, and in response to the help offered the sword of the wolf blade and 100 gold coins in a reward. The blacksmith was surprised. There was an incredibly generous gift in front of him, which was hard to believe. The master of the workshop allowed the boy to stay here as much as he would need. The young man sincerely thanked for such generosity, and the girl could not hide curiosity. Why Lex's stay in the forge? As soon as the master allowed, Lexi did not hesitate to craft a new weapon, which was stunned by the partner. Initially, the man wondered if this girl was a warrior with a sword in the past, because in her hands, the bells of the blade were visible. It was only because of the lack of money had to take a broken sword, but the skilled craftsman did not do it. He is constantly forced to help her Aunt Money. Liliere chose the swords for herself at the lowest prices. In addition, the sword belonged to the usual and easy-to-use weapons. Doubts about the efficiency of cheap weapons did not rest the young man, but clearly aware. This is the way he hardens his martial skills and hone his intuition. Everything you need to move to a new rank. Since the situation did not immediately work out, and the inappropriate weapon could harm, Lex suggested that the girl weapon that suits her perfect for her. The choice fell on a huge two-handed sword, but its weight was so unbearable that the girl could not even lift it, not something to carry with her. It was a turn to try on the bow, but this experience ended again with disappointment. The desired effect could not be achieved. Then they tried a heavy mace, but this option did not justify the girl's expectations. Weapons were futile for their purposes. The despair has mastered the girl. It seemed that no weapon suited her, and hope was extinguished with every attempt. The young man suggested to test the spear in action. The spear in her hands seemed easy, and the confidence from the inside was directly stuck, as if all her life was waiting for this moment. It turned out that the spear was much more convenient and easier to use than Liliera was at first. The long holding of the spear makes it possible to strike powerful strokes and keep the enemy at a safe distance. At the same time, it can be aimed much more accurately than the sword. They agreed with the blacksmith immediately to make a spear, especially for the lady. The girl mentally noted that it is not necessary to delve into such little things. What she had already acquired would be quite enough. For the fight, it was necessary to choose a weapon that would meet its skills and power. The young man assured that the fables of a powerful warrior who was skillfully beating any weapon-only fictions. Poor equipment actually significantly reduces the combat capability of even the most experienced fighter. Having made the decision, the comrades quickly took up the creation of appropriate weapons. The manufacture of a sharp tip requires a small but strong blade. The girl asked not to spend valuable materials on her weapon and suggested a little weight. However, the young man persistently rejected such an idea, standing firmly on his own. The deck for the base was cut from a rare tree of a killer plant, putting in each movement clarity and skill. To add strength, the young man used a unique substance, obtained from ancient dragon scales, and thus gave a work of special hardness and endurance for external damage. The baby said something so confusing and incomprehensible to Lil Ira that she was confused. Smiling, he assured her, "They say, there is nothing complicated here." In addition, he greased the metal parts with a special solution treated with a rare viper. The girl, frightened, exclaimed that she was an incredibly valuable material that she did not even hear about. The young man was calmly answered. For him, such a thing is a common matter. The special design of the spear provided incredible strength, protected from flexion, resisted rust, and kept the sharpness of the blade for a long time. The meaning of the herd remained a mystery to her, but the heart suggested that these weapons are not ordinary. It has a special power. Meanwhile, the young man has completed the forging process. The lilies ready for Liliera shouted in his hands, and the guy with a warm smile suggested that the girl try a new weapon and be sure to check her in battle. Unknown weapons struck a combination of beauty and threatening, forcing the heart to tremble with delight. The reasons of the impression were not in magic, but in perfection of creation and expensive materials. Armed with the acquired knowledge and rare ingredients, the guy learned to create charming weapons on his own, giving her special properties capable of changing the course of battle. Stunned by his skill, the girl could not get rid of the thought. Who really is this mysterious guy? He called himself a common peasant, though more like an adventure seeker. Such words seemed strange and incomprehensible to her. A loud voice convinced everyone. A simple adventurer in a month would never rise to rank B, and such outstanding skills, they say, cannot have it all. Inside the girl boiled anger, rapidly covering her whole nature. No matter how much she tried to take in his hands, emotions broke out. Irritation flashed with short, sharp exhalations. The words she told her stunned. Frozen, eyes wide open, face full of confusion, he could not look away from the student. In the village, almost everyone owned amazing abilities. This place became famous for the whole district with its secrets and unusual phenomena. There seemed to be many who had the same abilities and chances in the world as him. Surprising his eyebrows, the Alex asked if the girl's words were really true. The young man quickly realized. Liliella is a real self-taught craftsman because she never had to study with a teacher. Since childhood, beliefs have been instilled. True independence comes only when you learn to overcome any difficulties without assistance. No soul has told her how it was done. The team often gathered with experienced adventure seekers to train and exchange valuable knowledge. Finally, the young man realized why Lieli always had so hard. There was no real mentor who taught her foundations and convey basic skills. Instead, the girl had to rely only on her own strength and inner feeling. Independent learning often destroys the basics, and it is really painful. The girl has a lot of abilities and invaluable potential, and a lack of basic knowledge does not allow her to open completely and conquer true peaks. Even for himself, the guy decided to teach the girl everything he knew. To convey her skills and knowledge seemed to be an important mission. The girl surprised it. It was the conversation with him that opened her eyes to important things. This solution was a real surprise for her. The explanation was simple. Liliel could not simultaneously use the magic of recovery and strengthening, because once her whole skill was focused on his own sword. In order to become a first-class adventurer, mastering magic is a prerequisite, he explained. Moreover, among people acquaintance he was one who learned to use two types of magic at the same time. The young man assured her that he would inevitably support her in a difficult moment, and pleaded to trust him. The girl's serious look slid the boy. Take a deep breath. She took a pause, and then nodded carefully, agreeing to accept his help. Awareness came. If you follow the guy, will definitely appear both strength and confidence. Realizing this, she decided to join him. She dreamed of climbing to a new level, and fully revealing her opportunities. Looking strictly and carefully, Liliola confidently told the young man that she agreed to become his student. This solution has become a step in a new life, full of trials and opportunities where the road to true skill and development of her own abilities was opened. With a request to teach the art of battle, the girl appealed to him. Without any hesitation, he accepted her request. He opened the door to a special friendship. They became an invincible team side by side, and they found themselves as a mentor and a student. This amazing collaboration has transformed each day into a new step to personal growth, filling life with meaning and fresh aspirations. The admiration of the master's success of the student prompted him to evoke for himself a special weapon. Having collected the remains of rare materials, he created an unusual sword with exquisite decoration and exceptional properties. Armed with a new mighty sword, Liliella was passionate about adventure. Fresh weapons added confidence, inspired bold actions, and gave determination. Together with the mentor, she was walking through the paths of unknown lands, overlapping trials and destroying enemies. The campaign taught the girl to handle new weapons carefully, though fear and doubt did not leave her first. The power of the weapon at first obeyed, but with every battle, confidence grew, and soon the skill brought her victory on the battlefield. Under the close supervision of an experienced mentor, the Venice mastered the art of fencing on the spears, so skillfully and sophisticated that it seemed that fate chose her command of ancient traditions. In fact, the guy only conveyed to the girl the knowledge and skills that his friend taught him. If you look honestly, as a mentor, the young man was quite mediocre. Nothing really could be introduced or unique. This extraordinary technique was called the Year of the Year, the legendary reception of the celestial emperor dragon. The smile shone to the maiden face. It seemed to her that this name is too large and eloquent, as if someone exaggerated the meaning of the technology itself. After mastering the art of the spear, they both decided to go home. The journey proved to be surprisingly successful. The acquired skills and unforgettable impressions will remain with them forever. The magic barrier carefully envelops the forest from external threats. But it is worth remembering that you will not be named staying here for a long time. Numerous dangers are still hidden inside, and it is unknown when they make themselves known. Fate does not like brave men in such places, so it is better to leave the forest until it is too late. The young man announced with delight in his voice. Everything was managed. It's time to go back. The purpose was the mysterious forest center of demonic animals. The girl's face pale when she heard these words. Without believing what was heard, she asked once again whether the purpose of their journey was the very center of forest of demonic beasts. The harsh teacher solemnly announced that their goal was the depth of the forest of demonic animals. The master explained in detail that departing from the center of forest of demonic animals is much more profitable and convenient. From here it is easy to get to numerous cities and villages scattered around. Such a route allowed you to get to the desired point faster, without waste of unnecessary effort and time. Mr. Ivan's stories were lit at the dream of getting to the center. It is the charm of adventures and romance of the unknown that began to attract him more and more. Sighing with anxiety, the girl nodded, barely noticeably confirming. They go to the heart of a true danger. Her face faded, like a canvas, and in her eyes, a fear of a difficult test that was waiting ahead was reflected. Liao's voice broke into a cry. He completely released that he had to ask her opinion. The girl grabbed the young man with both hands, shouting loudly, "Why climb the sky at all, if you could stay quietly on the ground?" "Focus," the master explained. "The test of new weapons has already passed, so there is no need to walk. Moreover, the flight significantly shortens the path, giving time to save time and effort." In the heart of the forest was hidden a forbidden zone, shrouded in secrets. Many desperate bravers sought to step there, assuring everyone in their noble intentions and promising new discoveries and glory to the world. The magical forest of Magvar is constantly growing, absorbing the surrounding land. Residents of neighboring settlements lived in constant anxiety, mixed with curiosity, trying to understand what is happening in his mysterious huts. Ivan-san suggested that adventure seekers hunt the truth about the forest, suspecting that a treasure is hidden somewhere among the trees. Most are convinced. In the heart of the grove lies incredible value, whether it is a source of magical power or wealth, capable of turning over the lives of many. The alarming thoughts wrapped the girl. How much time she will have to spend in the air. Fatigue was signs. A long flight exhausted both the body and the mind. Everything you dreamed of is as soon as possible to be in place and finally relax. He came from the right advice. To make a break, because the long flight took away almost all the forces and patience. A small pause gave a chance to restore energy and prepare for new trials on the way. After focusing, the Lex stretched the palm forward, and a thin pillar of bright fire broke out of it. The pleasant warmth spilled around. The flames flicked gently, adjusting to the rhythm of its breathing and filling the space with comfort and tranquility. Finally stepping on the ground, Lilia sighed lightly. A pleasant feeling of a solid surface under her feet gave her a smile. She sincerely enjoyed a dreamy rest after a grueling flight. The fatigue slowly released, giving way to rest and comfort. The joy of returning to her native land overwhelmed the girl. There was a real value in comfort. The guy took care in advance about the safety of the camp by installing a reliable protective barrier to save everyone from unpredictable dangers. Without waiting for the dining time, the young man suggested that he stop for a short time to rest, restore strength, and prepare for a further road. A short vacation had to help recover after a grueling flight, and not lose. A soft plaid is spread on the green grass, and a variety of flavors appeared one by one. The table was truly festive. Juicy fruits and all delicacies that created a special mood for a cozy picnic. Students settled nearby without taking their eyes off the delicacies, wondering the wonder. There was a lot of food surprisingly surprised from a small purse. The girl's eyes shone from a happy anticipation. She was waiting for a delicious and hearty snack. With a cheerful smile, the guy explained, "A charming bag is able to accommodate more things than you can imagine, looking at it outside." Asked to warm up with hot tea and taste a delicious lunch, the young man invited the girl to sit and relax. Hot tea with delicious food is a true secret of recovery after a long road and hard work. The warmth of the drink and the appetizing dish marry fatigue, give vigor and recharge energy for new achievements. Having settled comfortably, everyone relaxed and finally began to enjoy dinner. Lilia sincerely thanked the young man for his caring and attention. noting how a pleasant pause returns his strength and inspires to go. A warm drink on the road, as it turned out, can be a lot of pleasure. The young man smiled and assured that it is not difficult at all, just a simple spell, and the water is already boiling and the food is being prepared. These are the little things that make the journey more cozy and more enjoyable. The guy particularly emphasized, sparkling magic is one of the simplest techniques that beginners are mastered. Almost everyone is able to create a small spark to light a fire. The girl explained that magicians treat their magical power, so they almost do not spend it on daily little things like cooking or heating. Usually prefer ordinary, proven ways, leaving spells for truly important things. This approach struck the teacher. The teacher noted, the expenses of mana on such simple spells were scanty. The more valuable it seemed to be careful. Attentiveness to even small costs testified to the great discipline and savings that the magicians were famous. Deciding to take an example from experienced sorcerers, the master solemnly announced, from now on, he will start saving Manu. The student only smiled carefully and gently noted that he was too early to think about energy. His stock was not yet exhausted. Liliella wondered how many more left to the destination. The Lex replied that there were about 2 hours of road. Adding, he noted that the closer they are to the center of the forest, the higher the trees become, so it is not difficult to recognize the right place. The mystery, hidden in the heart of the forest, worried everyone in the study team as equally strong. The girl was absorbed by the passionate curiosity, and the mentor was fascinated by the opportunity to solve the riddle that had been hiding here for centuries. The anticipation of the unraveling filled the air with special tension and excitement. Fighting and full of strength, the characters went on the road again. The student had to agree to rise into the sky reluctantly. The very thought of a new flight caused her a wave of dissatisfaction and annoyance. Trembling with weakness and confusion, the girl turned to the young man timidly, asking him to listen to her. She trembled uncertainly in her voice. Liella wondered if she was aware of a young man holding a real princess in his arms. Her cheeks were lightly embarrassed. Catching her excitement, the guy tried to offer another way to get, but Liella stood firmly on his own, insisting to leave everything as he is. The guy felt completely in the soul of the princess and decided to change nothing. Moreover, the opportunity to be near her gave him true happiness and peace, filled his heart with hope and faith on a new day. It became clear quite quickly. The center of the forest is very close, directly ahead of the giant trunk, the crown of which was clouding all around. His powerful silhouette stood out from afar, and it was clear. It was here that they brought them traces of search. Finally, the heart of the forest. Before the eyes, a giant ancient oak whose branch was set up hundreds of meters, like a majestic natural monument. Here was a special silence and grandeur, saturated with mysteries and mysteries of ancient times. A huge tree that reached almost 40 meters in height immediately caused delight and awe. Encouraged by curiosity, the heroes calmly decided to go down and laid carefully near the trunk of this giant. The concentration was absolute as long as the master uttered the words of a mysterious spell. The top hell. The hatred wave of magical power escaped from its palms, pouring a dazzling light. A huge protective circle woven from ancient symbols emerged around the whole group. The spell of Premens Fernu was created in order to instantly destroy large areas of vegetation. The girl explained. This magic is created for the total destruction of trees, not a monster. It is strictly forbidden to use living things against living things. Otherwise, the consequences may be unpredictably dangerous. In their native village, this witchcraft is accustomed to clearing the earth from unwanted thickets. The spell easily and quickly destroyed the thickets, opening the space for the lanes and pastures. Once upon a time, the peasants did without any magic. The land was cultivated by themselves or involved working animals. Only later, when the magical sciences began to blossom, did special spells appear that significantly facilitated the fields in the fields. Delivered in reflection, the guy thought, whether the frequent use of a powerful spell on his body and capabilities was not affected. Maybe it was this magic that hardened his unusual endurance and gave great strength. It always seemed that every village saw magic in its own way and uses it in a special way. Probably the true essence of magic hides even more depth and complexity than could be imagined. The group reached the heart of the forest, where a giant tree, which seemed to pierce the sky, stood. Having realized the peculiarity of this moment, the despair moved forward, plunging into the depths of the mysterious place. The new task demanded from them courage. It was necessary to explore the central zone. Suddenly, something was moved nearby. It was a deadly plant, which is recognized by real estate and bark, stronger than any metal. The peculiarity of this predatory plant was the sharp leaves that grew at the ends of its branches. For some reason, it was even easy to touch it, as she immediately dropped them, like a sharp blade that flew into the enemy. It became obvious for the heroes. Every step here demanded extreme caution. The doubts have made the girl's soul on success in this fight, almost unrealistically evading the showers of sharp, like a blade, leaves. It would be much wiser to leave a dangerous place immediately and maintain strength and health for the next trials on the way. A light smile shone on his youthful face, so confident and invigorating that he had no doubt about victory. His words were assured. With this special spear, no monster will interfere. The unique properties of weapons made it easy to overcome the danger ahead, giving the team some advantage and tranquility in the most dangerous sections of the path. The metal leaves of the tree were striking with their strength, but suddenly everything changed sharply. All the students' views were struggled to another tree, and it was surprised. Instantly reacting, the girl rushed to the side, avoiding the threats, and, obeying the instinct, at the same time saved herself and a friend. Having straightened all the muscles, the girl focused on one blow. The spear whistled through the air and crashed into a huge trunk of the tree, easily cutting it in half. The giant trunk with a roar fell down, lifting the chicken and once again emphasizing the incredible power of these weapons. A powerful magic shield imposed by a master on Liliella enveloped her with unwavering protection. Even in the face of the worst dragon, there was no reason to fear. Now it will remain intact in all circumstances. This step reduced all the risks and significantly increased the chances of a successful completion of the task. The young man assured the girl, persistent training and new skills made her capable of resisting any danger. The girl proudly stated, "The defeat for her is impossible. She will never allow herself to lose, because this option is not even considered." Sincere words of support and praise of the master every time added Liliella confidence. Each new achievement of the student filled the mentor with joy and pride, because her successes have testified to the effectiveness of his knowledge and the wisdom of the teacher. From the very beginning, the movement was difficult for the girl. The body was not obeyed and seemed awkward. But the confidence in her own forces inspired. Daily exercises will soon make it more clever. The movements will become accurate, and skill, ideal. Carefully watching the young student, the young man noticed that as soon as new knowledge was quickly discovered for her, the mentor hurried to prove it in fact and show an example. In order not to extinguish that passion, the young man also joined the training. He participated in the battle near the girl. They revealed their abilities side by side, taking over and sharing with each other. Instant analysis of the situation, allowed to perform an accurate and powerful blow. From one wax, the axe punched the thick branches of a huge tree. They collapsed down with a thunderous roar, lifting a cloud of dust and vividly certifying the incredible power and agility of the warrior. In the head of the girl was thought of. The young man reinforces his weapon with special magic. Only so, in her belief, he managed to strike such a powerful blow. Without extraneous power, it would seem to be simply unrealistic. Reflections on the mysterious techniques of the master were so captured that the world seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly, the earth under her feet shuddered, giving an alarming roar. Grabbing for the spear hold, the student froze in his alert, waiting for a hostile attack. Noticing the fear of Liliella, the guy hurried to assure, "What is happening?" Not at all the result of a regular earthquake. It turned out that the giant trees of the ancient planet reacted to strangers with extraordinary anxiety and fear. In a state of threat, they came to life and began to hum and tremble, forcing the ground to shudder under their feet, as if a real earthquake began. It all indicated that the characters were much more serious and aggressive than they thought at first. The tranquility of forest dwellers was destroyed, and the entire ecosystem was anxious. I had to seek urgently how to protect yourself and determine where the danger came from. Instantly assessing the danger, the young man grabbed the girl in his arms and broke up. Below everything around the trembling, the earth trembled, the trees were shaking, and the roots broke out as if trying to pull them into the abyss. The ground under his feet suddenly split, and the heavy brilks of the soil with a roar broke into the air, flying right towards the heroes. The powerful wind stream picked up the fragments and scattered them around, further complicating the movement and threatening. There was no time for reflection. Every choice had to be fast and determined. Otherwise, the harm was not to be missed. Fear squeezed his heart, shaking his will. But the young man did not panic and drew attention to the most important thing. The owner of the forest openly showed his dislike for unexpected guests. There is a crucial moment, the time of personal meeting with the chief keykeeper of these forests. The lord of the forest came out in advance, striking everyone with his power and unwavering. His high figure, covered with an emerald bark, radiated the age, old wisdom, and power. A fog was bubbling around the roots, emphasizing its mystery and inseparable connection with the bosom of nature. Thoughts were confused when a young dreamer came across a memory of a legendary plant. The belief in its existence seemed to her something fantastic. The doubts did not leave the girl, because this story looked nothing more than a myth. Suddenly, one day, she saw an incredible tree that burst out in front of her, the legendary monster of the rank S, before which even the most experienced hunters trembled. They called this creature a living forest. It absorbed all the lives around the miles around, leaving only emptiness and oppressive silence. Listening closely to every movement of the boy, the woman gently wondered that this is how he was disturbing his heart. What is the reason for thinking about this issue, and is it ready to share your thoughts? Lex confessed that she had never encountered monsters of such a high level. With the unexpected passion of Lily, Ella exclaimed, which meant quite another. It was interested in why the forest grew to such incredible sizes, if the patron saint of forests and animals had such a high power and position. There was no doubt in the master's head. Everything happened exactly as he imagined. The forest owner is an ancient plant monster, a demon that grows a lot of monsters from the fruits of its magic tree. Memories from the past life were suggested by the boy. He was already struggling with this ancient plant as a hero. However, he did not mention any mention of such a giant forest. For a long time, no ancient plant came to his eyes. It's amazing how much abilities she has. The situation became dangerous. The creature lost control. The guild should be announced immediately. On the other hand, an attractive opportunity to take this chance did not rest. The ancient plant was able to move its roots, as if real legs, and in the event of escape could go back to the city. But this bizarre gait was incredibly slow. Despite the slow movements, the roots of this plant were so long that it moved about 10 times faster than the horse. They decided to stop it on the way. It was easy to say, but a real giant came before the guy. The tree reached the sky. Fire magic would cope with it, but the guy did not find the right things. The sword waving seemed much smarter than spending time on barren attempts, so he decided to count only on himself and his weapon. The cry from her mouth came so loud as if there could be nothing more in the world. She asked to carefully lower her to the ground. The teacher turned to the student again and again, begging her to stay here, but the girl's loud cry did not subside. With a smile on his face, he promised to end the battle against the tree quickly. Lex's squeezed into his fist, and the next moment he rapidly went on the offensive. From the first attempts, it was possible to evoke the power of hydraulic, to expand the water wall, to use a special exchange, and to strengthen their weapons with new properties. The branch suddenly rolled into his face, and Lily Ella scared, calling for fleeing everywhere. There was no need to evade this attack. The sword, dropped from the fang of the mutant, had his own will and strength, which easily opposed the enemies of medium power. Armed with this advantage, the owner of the weapon strongly rushed to the tree. The sword's material was surprisingly strong and flexible, which allowed confidently fighting with the monster. He did not think for a long time the meaning of the word soft. The girl wondered in surprise what happened. The boy's face was sharply faded. As soon as he realized that he had spoiled the fabric, actually destroying it, the remnant of the material will now be kept with particular vigilance. Finally, the monsters realized, these guys are true enemies for them. Now it was too late. The monster themselves turned into easy prey for this couple. The girl begged not to interfere with her in these events, and the master calmly explained, they had one goal, and they're dear to them. The young man rapidly rushed on the offensive and instantly involved the ability of oblique beam. The sword is lightening the roots of the tree, and the student was surprised to freeze in place. Without a rest, blows on the wood. The master did not leave him a moment of rest. Stretching his hand forward, the Lex exhaled with relief after the attack. It was the easiest way to deal with such large specimens in this way. Meanwhile, Liliella did not hold back the cry. She begged not to get her into this horror, because she had never seen like this. Once a teacher held a sword in his hands, so watching his witchcraft was rare. However, there was no doubt. There were many amazing manifestations of this magic ahead of her. There are really little magicians, but it did not mean it. The young man suggested that the case be solved right now. Maybe the monsters just have no strength to rush to the guys again. So now they seem to be ripped with a tree with a fury and trying to throw it into the air. This behavior is a rarity. Such a monster is resorted to only when they find themselves on the verge of despair. Someone seems to have forgotten this important truth. If the monster was perceived as a simple way to cut the bark from a tree, it would be much easier. However, any attempt to repeat this would lead to the inevitable death of the boy. Until no one affects this thing, nothing wrong will happen. Liliella heard a request not to move away, because even a small fragment of the trunk dispersing could hit and cause serious injuries. In response, the girl shouted that she did not intend to go anywhere. Feeling safe from the rear, the guy boldly rushed to an attack on the monster. The master cleverly evaded the blows and constantly applied new attacks on the root. Without giving a monster a moment of rest, one by one he struck stubbornly and ruthlessly. After a frantic series of sword blows, the air around seemed to be empty, as if the void came to life. That's what the guy will bring the blade to break the tree with one powerful scope. The master causes all his strength and honed skill to root. The huge monster clapped on the ground, lifting a deafening roar. Easy victory. Like today, the boy did not happen for a long time. It was impossible to believe that a simple student was able to overcome the monster of Class S. It seemed all simply, as if to cut firewood, but only the firewood never rushed to people. The charming bag instantly draws parts of the monster inside. Liliella immediately guessed that many exciting things have been hidden in this magic bag. The capacity of this magic bag is determined by the accuracy of the first magical formula. It is this bag that can accommodate many things, as if in the middle a whole mountain of treasure. If the master got better materials, it would be possible to make a purse even more space. The desire to have such a thing was glowing with a girl, so she did not hide her dreams. The promise to create for her the same bag made from his mouth easily and easily. For his skilled hands, it is a matter of a few minutes. They have agreed. The plant will survive this adventure without serious consequences. It remains only to clear the area quickly, and the boys will finally be able to return home quietly. After all the trials of this day, the girl dreamed of one thing: as soon as possible to be comfortable in her home. For the last few days, she has given her so many unusual adventures that all her previous life seemed gray and every day compared to it. Incredibly, this huge monster quietly settled in the midst of the forest. The student's conclusion was unexpectedly heard. If such a huge monster was hidden in the forest center, it is unlikely that some precious treasures will be found here. Friends decided to tidy up. First to clean the area, and then fill the huge pit that formed in the middle. The young man pressed his palm to the ground, begging the girl to linger for a moment. The earth shuddered. The Lex called for the power of the earthquake. Liliella fell to the ground again. A strong impulse scared the girl. Alongside the guy lifted the soil and aligned it as it turned out, caused by the earthquake itself. The ancient roots of the plant have sprouted deeper, sliding the soil and forming cavities. The soil that filled these depressions lifted a powerful storm, similar to a real earthquake. Watching tangible shocks under her feet, the girl realized, this anxiety is a true earthquake. An egg appeared on the surface of the earth. Master Stargolov rushed to find out what he really was able to find. In the middle of the room, strange white lumps were visible, the origin of which remained a mystery. Lex's view was screaming around, looking for traces of white lumps, but they cleverly managed to hide underground. One egg suddenly appeared on the earth's surface. The boys, without realizing it, immediately grabbed the egg, not even understanding what it is. Since a forest full of magical creatures is spread around, the egg may well be a wonderful creature. If it is really a monster egg, it is necessary to break it immediately until this is still possible. The egg suddenly twisted, immediately attracting the interested looks of the children. The embarrassment flashed in the girl's gaze when an egg was lying in front of her. She could not understand what was happening. It seemed that Eggedo was cracking and a new life would appear. If it's really just a baby, you should not worry especially. Most dragons are ready to attack immediately after hatching, and their eggs are usually large. The guy was convinced that this egg left some other demon. It seems that this demon got unusual abilities. A strong shell of the egg securely protects the baby inside, so it usually takes a long time before the scales are cracked and the baby is born. According to the master, an extremely powerful creature will grow from this monster over time. With a careful voice, the young man asked Lily-El to move away a little. A fluffy baby got out of the egg, who, looking incredibly cute, stuck near the girl. The child Chudovishko fascinated with his incredible mercy and cute look. The small creature resembled a teddy sheep made of soft wool, but the guy felt clearly. This creature is alive. The boys were looked at confusedly, not imagining what to do next. A toddler, born almost in the heart of the forest, could be very likely to turn into February. Without spending time, the new moon understood. It is necessary to act immediately until the baby has gained strength. No danger from the boy was felt. On the contrary, his peace and peace were surprised. The guy has not met such condition of the soul. The clumsy little monster stumbled and spit on the ground. The monster was approaching, and the boys suddenly noticed that everything looked perfectly organized. Perhaps the baby perceived them for his parents. Some demons are similar to chicks that are perceived by the first creature. Some experts devote themselves to the study and education of such creatures. The child was playing with the boy's foot, and he thought that it was probably not a scary demon. It was worth looking more closely. Unexpectedly, the guys decided to take a monster in their company. Having learned from childhood the rule, not to attack others, there will be no difficulty in the future life. The baby has become much more aggressive than before. Taking him in his arms, the Lex asked where it happened, and what could have caused such a change. Suddenly, teeth tied into the boy's finger, and the girl froze in the design. It seemed that the baby decided that this man would be perfect for a snack. In fact, the reason was different. His bites were not felt at all. They were so sluggish and powerless. In the case of a real attack, the baby will not withstand in the harsh forest full of monsters. It is likely that everything was explained simply. Hunger pushed him to look for food and quench the void inside. The memory was in the boy's head. He does not understand what you can feed the demon. The gaze fell on two fed cannibals nearby, and a moment later, there was a proposal to arrange a small feast. He reported that he would start cooking dinner now, so he asked to wait a little, only a minute or two. The unexpected jerk of the master forced the monster to get lost. The creature did not even have time to react to a rapid attack and felt a real shock. He rushed fearlessly against the giant bears. The baby to the edge was frightened by the events that unfolded in front of their eyes. The young man stretched a monster a few pieces of food, but the girl was indignantly exclaimed that in reality they can be a lunch for bears. With a sincere apology for his unexpected act, the heroic guy dared to treat the monster with a bear meat. Cracks were heard in his mind, forcing him to remember his own exclusivity. Born here, he was created to rule the world. Feeling the call of fate from the first moments, the king of all animals came into the world as a formidable hunter, carrying with him the power of the ruler who was destined to rule over all the creatures. From muted noise, words were born. Not relatives, but filled with excitement of a person, which was already aimed at a predator. Born lucky, I immediately got food. Such a gift of fate is expressed. This creature is a real ruler. For the right to bring the birth in vain, it was good to sacrifice everyone, even the sky. The slight smell of smoke mixed with fresh air, and the breeze brought an unexpectedly pleasant aroma. Immediately after awakening, the creature was already clearly aware of its predatory nature, and its whole body was covered by a wild thirst for hunting. Strong tremor passed the body. It was difficult to move, but it seemed quite familiar and did not cause much concern. No object withstanding the strength of his powerful fangs, and sharp claws were torn everything in their path. The first victim was a creature that was honored to become part of his flesh and blood. He regretted that all attempts to bite the guy by his foot were failed. Even the fabric could not be baked. The creature was stunned, not believing in their eyes. Everything that happened around seemed incredible. The unclear changes were swollen by the monster's body, but incredibly powerful prey felt quite close. Having met at once with so many strong opponents, the boys run the risk of finding themselves in true trouble. The thoughts of the boy were confused. The intentions of the stranger remained a mystery to him. The mighty blows of the master struck the bears, and in only one movement he put all the opponents. She froze the monster, stunned by the unfolding before her eyes. The incredible picture appeared in front of the monster. Everyone around suddenly disappeared, flying into piles from one powerful blow of the guy. He immediately stretched the baby's delicious treat. The baby covered the feeling of a real catastrophe, and the strong tension almost made him cry. Arriving in the guild, the guy decided to hand over the demonic material for evaluation. The employee suggested putting the prey on a special table, but it is so impressive that it did not fit. The secretary advised to use a separate platform for dismantling, where such large-scale trophies were taken. The amazed Lex noted that even for the ruins, this insurance is too huge. The woman was surprised. Did the boys really manage to defeat such a giant demon? It was impossible to transfer the ancient plant to the guild, so they decided to call the deputy head of the organization. The secretary told the situation in detail, impressing the listener with the scope of the event. It turned out that it was an important guest that Mr. Lex knows well. a legend known for its construction of roads in a demonic forest. This mention alone made him shudder at fear. Machisha apologized to the guest of honor, because the staff did not have time to prepare everything properly. The space of the hall impressed with its grandeur. Understanding that the arrivals are going to sell demonic materials, the woman quickly organized for them an individual assessment and sales procedure. The young man said with passion how he defeated the monster Naga ACC in the very center of the forest. The woman, holding her breath, could not hide her surprise. The guild's main advisor at first thought that she just didn't hear that, but the guy persistently confirmed his words. Marish was quite stunned. Incredible astonishment was a woman. Her disobedient lips quietly repeated the boy's heard, trying to realize the incredible words in confusion. Other adventure seekers, having heard this incredible conversation, did not hold on and repeatedly repeated the hard story. The woman wondered at the young man if he was sure of his words. Liliella was confirmed by his story, saying that she was near him during the battle. Now she had official status in the group and watched with her own eyes what was happening. The chief advisor of the guild immediately became interested in how they managed to reach the heart of the forest. It turned out that the boys paved themselves just through the air. After focusing, the woman drove from herself doubts about the complexity of the path and confidently asked her to show her a fallen monster. The guy noted that the monster is too big, and he would have to leave the city. Marisha promised to call specialists in dismantling. Everyone who was nearby was frozen. The vicious giant, which was once a giant tree, impressed with its incredible size. Among the green hits, the legendary ancient forest, known as the Living Forest, stood. Myrisha-san and Lily's souls have come to full consent in their thoughts on this place. Once upon a time in his past life, the hero tried on the role of a demon, who spread giant weeds massively. Turning to the main thing, the guy asked to appreciate the amazing find. Having received approval from the chief advisor of the guild, an experienced specialist vigorously took up the analysis. Before the eyes of the workers there was a wonderful picture. Trees of such incredible sizes did not happen yet, and it was difficult to believe that it is real. The tools of the tools were breaking and blunting, without penetrating the top layer of the tree. The young man calmly informed that the bark of this giant creature is stronger than any steel. Not to punch the usual tools. Marishi has stunned this news to the depths of her soul. At first, inventions about the incredible strength of ordinary bark seemed not to be trusted, as if just a good legend. However, the trouble met face to face. In fact, it turned out that even ordinary steel is powerless in front of this bark. The woman did not take a look away from Lex, inquisitively asking how he managed to cope with that tree. The guy shared honestly. The special artifact and magic of strengthening helped. However, her doubts were not dispelled. She insisted on details. The Lex, while keeping calm, told everything as it was. In his head he contracted reproach. Why did not the tools be reinforced before? How much time and effort could be saved? It was surprised to see how the material was cut, as if sliding through mucus, although the bark seemed surprisingly strong. The worker finally was able to easily cut this huge deck. But the chief advisor of the shop noted that there is too much wood. The advisor suggested that the goods be protected by the city and put the rest for bidding. The young man wondered if she saw an auction where he managed to defeat the green dragon. Hearing the boy's words, the woman lost the gift of language again. The guy unexpectedly added that the status of the green dragon is quite low. Richa did not go into details, deciding to auction exclusively the highest quality products. Satisfied with the conditions, the young man agreed, and the chief advisor of the guild promised to send a messenger to the capital immediately. The proposal fully arranged the traveler. Lily Ellis, a little uncertain, said whether she was worthy of being part of the team, because she felt doubt on their part. Faith in the herd barely kept, because together with the girl they have long fought side by side, and she could already defeat such monsters on her own. However, it seemed to the girl that the guy was saying it only to support her in the spirit. Lex confidently promised that he would certainly become stronger, and the girl perceived these words seriously. Together, they went to see what was happening. A worker who has never met such a giant stone thought with interest how expensive such material can be valued. Lilia with the Mirachet confessed that in the history of the guild they did not have precious stones of such a huge size. The young man listened to these words with surprise, because in his native world such self-worth lay just under his feet. The stone became an indisputable proof that the giant tree was indeed a monster. Meanwhile, Deputy Gilder officially declared the residents of the city of Hexus A-B-level adventurer Lexon overcame the ancient plant, the monster of S categories. The locals met the hero with unrestrained enthusiasm, glorifying his name for the whole Maidan. Even the winner did not hope for such a warm meeting. It was pleasantly surprised. The girl explained that such a loud joy is quite well deserved, because to overcome such a powerful monster to the strength only the most experienced despair or the whole armed army. Enchanted what happened, the student did not even have time to share her joy with the mentor. Such a victory, to beat such a strong opponent, it was not necessary to imagine, because it is a real reason for admiration. The Lex was convinced that the victory was easy for him, but the girl insisted something was wrong with his idea of reality, because the true complexity was not hidden in the duel. Maresha confidently noted that such achievements would not be missing, so the discussion is no longer needed. But Liliela suddenly asked to wait a little. Liliela is surprised why he was only increased to a class. After all, he overcame the S-class monster. Is it not enough to get the rank S? In the hall, the noise was rising. Everyone began to express their opinion. Most supported the girl. One of the boys was surprised why he was only raised by 1 rank. The conversations came to the temporary Gilder. He listened carefully to what adventurers were discussing. Marshall has easily recalled that this is the usual rule of the Adventurers Guild, only step by step. Even if there were exceptions for other cases, no weakening was envisaged to raise S. The girl wondered why they did not exclude. The woman replied that it was necessary to prevent excessive increase in the number of adventurers with rank S. This level is considered the highest in the guild and is provided solely by those who did a real feat. It is pointless to give the hero the rank S. It devalues the very greatness of this title. A quiet noise was opened in the hall. Some of the attendees carefully asked what was meant by reducing the grandeur. Because, after all, the adventure seekers do not need lush titles. Mesh tells that in order to climb a new rank, adventure seekers need not only often to perform tasks successfully, but also to show strength, agility, and good character. She is sure that this information has long been a secret for anyone. The first time came to the ears of adventure. The main character did not know anything about it. In fact, these requirements are not burdensome for those who have elementary honesty. But those who do not have it will not be easy to rise. For example, although it is known that a certain adventurer will cope with the work of the security guard, no one will assign him to support the client if there is a risk that he will plunge something from the customer. First of all, the customers often have influential aristocrats and wealthy merchants. Nobody risking doubtful adventure seekers is at risk. The trust of the most valuable customers can be shaken. That is why professional selection and promotion of adventures to higher ranks is with extreme caution, because it is a guarantee of safety of both customers and reputation of the guild. I did not leave her confidence. It would still take a little time to increase Lexon to the village. The young man only confirmed her guess, agreeing without hesitation. She assured this, and also explained that the promotion of the service is delayed precisely because in a short time he managed to reach too much. On the face of Lex, a smile played. According to him, he defeated only an ancient plant. He sincerely believed that other experienced adventurers could also be able to cope with this task. And even if it comes to the adventurers of the rank S, then they would not even have to make efforts, they would touch and won. The woman wondered at the boy who was the adventures of SS. The heavy breath broke out of her breast. The answers from the main character never sounded. Myrish was asked to wait a little. First you need to cut off the ancient plant and hold an auction. The reward for victory over wolves and mutated monster will be calculated separately, so you should approach the rack a little later. 604 gold coins and 50 silver more. The amount was stunning. Liliello even intercepted the spirit of surprise. The girl in the counter reported that the destruction of the mutated monster was assigned a reward. 600 gold coins, and 27 other killed wolves are estimated at 450 gold. At this point, the heroine turned his gaze on the boy. The Lex modestly noted that he was able to defeat only 10 of them. The employee explained that part of the remuneration came from Ivan Sans's team. It was this part that he was handed over to the Solza Lex. Everything, even hunting for cannibals, has already been taken into account. According to Ivan, the heroes were too passionate about the courtship of Liliella, so he decided to send them to him. The next time the guy would have to treat him with something delicious. The Lex was just thinking, because there was no flirting with a girl on his part. Nevertheless, Ivanson had to be grateful and others that they increased the reward. The employees immediately began to discuss how much it would have to be made from materials from mutated monsters. The LX recalled that it seems that she said earlier, the reward is 600 gold coins. In response, it was only a reward for victory. Materials from mutated monster have considerable value, because they are used in scientific research. Lu Leli's curiosity did not rest. She wondered if he was even more generous. The purchase includes leather, large blade, 4 small blades, skeleton and magic stone. Researchers are also interested in internal organs and meat. These parts are also added to the list. All this prey pulls on 1,500 gold coins. The total amount is 6,150 gold. The remuneration is also added to the reward for restraining the growth of the forest of demonic animals, and separately pay 420 coins for laying roads through the thickets. A total of 6,570 gold coins were gained. The worker pulled out a large bag, heavy from gold. Lililo was surprised. Gratitude on the young man's face was illuminated by a sincere smile. He thanked the worker. Meanwhile, his friend froze, stunned by the incredible amount of gold coins. Juicy meat disappears from the table. The tastes fill the hearts with joy. The Lex is wondering if he liked. The little animal cheerfully makes a rapid sound. It seems that his mood has changed dramatically, as if someone had turned everything upside down. At the table, Lily Ellis was sitting gloom, not paying attention to her food. The old man saw it and asked if everything was fine with her. Lily Ella kept her breath and breathed into full breaths. The question whether it considers it a burden was unexpectedly escaped. The guy was so surprised that he immediately asked, why suddenly appeared such thoughts? The girl confesses that she is only a burden for him. A defenseless, weak creature he seeks to protect almost at a subconscious level. Lex strongly denies her words, but in response, the girl confidently states, no one knows her better than her herself. Awareness comes suddenly. It is not possible to be, because its presence will only complicate the path and add unnecessary worries. The confusion of the young guy has not yet realized his task. He could not imagine Lily Ellis exactly as she wanted it, but it was not easy to explain it. Lily, meanwhile, insisted. She promised to pay her own debt. The mother and the whole village thank him to his rescue. Thanks to his efforts, his native town came to life, returning his former beauty. The girl is not going to break the promise, even if it seems impossible to remain impossible. Rapidly picking up the place, the girl asked the boy to teach her. Its goal is to become strong enough to be a burden for him. For this purpose, no trials are frightened. Even the harshest workout is ready to take patiently. The girl's words about training forced Lex to think. She hurried to add that she was ready for anything. The guy clarified it. As soon as she said she would do everything she would need. In the heat of Lily, Ella confirmed the said, and the words reached Lex. The girl suddenly trembled, losing her guesses about what was happening. The young man was certain that the girl made a choice. That is why she agreed to help her with training. The monster remained in complete misunderstanding of what happened. Given her unwavering determination, the mentor is tuned to intense workouts and ready to give all the best she wants to learn. Deciding to make her a real star among adventure seekers, the main character is very serious. The days of commemoration came when fate brought him with a master, and the young man desperately sought to defeat the Lord Demon. The training then seemed incredibly exhausting. Often we had to regret their own perseverance and words said. Today, Liliella said she has promised that she would dare to everything. The explosion of emotions was approaching. Liliello asked to treat her delicately. Anxiety in her voice sounded. The instinct suggested that there is a danger. The Lex laughed, calling it a witty joke, and assured the girl that it was not necessary to worry. He understands everything, and is going to work with her very seriously. The main character is convinced that she is already ready for testing. Until now, the girl has been looking for any opportunity to save her countrymen from a treacherous illness. But a random meeting with a dignity has solved this problem once and for all. Switching her life, he also supported her family and rebuilt the whole city. For her, he became a real messiah. Feeling the debt to him, she decided to join to thank for help. Lexan gladly accepted her friendship, because he was distinguished by his kindness, strength, and nobility. Full of desire to support, she agreed to accompany him. But during their first joint trip, in All in the Eyes, he defeated the monster of the S-Class alone. The deep feeling left no doubt. His forces were significantly outweighed. Without any effort, he overthrown the mutated monster of Class A and crushed trees in the forest of demonic animals. Even then, it seemed that she still had a chance to help him. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The characters went on to their journey. The girl stepped side by side, stamping into the ground. Leaving pride and honor behind, Liliel decided to become his student, so that he was not a burden for anyone. The news that the dragon must first be overcome is stunning the girl. This news has been said by Lex. The denial escaped the first wave, did not understand why he immediately raised the complex of complexity so high. The guy reassured, there is no danger, then only a wild green dragon flies nearby. The girl could not sink. Lex explains that this dragon is not threatening. The girl is amazed. Not the title of the dragon himself speaks of his power. The guy assures, you should not worry. It is really easy to overcome the dragon. It is enough to cut his neck. The girl only sighs in response. It seems not so easy for her. For the confusion of Lex's. It is difficult to understand how to deal with it. Liliella breaks onto a cry, convincing everyone that she got into the mess. However, the hero is convinced of his decision. He is about to show her a simple way to overcome the dragon, and in a moment he directs her healing magic. The dazzling green dragon came to life unexpectedly, staring at everything around a mighty roar. Jumping sideways, the guy explained, the dragons keep high in the sky, and to push them down, you will need either witchcraft or metal weapons. This news stunned the girl. She lost the gift of language. The weapon called Explosive Hammer Lex kept alert, maliciously threw the object directly into the dragon. The master continued to explain how to act. As soon as he falls, you should immediately go on the offensive and strike. Wasting time, the guy rushed forward. Squeezing his fists firmly, the girl desperately attacked the dragon. Inside, everything was surprised. She could not believe that he really dared to beat this mighty creature. The Lex landed side by side and noted that after the dragon fell, it was only necessary to cut his neck. He wondered if it was simple, but the girl answered honestly, it is not easy. Liella sighed about herself. This guy seemed completely hopeless. What he called the workout was too difficult. It was difficult to even imagine that it seemed like real training. At this rate, one of his training will become fatal for her. Lex noted that this is the easiest way to escape. The girl began to grow annoying. The guy completely misunderstood the word easy. She did not require advice on how to just put someone on the shoulder blades. In fact, everything was different. I wanted to get an easy way to cope with even the weakest. Lex assured that he managed to understand the girl. His way proved resemblance to views. Liliella picked up that this is the essence of human nature. Not a magical spell of the dragon to overcome, and it is lacking for strength on the monster. Among the adventurers of the adventure, B is weaker. The distrust was read in the boy's look when he heard these words. However, he noted that the girl is understood on battle. The smile illuminated her face. It was because of this acquaintance that she rose to the B class. Not only the skilled possession of the sword has played a role. The main secret is an impressive percentage of tasks and the valuable findings it brought to the guild. Having the sole purpose, to find the healing grass for Elsa, most of the harvested plants gave the guild. It was for this that the glory of the craftsman for the collection of materials and the title of in-early adventurer came to her. All extra herbs, even rare and valuable, she took to the guild and sold. She received an increase for it. That is why it is formally found among the adventures of B, although in fact the forces are lacking. Having said this, Liliella suddenly swayed. After all, it is clear, in the guild does not force determine the title of adventure seeker. And the person in front of her was too different from the usual ranks of rank B. Everything became clear of the Lex. He firmly decided to help her gain a real combat experience for the girl to learn to keep up in battle. Only one thing is unclear, as she herself came to such a conclusion. The handful of the young man lay on the girl's shoulder, filling her with warmth and confidence. It is not necessary to worry, he promised, because now he will teach her true art of battle, revealing her own approach. As soon as the technique becomes known to her, the mentor wants the girl to open her in battles with monsters. No workout compares with a real battle. The awareness came suddenly. Soon the mentor will discover Lilioli new knowledge. First, they decided to use everything at hand to master the magic of strengthening the body without any. The girl enthusiastically announced that she owns a sword class. The rod was in her hands when the Lex began to explain that the true skill came through the feeling of magical energy. He advises to imagine how this force fills every cell, wrapping the whole body with an invisible stream. The young man used strengthening, a magic that enhances the body. The girl immediately realized what the essence. Is it possible that this movement alone allows you to create magic? How to become a master in this case? Isn't it difficult to train for this? The young man noted that it all depends on what magical abilities a person has on nature. In order to master complex magic, the girl must master a lot of knowledge. The strength that strengthens the body or the magic of healing. These are examples of magic without complex spells. This approach is great for swordsmen, because they can be used at the level of sensations. Once a teacher has already told that he was familiar with the adventures to master these types of magic through this technique. Undoubtedly, learn her. The girl promised to make an effort, and such a desire for the boy immediately appealed. As they say, it is better to dare and regret than to regret the lost opportunity. It's just a few hours, as the girl is already training hard. It seems that the Lex believes that the girl tries to distribute magical power within herself, but she does not work. Then he suggested using the magic of recovery once again, and she agreed. The failure stumbled. Suddenly the creature rushed to the boy. The surprise caught the hero by surprise. In surprise, he wondered if he really needs to use the magic of healing. Lighting with joy, having received the affirmative answer, the guy quickly laid the recovery. The living fire broke out in the creature, and she rushed from corner to corner. The surprised Liliola wondered what had just happened. The Lex came. He just used the magic of body reinforcement. Incredible. This monster is able to change shape and spell. Undoubtedly, it uses the magic of body strengthening. The applause was heard, and the boy broke out from his mouth. Incredible! Meanwhile, a monster with a formidable face flew directly to the main character. He raised his finger to his lips and bit him lightly. The Lex confidently took himself, barely noticeably biting his finger. He has a lot of power. Even the monster swayed in place, barely keeping balance, creating the powerlessness stretched on the ground. The guy quit the question, was not tired of pretending to be a fool. Suddenly the furs began to tickle the guy. Liliella has froze with surprise. Even so much a ball of wool is able to invent it. The ominous shadow of the monster leaned to the girl. The heavy paw gently lay on her leg. The smile bloomed on his face, calm and flat. It just annoyed the girl. Her determination did not know the boundaries. Today it will definitely prove to everyone who is able to master the magic of enhancement of the body. She promised to do it and would not stop halfway. It is unclear what happened, but the joy covers Lex. Liliela-sana was full of new strength and desire to act. The girl asked to apply the recovery spells to her again. The young man smiled and replied that the dose of magic was already moving to her. The magic covered the girl once after, filling her with strange sensations. Finally, the girl succeeded. After long efforts, she achieved the desired result. A clear feeling. Magic permeates the whole body, as if waves of the world pass through each cell. The guy's words are a real praise from which the heart shrinks with pleasant warmth. The girl is not yet able to completely distribute the magical power. Sometimes the energy flow is torn. But as soon as she gets used to this feeling, he will be able to learn how to control the magic without extra effort. The Lex congratulated Liliel, and in response she thanked sincerely, because she believed that all this became possible because of him. Throwing forward, she broke up at him and gratefully whispered thanks. The girl with delight shared how incredibly it was to possess magic. The Lex nodded with understanding and asked her to retreat a little, because she was too close. The girl's gaze rose, and immediately realized what the guy was talking about. The next moment, like the wind, she bounced away from him. Forgiveness was sincerely sounded, but the hero just smiled. Nothing wrong happened. The main thing, she managed to use magic for the first time. The joy that shone in her eyes was visible to everyone. Meanwhile, the monster did not hide pride from his act. The call came from Lex to a new stage. The girl without hesitation agreed to keep the same rhythm of training. Their back to the back, they kept their breath, preparing for the decisive moment. The hero reported that the next training for her is to cross the weapon with this dragon, using the magic of body strengthening. Liliella shouted that such a task was impossible. However, the guy just added, "I ask you to fight, not win." At the very edge of the forest of demonic animals, Lilala stands breathing hard. A moment later, an ishot shot. The icy shine enveloped the adjacent tree, turning the branches into silver patterns. The invigorating words of Lex were added to the student with confidence. In her thoughts, a picture was still glowing. As a Lexon, during training, silent magic destroyed the forest with fire. The method was effective. The fatigue swept her so much that she barely kept on her feet. The hero assured the girl, physical strength can be returned by handing her a little man. She heard in response that even in this case, her peace of mind did not return her peace. In proposing to complete the workout and go to the tavern for a delicious dinner, the young man instantly dispelled all the tension of the girl. There was a relief on her face. At the rack of registration, they were announced that only 2 silver coins have 9 predatory plants. The girl was indignant that such a reward was too small. Hearing the employee's response about a huge number of such materials, Liliella was immediately understood. The reward is really big, and it is not surprising that ordinary adventurers do not want to slow down the growth of forest at all if you can get a lot of money for such work. The employee turned his gaze to Lex and wondered if he really stopped the growth of the forest and laid the road between the trees. The guy did not deny, confirmed her words, and even added, today he had fallen this part of the forest and expanded the way. The company representative reported that they have already calculated the cost of an ancient plant and artifacts, which the guy recently destroyed, so they would compensate him with the whole amount. Acknowledgements from the young man sounded sincerely. The adventure with a rare plant flew away from his head. Destroying 20 old plants, the hero received as much as 1,800 gold coins. Lil Annette could not believe her eyes because of such a large sum. The young man confessed that he was counting on a much lower profit. Someone explained, the reason is that these plants come out of beautiful wood. Misishisan was nearby. The Lex wondered whether these plants are really suitable for wood production. The woman nodded, confirming his assumption. Forest monsters are quite suitable as wood, although the benefits of weak creatures are little. Their tree is no different from the usual. Another thing is ancient plants. Top-class representatives give truly valuable material. Murechi noted that it is good that they have taken them a lot. After all, the small amount of wood would definitely not have enough. The benefits of such would be not enough. You build a home or a ship. It is better to choose the same material for everything. The young man supported this opinion, adding that the design would have the same strength. In addition, ancient plants are rare monsters that hide in the depths of the forest. Extraordinary endurance and power make them a real test for hunters. Unlike ordinary monsters, their bodies are completely made up of wood, so getting useful materials from them is extremely difficult. The cost was immediately clear to Lex. Myrish confirmed his guesses. A large number of broad allowances provided. In addition, the price of timber from rare monsters is now steadily increasing. The demanded master looks for first-class wood from monsters and is set to get an ancient plant, which is now auctioned. Such a treasure promises to bring considerable money. The young man wondered why she, knowing all this, suggested that he auction. The woman put her finger on her lips, making it clear that the boy should be silent. In the end, she proudly reminded that she was honored by Hildmistra's assistant. Part of the money from selling lots at the auction comes to the Adventurers Guild. That is, for them, it is a good benefit. In the cozy tavern Liliella with pleasure it tastes meals and drinks, not hiding the delight. Everything is so delicious that the fatigue disappears, as if it were not. The young man noted that the girl quickly learns the new. She probably has a good connection with the magic of water. For Liliella, it was the discovery that people can generally have a tendency to certain elements. And the guy decided he would train her until she can master all 4 basic elements. It will have to spend a lot of time, Liliella noted. Instead, the Lex insisted. The issue should be resolved immediately. The man got a bag with coins and stretched it to the girl. He noted that it was her share. The young lady was surprised. Meanwhile, the monster calmly chewed a piece of bread. According to her, there were many of them. The Lex noted that he was able to overcome the older plants even before the clash with the ancient plants. In addition, most of the older plants destroyed the ancient plants. Not they. It only gathered the remains. In addition, the idea of taking these plants belonged to it. He would probably leave her words unattended. Liliella stressed that it was only because of his magic bag that they managed to capture these plants. The guy proposed to divide the reward, but the girl only got rid of. She would not be able to get to her own even before the middle of the forest, so they began to ask. In a few minutes, Liliel received a complete reward for 1 old plant, and the 8th part of the ancient was divided in half. The hero wondered if that is enough. The girl nodded. For her, such award was already quite generous. On the terrace after dinner, the girl stared at the distance and asked what she would next. The Lex did not even go down what she was. The girl answered that we were talking about their further plans. Together, they reached the heart of the forest of demonic animals and won the monster of the S-class. Its goals were fulfilled thanks to him, so there were no reasons to stay in this city. Lex assured that he understands the girl. In her words was true. In the forest, they have already done almost everything they need. Shasan was only asked to contain the growth of the forest and lay the paths in it, but only if it is not too difficult. There was always the opportunity to stop. In his thoughts, the guy thanked the woman for his care and decided, if she already helped him, he would at least do this work to the end. The Lex suggested that the auction of the ancient plant just end and they will receive money. Immediately go to the next city. Unexpected news about the next city was caught by a girl by surprise. The joy blossomed on her face, and she exclaimed that she was now clear. With confidence in the voice added that you need to buy a new equipment for a future trip. The hero was surprised when the girl confessed that she was going to buy equipment. Smiling, she explained that she had to do the cheapest armor and outdated things to live some way. The young man did not even realize that she had some armor at all. During their first meeting, there was no armor on Lily Ellie. The memory clearly suggests it. She said she has only one set. When fate brought them together, the girl just watched the task, so she did not wear the armor then. During the celebration, the girl also did not wear those jewelry. In the head of the hero, the idea flashed. He seems to have seen them only once when they fought together against Venom of Rex. Lilia cast a reproach look at the boy. She asked if he realized how much armor costs, even if they are no longer new. To all, the armor on such a girl would have to be ordered separately, which would significantly increase the cost. And after the test of a new sword, she was generally going to return home. Who could imagine that a real expedition to the forest and the battle with the S-class monster await her? The Lex only scratched the back of his back, acknowledging that he did not even guess. Liliola replied that she had no idea of this, because for the usual adventure seeker, the battle with the monster S-Rang does not cause a drop of fear. The young man felt a deep pity at that moment. Liliella was left out of his attention. He did not even try to understand her feeling. The insult to him looked quite natural. To make guilty, he promised to give her a new armor. Liliella was asking if he wanted it seriously. The answer was confident. The decision was made. Liliella said with a warm smile that in this case he agrees to the proposal. Watching how a relief appeared on the boy's face, the Lex suggested that tomorrow in one good shop nearby, which he knew well. The girl agreed with pleasure, because she was sure that Lex's advice would not fail, and this store is really worth the attention. Lily Ellis was genuinely surprised when she learned that she had to fly aircraft only for the sake of shopping. On his knees near the huge gate, a girl was frozen. In her eyes, curiosity flashed. Where did they bring them this time? There were no familiar places here. The hero replied that they are now in Togai. The girl explained that 2 guys need to go through 5 cities from Hexiers. The Lex nodded, agreeing. But they were instant. Liliella was surprised that no one said the word about such a lightning journey, because it usually takes almost half a day. Fear swept the monster when she stuck on the girl's palms and protected from excitement. Sleeping, the young lady jokingly sweeping that the guy had been scared of the beast because he is usually very arrogant. The Lex just scratched the nape of the back and threw that it was a normal flight. There was nothing extraordinary here. Liliella's responds in surprise to hear that he called the attack of the wine directly by a span. The monster does not understand outrage. The Lex, smiling enthusiastically, called it only a flock of ivers. None of them could even get closer to his rapid flight. The girl noted that the boy would definitely not hurt the lesson of common sense. The monster supported her opinion. In a quiet voice, the guy regretted that the girl was saying as if he had no. Hearing it, she only shrugged and reminded that she said it from the beginning. For ordinary people, flight is something incredible, and this is what makes them different. Looking into memory, it became clear. At this time, no one flies. That is why the residents of the city of Toge were surprised to see someone rising into the air. The Lex has come that in this world people are not able to fly at all. The news is stunning the girl, knocking her out of balance. According to the interlocutor, such opportunities were not even 10 years ago. Residents of this city of flights are still unavailable. The hero decided to remember it. Valhalla was suspected. The hero again understood something. The city greeted them with a humble crowd and a street fuss when the girl, making his way around, asked about the purpose of the trip. The Lex smiled and noted that he knew one forge here. In this city, he had already managed to gain glory. The girl wondered if his name was so well known. According to her, it became clear. Some rumors about him had already had time to reach her. Gordonison seemed to even knew about Gordonison's glory, though they were indifferent to the equipment there. The Lex solemnly reported, "That's where the destinations got." It was the weapon shop that they were looking for, the guy assured. The girl immediately recognized this place. A weapon workshop, where they have always been fed. The new moon entered the store and greeted the owner. Returning, he wondered who could still appear here, as if he had long been familiar with everyone. Suddenly, the gaze stopped on the main character. At this moment, both recognized each other and turned over the words of greetings. According to Gordov, it became known that the guy was allegedly going to move to another city. The question is, how to help him this time? The new moon shared the news. He got new materials, so he asked him to use the workshop. A joyful smile shone on the man's face when the opportunity to share with the boy with his experience and new techniques. Closing the store, he allowed the boy to use it at his own discretion. Lex noted that there was no need to close the store. Gordo stressed, this chance does not happen daily. He could not miss it. Buyers would only distract from the main, so at least somehow avoid their presence. Suddenly, Liliella joined the conversation. The girl suggested that they came on the equipment, and asked why the gnome turned to the young man as her master. Only at this moment did the guy realize that he had not yet introduced them to each other. Here is a man, a pride, a skilled blacksmith, who holds his own workshop. The language then goes to a girl named Liliel San, which belongs to his team, and is at the same time a fluffy pet. The words about the owner's girlfriend were heard again. Undoubtedly, this girl had a great strength, though she has a very young look. There was a great feature in the look. The hero predicted her great accomplishments in the future. Liliel wondered if it was really the same Gordorov from the town of Togai, known to the entire land of Gorilov. The Lex nodded affirmatively, and the blacksmith just smiled, and noted that he seemed like his teacher near his teacher. Gordov's gaze fell on the guy's weapon, and the master immediately wondered if it was really the work of the owner himself. The Lex confirmed, "So it is." The blacksmith overwhelmed the curiosity. He asked for permission to see her closer. The hero only shrugged, making it clear that he was indifferent, after which he turned to Lily, asking her thought. The girl with a slight smile assured she did not deny. Both boulders pulled out their weapons, preparing for action. After looking at this weapon, Gordova was surprised. Do such technologies really exist? It was impossible to imagine the very way of forging such amazing artifacts. The smile shone on the male face. Thanks to the master, he sounded sincerely, and the joy of the masterpieces saw did not hide from his gaze. The man allowed the boy to work in the workshop as much as he pleased. The Lex thanked for such generosity. Liliella asked the hero why Gordova was called a master. Listening to his words about the hike in the best shop, already familiar promises appear in memory. But why is the idea to overcome the workshop now? The young man replied that Gradovsen's workshop was better than the one in Hexy City. The girl immediately realized what a beautiful workshop means. It's just a great shop. The blacksmith's cheeks were embarrassed, and he denied that the master was just flattering. The Lex reported that everything is fine, and he was immediately taken to the case. After removing the necessary tools from his inventory, he immediately came to business. Gordov expressed surprise whether it was really made of wood. The man confirmed that he added, "This material comes from an ancient plant." The surprise engulfed the man. Before him was the same legendary ancient plant. The young man advised the proud test to try the material, hitting him with a hammer. The blacksmith did not hide his surprise, but still decided to listen to the advice. He grabbed a heavy hammer and confidently brought it over the material. The blow on the wood has not changed anything. The surprise of the blacksmith has only grown. No idea what a phenomenon before him. The tree does not break and surprises with its strength. It is complicated like iron, but weighs very little. Lex notes, "This material is stronger than iron, ideal for light and reliable armor." Gordov could not imagine that there was such. He is overwhelmed by the delight, and the fingers tremble. It is not necessary to worry, because all this has happened. His conscience does not burden it, so the future promises true enjoyment of life. It is about such freedom that people dream. A new, peaceful life and unforgettable adventures are waiting ahead.